Sorry, nakapuan ko. Sorry, thank you, Wolf. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Nasaan na ba ako? Oh my God, you stop working. What is this? Thank you, Wolf. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sis Lori. Thank you, thank you. Thank you lang. Thank you, Sis Lori. Thank you, Sis Wolf. Thank you lang. May pa rin live ko. Dali lang po. Thank you, thank you. Tiniplay natin yung charity work. Magluto tayo ng ipamimigay. Okay. Thank you. Replaying lang. Okay ko lang. Sana all 49 million ang wait lang. My friend from Japan. Hello, Bambi, Hyra, Kira. Bambi, thank you. Who is Bambi? Who is Bambi? Magkakanat balae, thank you. Nasa 12 na ba ako? Kay late na ba ako? Balae, Bambi. Sino to? Ang laki ng bahay ni Bala. Ay, ni ano? Bambi. Bambi. Bambihira. Hindi yung pambihira, yung bambihira. Bambihira, di ba? Bambihira. Sarap naman.
Monday.com's intuitive work management.
Thank you, 5 million. Thank you so much. Yung upload ni Agka Kalat. Kakalat. Replay ko si Sam. Daming views. 1 year ago. Ulit din. Thank you, SPC Tay. Thank you. Nanonood daw ng video ni SPC. Laki nito. Almost 500 million views na siya. Thank you, Tay. Maraming salamat. Mega and Meldy loud shout out to everyone. Dami niyang views. Suntukin ko to eh. Suntukin kita dyan, anay. Dami mong views. Sana all ka na lang. Kasi na tayo. Ano ba? Ayoko dito. Maganda laptop kayo. Charge natin. Not good. Sino yun? Kasi nanood ako kay Dino. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Tay Hefty. Sis Lori, thank you. Ayan. Bambi, thank you. Bambi. Parang gusto ko mag ano eh, no? Parang cooking ina lang eh, no? Cooking ina ni si cooking ina. Nasa na? Andun siya kay Sis Lori. Doon yung friendship natin. Parang akala mo nagmumura eh, no? Cooking ina. Pag gusto nyong masama ang tingin mo, cooking ina eh, no? Thank you, Agkakanat. Salamat kay Hefty. Sanay naman na kayo, hindi ako nagsasalita dito. So, sanayin na natin ang buhay natin. Matakot kayo, biglang may nagsalita. Grabe, 11 na. Wala pa akong nagagawa sa buhay. Thank you, SPC. Thank you. Like and support. Thank you. Ano na si God?
Welcome to another conversation off the clock. Hi, I'm Karina Constantino Doris, and this is Casey After Hours.
I wanted to be a fashion designer. Yun yung totoo. I was bullied in college, no, by a group of girls. Matapang, hindi yun yung tunay kong pagkatao. If you are real, make me forgive and love my father. They didn't want me admitting that they did have autism. Nahiya sila.
To survive in an industry as demanding as journalism, that's no walk in the park. But to actually thrive in it, that's a feat only a few are able to do. Katulad na lamang ng susunod nating makakausap. I mean, think of the biggest stories and she's there. But think of the toughest moments in a woman's life and she's also there. But where is she headed now? She's entering a new season in her life and she's bringing us along with her. Let's all welcome Karen Davila. Karen, welcome to the podcast. Thanks for spending your afternoon with us.
Thank you for having me, Casey. Really, and what a beautiful home.
Thanks so much. Wait, before we go on with the podcast, what has life been lately? What's been keeping you busy?
I'm at this time of my life wherein it's work, family, advocacy work has taken a bigger role because of you and women. And it's also a mix of planning to move to the next chapter, which I don't know yet, but it's really growth.
Did you ever think that you would end up here, where you are right now?
Alam mo, Casey, sa totoo, I wanted to be a fashion designer. Yun yung totoo. So, idol ko noon si Donna Karan in the 1980s, and I can actually draw. And what happened was, so my dream was to go to Parsons School of Design in New York. So after high school, I applied for a full scholarship there, and na-reject ako. And I thought my life would be over. So I went to UP Diliman and I was thinking, ano bang dapat ko i-take up? Nung una, fine arts, sabi ng tatay ko, please parang awa, kung hindi ka ganun kagaling, mahirap ang buhay mo. So I'm not great in math, so I took a mass comm. Although in high school, I was the editor, etc. But when I took up mass comm, it was only a professor that told me you should do the news because you speak well. I never thought of entering television.
Okay.
Really.
When you were rejected, that was it for you. You weren't even thinking, okay, I'll just park this and then I'll get back to it. Maybe they're not ready for me yet, baka ganon. Or when something closes, that's it forever. You don't go back to it anymore.
I think because during that time, alam mo, Casey, when I was growing up, my parents were financially hard up. So, my father lost his job. I think, I shared this in schools nung namatay si Ninoy Aquino. And it was very difficult for the country economically. So they had very small businesses. So my priority being the eldest was ayoko maging pabigat sa mga magulang ko. So I felt that MASCOM was a place that, a course that I could shine, that I would enjoy, but I didn't know where it would take me. So I'm a believer in also trusting in God's plan for your life. Kumbaga, destiny. Minsan kasi, yung akala natin na para sa atin, magugulat ka na mas may magandang plano para sa'yo. So you have to allow it. Allow it. And that's what happened.
So you were never questioning why this was so, why
Oh,
this
wow,
happened?
no. When I got rejected for a scholarship abroad, I thought my life would be over. Ang tagal kong iyak ng iyak. But wala eh, you know, you need, I have grit. I mean, I think when you're built for survival, what you need to do is just move on and do what you need to do.
Grit is different though from being stubborn.
Yeah.
Diba? Iba yun eh.
Iba yun.
When did you know that it was grit that you had to do and not stubbornness?
There were two things. My dad told me noon, nung papapunta na ako ng college, he said, alam mo Karen, there is the only barrier to you and success is you. You cannot blame anybody. Kapag ikaw, if you fail, you can't look at other things. You just have to look at what your role is in that. So one yun. Number two, my mother told me, Karen, wala akong mapapamana sa'yo. Alahas, pera, lupa, pero if you finish your schooling, you can be anything you want to be, but nothing will be served to you on a silver platter. So parang I knew that I wasn't entitled to anything. So I think that was the mental resilience that I had when I started my career, which was in GMA 7, by the way. And then eventually I moved to ABS. So I've been on television because I'm older than you, Casey, by 5 years. So I've been on television already now. I would have to say mga 33, 34 years.
Ours is a very hurtful
Yes.
industry. How are you able to take that in? Kasi una, it's thankless. Thankless na nga yung trabaho natin. Hurtful pa siya at times. So when those times would come, how do you deal with that?
You know, I've experienced it. I mean, we all do in our workplaces, no? But I think with me, the word I'd say is I would suck it up.
You grin and bear it?
Grin and bear it. Parang sa Tagalog, hindi ako magre-reklamo. I'll work harder kasi yung default system ko.
Tay
if
Hefty, maraming
I was
salamat sis
bullied in
Lori.
college, no, by a group of
Bigla na lang
girls.
kayo nagugulat may
I don't
nagsasalita.
have that victim mentality. Meron akong, the more it gets difficult for me, the more I do what I need to do.
Oh. But taking in the lesson in that moment,
Yes.
ganun ba yun?
Yes. I think now that I'm turning 55, I realize also that
50 lang pala
I
siya.
have a lot, you know, I came to a period of mindfulness and awareness now in my 50s. So a lot of the times when I was younger, I would be responding from childhood trauma. You know, you feel you're not liked, ayoko ng taong to, siguro there's something wrong with me. So I would be very defensive in my dealings. And when you move to a period of healing, and a part of it also because I'm a born-again Christian, but other than your faith in the Lord, you also have to do the work. So I did the effort to also do the work for healing. So I change my default system reactions na ay galito sa akin, ayaw ako nito, ayaw ako ng taon to. Kasi pag gano'n, nagiging defensive tayo and then you put up a wall.
Right.
Right.
Or parang you just live to please.
Yes, I've been there because I didn't want people to be upset with me. Parang my television persona or yung DCMM persona ko noon na parang tumitira, matapang, hindi yun yung tunay kong pagkatao. Yung tunay kong pagkatao is ako yung pacifier, I want to please people, ayokong may magalit, and it's how I am in my personal affairs. Yeah. Oo.
But then when you hit your 50s,
Yes.
and when you came to know yourself, and when you came to know, the power of mindfulness and the power of self, how was that liberating for you?
You know, I'm still a work in progress. I have to say, I believe that we carry whatever, both the good and the bad, from our childhood all the way into adulthood and our choices, right?
Down to our children.
No. I think I'm in the process of focusing really on inner development and self-reflection. Parang, as a Christian, I want to be the most I can to be like Christ, which means a complete remolding of my thinking, my way of thinking, the condition of my heart, everything. So it takes a lot of humility to be able to ask the Lord. That's my prayer,
Wow,
Lord,
nandiyan
break
ka.
my
Mr.
heart
Bless you. Thank
that
you.
I become a new person for you.
Every single day.
Yes, every single day because alam niyo, at the end of the day, ako feeling ko, I've already lived 2/3 of my life, di ba? The 1/3 is what's left. And I want to live it, we've lived the first parts of our lives for ourselves, whether it's to help our family, to have a career, diba? To make a name for yourself, kung ano man ang dahilan, no? Umangat sa buhay, whatever. But I think at this part of my life where we've been extremely blessed professionally, I want to be able to live a life that really glorifies the Lord in the eyes of my children, my husband, and with the audience that God has given me.
You're a generous person.
Well, thank
No,
you.
because I have to tell you, our viewers, when I first talked to Karen about, this podcast, this little community that we have, that one thing that she told me, she said, this is what you said. You said, go for it. You'll enjoy it. And coming from someone within the industry, diba, I didn't expect that kind of support.
Yeah, and look at you now.
But the thing is, you're very supportive and you're generous. And when you talk to, you see the interviews about your friends and all that, you have a generous spirit. So why is it that? What is there seems to be a disconnect, but obviously there's none when it comes to how you're living your life now. Where is that generosity coming from?
Well, I think number one, I won't claim anything for myself, but I'm the eldest in my family. So as the eldest, even when we had problems at home, I was in charge of making sure my younger sister and my younger brother that we all would be okay together. And my parents are both alive, so they know that I'm speaking because they watch YouTube. So that I'm speaking out of love because I love my mom and dad. But I think that this comes from knowing that I would be responsible early on. So, for example, yung una kong sweldo, which was 5,000 pesos, in GMA 7 minus tax ng 10% for 5. Amount of it was already shared at home. And I don't want people to think, ay, nagpapaawa si Karen. Hindi po ganun. I come from a middle class family. We're very middle class. We live in a subdivision in Parañaque. A middle class family that went through hard times. Yes. So, mas nakakaangat ako sa marami nating kababayan na talagang dapang-dapa. But I always want to share this because I think it gives women and people hope that everything you experience is temporary. All this shall pass, right? There's that phrase. So that's one. And number two, I also experienced the generosity of friends when I needed it in high school or in college. I saw it in my own life that when people were kind, they were kind to me. I think that that's the way we should live. Diba? Generosity kasi isn't only money. I do believe that if people are in need, huwag naman advice ang ibigay ko. Tumulong ka na. Ang daming ways to be generous.
So you're paying it forward.
I think it's, and I don't mean to sound religious, but everything I am today is only by God's grace. Because I think the real person who I am, I think I would be, I think I would be selfish, I would be bitter or mean or cruel. But I think dahil ang bait ng Panginoon sa buhay ko, so it's because I know the Lord that I live knowing the Lord. I wanted to share, I became a Christian, and it's a whole journey, is when I couldn't forgive my father because they were always fighting noon. I told Jesus Christ, if you are real, make me forgive and love my father. It wasn't a request.
It was a
If
demand.
you are real, Lord, make me forgive him kasi hindi ko kaya. Kasi it was very toxic growing up. But it happened. And that's why I believe in the power of God's love for everyone. Is because when you ask the Lord, He will give you what you ask for. And my dad, my mom, our family, we have a great relationship. It's happy, considering what we all went through growing up.
Why are you not shy when it comes to your faith? Why are you so generous in sharing how He has worked into your life, life, on your life, your family.
Because I've seen the miracles in my life so many times. Just in recent years, my older son David has autism. He is in the autism spectrum. Nung ipinanganak siya, my mom, that was 2002, mga relatives, they didn't want me admitting that David had autism. Nahiya sila. Oo, because today is 2025. But in the past, let's say, 2004, he would be 2 years old. You know, the older generation would feel ashamed, right?
Yeah.
Yung mga matatanda na po nating, ano yun, kamag-anak.
May mali.
Oo, parang may problema. Oo. So, in one of my Head Start interviews, I interviewed Amy Tan, the author of The Joy That Clumps. And she said, she was so ashamed of her mother in the beginning kasi migrant siya eh. So nung pumunta silang San Francisco, yung nanay niya hindi marunong mag-English. And she, of course, was a baby, so hindi na siya lumaki. So she was Americanized. And she said, when I was ashamed of my own story, I did not succeed. When I embraced my whole story, that's when I became free and I succeeded. So I've thought about that and I realized we need to own and embrace our own story because it's what makes us who we are. The miracles, for example, David just recently, a few years back, had a full-blown grand mal seizure. Nahulog po sa sahig, sa labi ng kondo, as in tumitirik ang mata, akala ko mamamatay na, and all I could do was pray. When somebody's having a seizure, I never do, you can't do anything, diba? So I said, Lord, you know what? You can save my son. Then I felt a voice that said, but what if I don't want to? Will you still praise me? And I said, right that moment, Lord, if you choose to take him, make me still love you, Lord. Parang, and it was in the middle of the seizure. And ang nangyari noon is, David was saved, right? And the Lord told me, kasi medyo pasensya na po kayo, but hindi ko naman sasabihin pinabayaan, but hinayaan ko siya to eat junk food, whatever. And I'm a believer that for autism, you really need to clean the gut of the child. Number one. Number two, nasa treadmill, tumatakbo, nahulog, nagka-seizure, nasa luko. Number three, nasa gym, nagka-seizure, nasa ulit ng trainer. And all of that, you can choose to see everything as God's hand or not. I chose to really remember and see that. I keep telling David, which you should interview him one day, is David, look how God loves you. He has saved you each and every time. Yung mga tao namamatay sa seizure dahil nababagok ang ulo. Hindi po sila namamatay sa seizure itself. Pero pag nahulog, yung ulo basag. Yun all the time. So that's one. Number two, Casey, my family, the reconciliation of my parents. You know, there's nothing wrong with having separated parents. Please don't think that way. It has to happen for some families, but I don't think my family, my father and mother, and how we are would be this way if not for the Lord's grace. Number three, the healing of us as children. We could be hating our parents. Pwede kaming galit. Pwede kaming nag-aaway magkakapatid. And yet, the Lord has put us in a situation where my sister is very successful. My brother has found redemption with his new marriage. He became clinically depressed, and my makeup artist Nicole knows this. She was there, but it's all the healing that I have seen in my family. And ako, I credit that all to God's grace. I don't think, wow, the brilliance of a Karen or somebody, or alam mo, lahat tayo, masama ugali natin. Kahit pa paano. Dito.
Ako, Huwag na natin ulitin dito yung sinasabi ko. Pero, totoo
Diba?
naman.
We will respond out of anger, out
Yeah.
of gante.
Hindi naman siguro sa masama yung ugali, but we're all human.
We're all human.
We're all human.
Yeah.
You know, we react differently to different
Yes.
situations. Any story of autism begins with that shock and that
Yeah.
sadness and the fear. They say that at 2 years old, that's when it shows
Yes,
itself.
yes, absolutely.
And then you see the gap widening and widening and widening.
Lee, thank
And then
you.
you don't
Kasi bigla na lang may nagsasalita. Sorry po.
But you strived. You worked so hard. Early intervention. Did the research. You didn't want to let go of that connection. So that now, when you saw David hold his exhibit, do his internship, talk to your friends,
Yeah.
hold conversations. I mean, that's another miracle right there.
Yes. And first, you know, I've been a working woman and wife and mother all my life. So I never had the pleasure, I would say, of really staying home and rearing my children full time, because it's also what I saw in my mother. You know, she was working the whole time. But with David, ang una ko napansin, when he was in the playground at 2 years old, lahat naglalaro. Pero siya, mag-isa lang siya, nasa sulok na awa ako sa anak ko. So, I felt baka tahimik siya kasi yung asawa ko, si PJ, sobrang tahimik. Baka ganun lang yun. And then one day, one of my closest friends, Juan Laude, who owns a school in Green Hills Learning Center before, she had lunch with me and David was having a tantrum sa kabilang table. Sabi ni Small, Karen, you know, please don't get mad. But I think there's something wrong with David. You know, it's very hard for friends to do that, ha? Lalo na sa anak ng kaibigan mo, ng ibang tao.
Because you feel like
Oh
it's
my
not in
gosh,
your
oo.
place.
Sabi ko, what do you mean? Hindi, ganyan lang yan. Sabi ko, spoiled. Kasi nag-iisa siya. Kaya yan iyak ng iyak. Ganun siya. Then Small said, Karen, no. When kids are like that, they can't express themselves. Would it be alright? Please see this doctor. And, you know, hindi ako nagalit kay Small. You need humility din eh. Dapat may sense of humility ka, hindi yung ma-pride ka na ni-insulto ako dito because may parents na gano'n. May parents na gano'n. So when I saw a doctor and I saw two, David was diagnosed in the autism spectrum at 2.5, turning 3. DJ and I were broken, crying for roughly close to 2 weeks. That feeling of you're lost. Iyak kami ng iyak ni DJ. Una, sinabi ko, kasalanan ko to. Ako, blame. Because I had, may thyroid problem po ako, kaya ako pausin. I took radioactive iodine in my 20s. So I said, it's because I'm weak. I'm weak. Maybe because my body is weak, right? Kasalanan ko to. Or baka I was taking something, you know, hindi ko alam. Supplement, something na hindi pala dapat. Or kasalanan ko, hindi ako nag-breastfeed long enough. Something. Basta I blamed myself. But the minute parang, you know, because I've always prayed, parang I got out of it. Si Small introduced me to her principal in the school that had 2 kids with autism, and she treated them. Because there's no cure for autism. There's just a treatment to improve the behaviors. So right away, I dove into it, I researched, and I gave it my all. Now, I do know that in the autism community, the mantra is unconditional love, accept your child for what and who they are. I agree, but I love David unconditionally, but I didn't want to leave him where he was. Kasi madaming magulang na autistic yung anak nila, yan na yun. Tapos they'll spoil, ibigay, mayaya. Or yung totoo, marami rin kasi po tayong mahirap na kababayan, hirap po na makakuha ng support.
Oo.
Totoo yun.
Oo.
But a lot of it, Casey, is education. It's such a revolutionary way to teach, which I do. I teach to parents in David's school, or when people reach out to me on Facebook, or I see parents personally and I give them a menu. So I teach them the science of food and how it can help and where they should go after that.
Yeah. Kasi, was it also a fear? Nung at that time, David wala pa
Yes.
si Lucas, diba? Was there fear also apparent na
For his future.
for his future?
Absolutely.
And if you go
If
ahead,
something happens to me and
Yes,
TJ,
yes.
what happens to David?
yes.
So, in that sense, I would have to say that God has been so good that David has really been pushed to his highest potential. That's the word I'll use. I would never expect my son to, be a typical child, right? Hindi ko po yun i-compare sa isa kong anak. Parang napakasama po nun. Pero we praise him and we celebrate him for who he is today, with the work that he has put in himself.
It's tremendous work.
It's a lot of discipline.
Let's talk about Lucas.
Yes.
Lucas, who has his own podcast, right? What's it called?
So look forward
Yeah,
and
look
you see,
forward. Okay, Lucas, we're enjoying him now. You're enjoying him now, right?
yeah,
Konting panahon na lang yan. He's gonna go off to college soon. Is he gonna go here? Is he gonna go abroad? Whatever it is. How does it feel seeing Lucas grow his own wings
Yeah.
and continue to soar?
You know, interesting, no? Si David and Lucas po have a 6-year gap. Kasi yung totoo, ayoko ng mga anak noon because takot ako na kung ako po yung may problema, baka special po yung pangalawa kong anak. But the Lord made it so that after 6 years, I would get pregnant. And Lucas, I would have to say, is such a blessing and a joy in every single way. So siya po ang kuya ni David, baliktad po. Even if he's 6 years younger, he understands his role in David's life, that if something happens to us, which Lord please, I pray for old age, that David is family, even if he has his own family, that's one. And si Lucas po kasi ngayon, nasa international school po siya, so gusto po niya mag-abroad for college. And posible po, maybe sa Amerika or sa London, marami naman po tayong kababayan, di ba, na nag-abroad po. Pero right now, the only thing I tell Lucas is, all I ask you is in everything you do, you have to have Christ with you. Nothing, all of this, nothing means anything if you do not have Christ with you. You won't survive abroad, baka mapariwara ka. Alam mo yun, so, iba yung love that David needs, iba yung nurturing that Lucas needs.
How would you define the season that you're in now? I mean, in the beginning we talked about its growth, right? But this season, where you're at, how would you define it for yourself?
Wow, that's so beautiful, Casey. I think I'm in a season where I'd really like to find the real Karen Davila that God has made me to be. We grow differently through the years. Pero I love being a woman today. I feel my most beautiful today, physically and spiritually as well. I'm most secure today also because I'm older. And I want to be able to go out of myself today. So I think this season in my life is a season of joy. I'm really happy, a season of graciousness and gratefulness.
Talk to the women out there, Karen,
Yeah.
who may be, listening to us, watching us. talk to them about, because you've gone this far,
Yeah.
right? It's a journey, yes, there were ups and downs, but you say this is a season of growth, season of graciousness and gratefulness. Talk to the women out there who want the same for themselves, who want to be empowered, who want to pursue their dreams and their happiness,
Oo.
but are afraid to get lost while they're at it.
Alam po natin na marami sa atin tumutulong sa ating pamilya. So to the women out there na nag-aaral, ito I always say this. Number one, huwag you follow your dreams, not your boyfriend. Chase your dreams, not your boyfriend. Alam mo, when we're young, we look for our value in the men and the boyfriends who love us. We look for it elsewhere. Pero I'm telling you now, number one, pursue your dream. Huwag mo habulin ang boyfriend mo, number one. Number two, huwag ka magpapabuntis. Hindi po masama na magkaroon ng anak o pamilya, but I want to be practical. When you already have a child at a very young age, your child deserves already what you have not even built for yourself. The time you can give to growing yourself, nandun na yun sa bata. Right? So palagi ko po yan sinasabi. Tapusin yung pag-aaral nyo. Grow yourself. Do everything you can to empower yourself. Alam mo, sinabi nga ni Priscilla Mireles sa interview na gusto ko to sabihin, kahit sa bahay kubo ka o sa mansyon ka nakatira, the pain is the same.
Oh, for sure.
Diba? So sabihin ko rin yun, kahit sa bahay kubo ka nagsisimula or mahirap yung sobrang yaman, that's a big head start. But you're middle class, you're experiencing difficulties, you know, focus first on your dreams. Focus on your dreams, diba? Yun muna. And for the women naman, eto na tayo. You're working. You don't want to lose yourself. Absolute women empowerment in the ideal world is for you to be able to choose what you want to do. Meaning, if you want to be a full-time housewife, do it. That's the ideal world. If you want to work full-time, not have children, do it, right? But the truth of the matter for many women is when they are not financially empowered, they have no power. So ako palagi ko ina-advise, love your husband, you know, love your family, but also don't lose yourself by finding something for you. You know, whatever it may be, you don't have to be the breadwinner at home, but do something.
Do something for yourself.
Do something for yourself.
Show up for yourself.
Yes. Yeah. Oh.
Show up for yourself.
Yeah.
Well, Karen, thank you for
Oh,
showing up for
thank you,
us.
Casey.
I mean,
It's such an honor to be interviewed by you. Oh, really?
It wasn't even an interview. We were just talking.
Chatting, yes.
Chatting, chica. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Casey. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Karen Davila, Casey After Hours. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And that's it for another episode of Casey After Hours. You know the drill. Like and subscribe. I'll see you on the next one. Welcome to another conversation off the clock. Hi, I'm Carmina Constantino Torres, and this is Casey After Hours. He graces your homes every single night, a fixture on your TV screens, but even the familiar can be mysterious. Is this by design? Hinubog siya ng siyensya pero napamahal sa larangan ng media. Sino nga ba si Atom sa likod ng camera? Let's see if we can go subatomic with the multi-awarded journalist and UNHCR Goodwill Ambassador, Atom Aramio. Welcome to the pod, Atom. Nice to see you again after such a long time.
Yes, thanks for having me. It's such an honor to be one of your first 10 guests.
The honor and the privilege is ours. First of all, I raise a glass to you. Congratulations on your recent win,
Thank
your
you.
silver dolphin.
Thank you. Ano lang to, sugar water.
Huh? Pero iinumin mo. Sugar water. malalim that recently won a Silver Dolphin. You're used to winning so many awards already, Atom.
Ako naman.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
what makes this one special?
I really like this particular story of ours. I mean, all of them are like my children. You know, they're special in their own ways. But this particular documentary, I think the storytelling was a little bit different from what we usually do. It was really more. It was character driven. Kasi in journalism, diba, especially when you have this kind of platform, it's very important to think about stories that have maximum impact sa community. So you think about, big issues like solid waste management, police corruption, for example, or the recent ones we did tungkol sa Pogo.
Yeah.
But this one, talagang it was more of a cultural story and about vanishing practices, especially in the South.
In all of these docus that you make, Atom, how much of you is in them?
I mean, in the past few years, I basically live and breathe documentaries. I wonder sometimes baka to a fault. Kasi I'm very involved in making the documentaries for our different programs, from the selection of the story, the pre-prod, the research, the production, and the post-prod. And even if you don't intend to, you will leave a piece of yourself in those stories that you make, especially if you write the story, if you present the story. And like I mentioned earlier, I don't take the privilege of having this kind of platform lightly.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
I really try to think about what I can impart, what I can say, that will make the time of the viewers worthwhile. Spend 1 hour with the program. Yung isang oras na yun, pwedeng i-google yun sa iba pang mga programa.
Or mag-TikTok,
Exactly.
or, just go out somewhere. Pero hindi, nandiyan
Yeah.
sila nakatutok. Underneath it all though, what are you first? Because I know you're a trained scientist. Is that helping what you're doing right now?
Absolutely. Minsan joke. Dinadaan ko sa joke kasi tinatanong nagagamit ko ba yung physics sa pag-docu, calculus, ginagamit ba yung calculus or what have you.
So, ginagamit mo?
Hindi. Pero what I say is, I think when you train to be a scientist, it's not so much the skills. But of course, if you become a researcher, all of that is important. No? And you commit that to heart. But more than anything, I think what being a scientist, or at least the training imparts, is this way of thinking.
The methodology involved?
Yes, a method of thinking where you approach complex problems and you're not intimidated by them because you know that it takes, there's a step-by-step process to kind of unravel the mystery.
And that's
as
why
it
you're
were.
Hello,
able
friends.
to break down
How are you?
like really big issues
It does
to
help.
something so relatable.
Yeah, it does help. And I'm not intimidated by, say, mga numbers or siguro
Sorry,
very...
natawa ako kasi ako intimidated by numbers. Go
Hindi,
ahead.
pero ito very practical. Kapag yung, kunyari, yung isang resource person or yung isang subject ng story namin, medyo alam mong sinusubukan kang sindakin by using big words.
Yeah.
Or,
Nagpapaikutin ka.
lalo na yung mga magagaling sa numbers, yung mga economist, halimbawa na, hindi ganyan yan kasi may ganito, ganyan. So, parang hindi ka mag-shrink away kasi alam mo na walang appeal to authority in my mind. Na parang, I know you're an expert in this, but parang I can go toe-to-toe if I'm able to understand what you're saying. So yun, very very practical for me yun. Na nakuha ko sa training ko sa physics. Pero yun, sa totoo lang, hindi naman kailangan akong graduate pa ng applied physics. But ako doon, very proud ako doon.
I think it's mostly because as well of your upbringing. I remember before we talk about how you were raised and your parents, I remember you were a little boy then. You were a little boy then and your mom, Carol Arroyo, was so excited to tell me that my son is in 5 and up.
Really?
Yeah, you should watch him, ganyan. Diba? Do you, what do you think bit you first? Was it like the journey? Because you were the scientist back then. You were named Atom, of course. Like you were predestined to become a
In
scientist.
a way, yeah.
Yeah. But you were 5 and up first. So what bit you first? Was it the journalism bug or the science?
You know, that's a good question. I think I would say that the spirit of exploration, which is I attribute to science. I think yun yung unang nakaka-capture ng imagination ko. Kasi nung bata ako, actually may time na naging worried sa akin yung parents ko kasi they thought that I was too introverted. I like, playing by myself. When I was in grade 2, I got to see in neatness kasi ba naman tuwing recess, naglalaro ako dun sa gardens at Ateneo, and I would look for mga insects under the stones,
So you were that
things like
kid.
that.
You were that
I was that kid.
boy.
So I think my first club in Ateneo, kasi sa Ateneo meron dati yung co-curricular clubs. I'm not sure if they still do that now, but the first club I ever joined was the science club. Yeah, very,
okay.
very typical. But then after that, because of my apparent shyness as a kid, my father encouraged me to join the children's theater. And that's where I became introduced to TV because 5 and Up went to the different schools in Metro Manila, held an audition, and that's how I got into the show. So, nauna yung pagiging sort of nerd ko, pero yung pagiging, kumbaga, media boy ko, yung aking baptism sa industry na ito, happened not long after.
But I guess because you were also, you all of a sudden had this platform to go on exploring.
Yes.
Because you were that was your platform in 5 and Up. You were enjoying yourself because you were like discovering a lot of things.
I was a fan of the show before I auditioned. It was one of the few shows back then na parang feeling ko catered to us, my age group, because there were children's shows for sure, but I'm a big fan of Baldovino and so on. But I felt like parang graduate na ako doon when I was around 10 years old. So yung 5 and Up, it was a telemagazine show, and they were doing stories about different places, mga restaurants, mga trends and so on. So talagang gusto ko talaga yung idea na wow, babayaran ako para gawin lahat ng yan.
Ano naglalakad ka sa Ateneo? Sinasabihan pa, yung 5 and Up boy.
Medyo.
Nabully ka ba dahil doon?
Medyo rin.
Okay.
Oo, maraming dahilan.
It's so weird, no? Parang dapat you should be celebrated for something so uniquely done, and yet...
Yeah, I mean...
Because children can be mean.
Exactly. Ngayon, looking back, it's how kids express admiration sometimes.
Yeah.
Na parang, they want to retain a sense of being cool. So instead of parang expressing their admiration, parang dinadaan sa biro, na minsan masakit din.
Well, look who's cool now. From the dirty boy, who's the cool boy now. Pero does it all make sense now, Adam? Because never has it been this important for science to take center stage. And then here you are, you find yourself using science as well in your documentaries, talking about science as well. But how challenging is it to tell people that you must listen to science now more than ever?
I would say that first of all, I think that there's really still a huge space for science journalism in the Philippines. I don't do science journalism per se, but I try to inject a little bit of science in the reports that we do.
What when you talk about climate change, for example?
Climate change or environmental issues. We recently did a documentary about our plastics problem.
Correct.
So it gives me a lot of satisfaction when I'm able to reach out to hardworking scientists. Some of them are contemporaries also in UP. And then many years later, nakakausap ko sila, mga doktor na sila, they're experts in their field. And I like the fact that I'm able to give them this platform also. Kasi ngayon, I would say that my skill is storytelling, and that kind of bridges the gap between the experts and the public. You're able to tell these research or yung kanilang message in a more palatable way, almost. And yeah, kung hindi man ako yung scientist mismo, at least meron akong kakayahan na kausapin yung mga eksperto.
At saka nagkakaintindihan kayo, and the science, you're able to like break it down.
Yeah.
So that it's going to be understood by people. You know, I talk to you now, I look at you and I'm like, teka nga muna, kailan ba kami huling nagkita nitong si Aton? Matagal na, because I remember...
Meron isa recent
Hindi yun.
Okay.
Hindi yun. Like, I remember I would see you in the newsroom, and one day you were gone.
Ganun ba? Ba't nag-ibig? Alam mo naman, di ba?
But hindi ko alam.
Hindi ko alam. Sa bagay, ba't mo nga naman malalaman?
I just found out after. Wala ka na. So why did you move? This is just curious me.
Well, unang-una, it happened really quickly, yung events na yun. Para I think in a span of 2 weeks, it was done. So maybe that's why hindi na kumalat yung balita na may ganung possibility. The question is, why did you transfer?
Leave? Why did you leave us?
Well, I'm trying to recall. It's been actually matagal na rin pala, no? Parang 7 years na rin.
Oh.
Time flies.
Parang back then it was so very real and so in your face, but now look at you can't even remember.
I know. Well, the first thing I would say, it was really a nerve-wracking 2 weeks. And it took a toll on me emotionally also. Kasi, you know, it's not like I was miserable doing my work as a field reporter, as a host in the morning show. And I had so many friends in the newsroom. And I was comfortable there. And you know, it was a pretty good place to be in terms of you know, in terms of my career. Pero parang I had this sense that I wanted to do something more. And during that time, nung tinignan ko yung latag ng mga shows natin, ng mga priorities ng organization, hindi lang talaga nag-align doon sa gusto kong gawin. So I wanted to do long-form documentaries, and I also wanted to sharpen my writing skills, and on top of that, I also wanted to try working with other people, not just locally but internationally, kasi I felt like that was the best way to learn new skills, and during that time that wasn't available in ABS-CBN.
That took a lot of courage because as you said, komportable ka na eh. Okay naman eh. Pwede namang hindi. Pwede naman oo. But again, that took a lot of courage. Siguro yung mga nakikinig siguro sa atin ngayon or nanonood na parang natatakot sa mga pagbabago kasi komportable na sila eh. What do you say to those people? What do you tell
Natatakot
them?
tumalon.
Natatakot tumalon kasi baka walang sumalon.
Alam mo, inisip ko nga kung nangyari yun ngayon, hindi ko alam if I would have done the same thing. Kasi ano talaga siya parang inisip ko, lakas ng loob ko na to do that. So I do understand the fear and second guessing yourself if you're doing the right thing, especially if you're not, again, if you're happy with where you are but you just want to do something more. But my message is, I guess, what made me finally decide was thinking, I want to tell myself in 10 years that I took the risk. And I told Ma'am Jing actually, sabi ko sa kanya, if, if I fail, I want to fail on my own terms. Um, I want to know that I failed because I tried, and not because I just, you know, I just uh, followed the river.
Yes.
Parang
And Jing is a perfect person who would understand that.
I think so. She was very kind during this time.
She understands these things.
Uh,
I certainly. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but we have similar backgrounds, right? So I want to ask you, because I have my own stories to tell, but I want to ask you, how was it like growing up in a leftist family?
Are we a leftist family? Well, of course, my mom is a social activist, a political activist. She is currently the chairman emeritus of Bagong Alyansa Mga Bayan. Nowadays, that gets me into trouble. I mean, a short 5 years ago, I would say that with, I still do. I say it with a lot of pride. But ngayon, it's already, ano na yan, nakukulayan na yan. Um, but yeah, I would say that, of course, hindi ko naman alam kung ano yung experience ng ibang mga kabataan. So for me, it was a normal childhood because it was the only childhood I knew. But one of the things that made the mark, I think, is early on, I was sort of exposed to the idea of sacrifice, the idea of um, heroism, and the idea of living a life um, not just for yourself, but for others. So yung mga heroes ko growing up, um, talagang I was struck very deeply by the stories of our national heroes who really sacrificed everything for a greater cause. And even today, that is what impresses me the most. I was never impressed by, pursuit of riches or positions in government, um, and even the external facade. Na-impress ako sa mga tao na pwede namang mabuhay ng komportable pero pinipili na magsakripisyo, iiwan ang lahat para sa isang cause na hindi naman para sa kanila, para sa mas marami. And I think that really affected me deeply and was really formative in the way I see the world. And also the way I see current events. Yun ang pinakamalaking tingin ko, malaking bagay na natutunan ko nung mas bata ako.
Bata ka pa lang noon, nakikibaka na yung mommy mo most especially, di ba? What did you know for sure then with having Mike and Cara as your parents? Yung talagang sigurado ka, kahit pag bata ka, alam mo to.
Wow. Wow, what a question. What did I know for sure? Na, ano, I think, ang isang natutunan ko, makatarungan ng makibaka. Nagugulat ako na hindi pala ganun ang pananaw ng marami sa atin. Like I said, wala naman ang ibang mundo na kinamulatan eh. Pero para sa akin, kapag meron kang ipinaglalaban, paglalaban mo talaga. At yung hustisya na hinahanap natin sa lipunan ay hindi makakamit kung hindi mo ipaglalaban. So, meron akong affinity sa mga tao na kayang manindigan.
Diba?
Oo, and I think that sa pagbulong ng kasaysayan, yan ang magiging constant. If you want to see change, people have to fight for it.
Because many of what we enjoy now, we talk about labor rights,
Yeah.
Women's rights, equality. Most of those we enjoy now because of the activists that came before
Exactly.
us and those who fought those struggles.
Yeah, people have to be reminded of that. It's not going to be served on a silver platter. Kahit nga yung sa UP, kahit nga yung sasagot ka, hindi ka kailangan tumayo. Ano yun eh, pinaglaban ng mga aktivista yun eh.
Hindi ba?
First quarter storm. Kahit yung 8-hour workday, dati hindi naman ganun. Yung mga bata na hindi nagtatrabaho, dati hindi naman ganun yun. And people forget that a generation or maybe 2 or 3 generations before them, people had to fight hard for those rights.
When the red tagging came, Atom, you had to take a stand.
Yeah.
And you had to say enough is enough.
Absolutely.
What led you to that?
I think it was more, naisip ko, wala ba tayong magagawa sa ganito? Kasi yung red tagging naman, tsaka yung pangungutya, yung pananakot, hindi naman yun bago per se. Nag-intensify siya for sure in the past few years, especially under the term of former President Duterte. But I think it was a confluence of the technology was already available, and then may mga influence groups na who knew how to game the system, who knew how to game the algorithm, and they see how effective it was. This strategy of first vilifying and then attacking. We saw that in the drug war, right? Parang these guys are not human, therefore, if they die, it's okay, di ba? I think
But it's not them. It's those who see their messages and
Yeah.
take their messages to heart.
Exactly.
Who can harm you and your family.
Exactly. I think the same playbook, and this is not even a new playbook. You can go back to the Second World War.
Hello, Des. How are
Na
you?
perfect na yung ganung playbook na I think even in red tagging, ganun din.
Dex USA, how are you
Yeah,
doing?
komunista yan.
Thank you so much.
Actually, hindi lang komunista, yung communist terrorist na yung kanilang term.
Because ifo-foment yung ano.
Correct. So therefore, huwag ka maniwala sa kanya kasi walang magandang gustong gawin yan.
Kalaban niya.
Kalaban yan, etc. etc. So sabi ko, parang baka it's my duty as somebody who enjoys a certain level of security and protection because I work in mainstream media to do something about it, at least to try the legal avenue and try in pushing back because people who are not as privileged as me, especially in the provinces, they don't have any recourse. So yun yung sinusubukan namin gawin. Of course, I can't talk about the
Yeah,
details
of
of
course. I got it. Yeah.
the case, but that's the reason why I decided to file.
Your mother as well, she's led a very, it's not so public, but she's out there, right?
Yeah.
Was there ever a point, or does it come to a point wherein you would want to just keep her close to you and just protect her? Iba na kasing dynamics ngayon, di ba? Matanda ka na. Tumanda ka na, di ba? And knowing what you know now about the many battles that your mom
Yeah.
has faced.
Nag-aalala ako for her, definitely. Hindi lang yung physical threats, andyan yan, nag-intensify pa nga. But also because she's getting old. And nagkakasakit na rin. Nag-wonder ka kung kaya pa niya yung stress. Pero alam mo, tingin ko mas magkakasakit siya pag tumigil siya sa ginagawa niya. I'm 100% sure.
Pag pinigilan mo, ano?
Ang joke nga namin ng airpods ko, kasi minsan sinasabi namin sa kanya, Ma, may ubo ka pa eh. Kailangan pa magpunta dun sa meeting na yan or kailangan pa magpunta sa rally. Sobrang tigas ng ulo, talagang hindi mo mapipigilan. Pero natatawa na lang kami ng kapatid ko siya ng dad ko kasi sinasabi namin, actually, kailangan niya ng kanyang daily dose of carbon monoxide. Kung hindi, lalong magkakasakit niya. Sige.
And
Kaya na
talking about your dad, the steadfast, resolute Mike Araulio, how much of who you are is your dad?
I don't know, really, but I hope that a big part of me is my dad kasi I really admire my dad. Ano siya eh, yung stability niya, again, na binibigay sa family. Tsaka, I haven't met more selfless person than my dad. It's easy to say because he's my dad, but I mean that in the sense that ano nga eh, iniisip ko talagang lahat ng mga pangarap niya. At least ito yung nararamdaman ko. Hindi ko naman nakikita yung innermost thoughts niya. Pero ang dating sa akin, sinantabi na niya lahat ng yun eh. For me, for my mom and my sister. And he does it so lightly. Na parang, it's as if he was born to do that, you know.
That's amazing.
And parang, it's something that you appreciate more and more as the years progress. Ano yun? Hindi yan bibili ng bagong damit. Alam mo yun? Yung mga medyas yan, puro butas. Bibili mo ng medyas, hindi susuotin kasi bago daw, sayang. Mga ganyan. Nakakatawa, pero at the same time, parang grabe. Talagang walang kaluho-luho. Yung ganung tipo. Tapos sa bahay siya yung taga-ayos nung pag nasisira na yung bubong. Actually, kung meron man akong gustong namana sa kanya na hindi ko talaga namana.
Hindi ka handyman.
Hindi ako handyman. I'm not a man's man. But, you know, like...
And the views just went down.
Pero, you know, like, si Papa, ay kumpleto yung mga tools niyan. Syempre ngayon, he can't do it by himself kasi, siya, may edad na rin siya. Pero alam niya exactly what to do.
Because he's an engineer,
He's an engineer, exactly. He's a mechanical engineer.
Yeah, iba rin yung takbo ng utak ng mga yan. They can fix whatever.
I know, it's a source of pride for them,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
Maayos ko pa yan.
Naayos ko yung 1980 TV na ganyan, di ba? The love story of your parents, though, it's one for the books. Di ba? I've read articles, I know them, I've seen them, right? Is that something that you want for yourself, too?
Well, not necessarily. I think the world has changed a lot. And kumbaga, kwento nila yan eh. I don't know if any of their experiences is something that I necessarily aspire to or aspire for. But nakakatuwa na you can see two people who really seem to be made for each other and have lasted all these years. Beyond, certainly, that's a source of inspiration. The best role models as far as that's concerned.
Sa labas ng kwartong to, may naghihintay. Diba? Hindi na natin sasabihin kung sino. I don't know kung nandyan na siya, but parating na siya, hindi ba? What drew you to her? No, what drew you? I'm not sure. Of course, she's not gonna appear all of a sudden, diba? No, but what drew you to her?
Ano nga ba?
Ang easy.
Okay, yeah.
No, you guys are so easy. I mean, we're not gonna, diba? But you guys are so easy.
Well, I like that she has her own dreams, she has her own life, she has her own career and priorities. And the best way I feel like the reason why we work is because we support each other and we let each other grow.
Yeah.
And it's nice to have someone who understands my work.
Iba yun.
Kasi it can be difficult eh.
Yeah.
It can be difficult, the time, the stress, and kahit yung chismis eh. Magkakaintindihan kami sa chismis kasi
You're able to brush it off.
alam niya exactly what I'm talking about and vice versa. So yeah, it's a great relationship in that sense.
At dahil kaibigan kita, ititigil na natin ito. I will not make you suffer any longer, but I just...
Di ba, in-anticipate ko naman. Sabi ko, magtatanong si Casey kahit konti.
Anyway, so as we wrap up this wonderful conversation, I'm going to ask you a series of questions, right? So, what would you rather do after ours? Okay, number one, would you rather sing or dance?
Gosh.
Or kumuha ng mga insekto?
I would say I have no talent for either, but maybe dance.
Okay, would you rather sleep in or stay
Sleep
out?
in. Ang bilis na sagot.
Stay in the city or head out to nature?
Head out to nature.
Bask in the beach or climb mountains?
climb a mountain.
Ang saya to just be away from it all.
Super.
Watch historical films or watch science fiction?
Ooh,
That's a tough. I was writing in, I was like, this is like tough.
Tough one. Okay, historical film. That's my mood currently. Yes,
Tapos nakakatulog ka. Tapos, symptomatic na eh.
I'm a history nerd eh.
I know, but doesn't it like sometimes like, nandun ka na. Hindi wala ka pa doon.
Wala pa ako doon.
Okay, great. Put on a movie or watch a series?
Put on a movie.
Yeah. So ganun ka pa rin, no? You're very linear pa din.
Yeah.
We're of that generation. Listen to a story or tell the story yourself.
You know, dahil sa trabaho ko ang telling stories, I'd rather listen to a story after hours.
Go out on a date or stay in? Bumalik pa rin doon, ano?
Stay in. Stay in.
With your date.
Yeah. Siyempre, home buddy.
Adam, thanks for joining us
Thank
today.
you.
Really appreciate it. And that's it for another episode of KC After Hours. You know the drill. Like and subscribe. See you on the next one. Welcome to another conversation off the clock. Hi, I'm Carmina Constantino Torres, and this is KC After Hours.
Ang layo pala ng tinitingnan ko, nandito na pala sa tabi ko.
Parang sabi ko, crush mo.
Sa mga ex ko. Hello!
Hindi mo nararamdaman. Or hindi mo nakikita yung mga red flags na yun.
Kung ano yung pinagdesisyonan mong sundin, panindigan. Siguro yung pagkakaroon ng baby, ng anak.
The newsroom. Aside from breaking news, it can also be a place where broken hearts lie. Maybe because of failed work or failed relationships. Maniwala kayo, maraming broken-hearted dyan sa newsroom. But the newsroom can also be where two people can find love. One that's enduring, one that exists resolutely, despite the frantic and frenetic pace of the place. Katulad ng nangyari sa mga susunod nating panauhin. Magkaibigan noong una, naging magkaibigan bandang huli. Let's all welcome journalist Marie Sumani and Rafi Tima. Rafi and Marie, it's nice to have you on the pod.
Thank you for having us.
I have to say, na parang, okay, this is the first time we've ever sat down and we were about to have this conversation. Never pa tayo umupo at nagkaroon ng pagkakataong magkausap sa tagal natin sa industriya. So, ito na naman lang kita. So, ito na naman po ako, nangingibang bakot na naman. Baka sabihin ng mga boss, ano ba itong si Carmina? Sino-sino na i-interview from
Puso na ngayon yan.
Oo, diba?
Sa industry.
I feel like this kind of an environment allows me to, have this conversation with you, diba? So, ang masaya ako actually na nandito kayo ngayon.
Thank you.
Ay, ano ba? Okay, so, simulan natin. Bilang buwan ng Pebrero, everybody's talking about love. Everybody's just wanting to be in love. It's so easy to fall in love, hindi ba? So easy. But how do you sustain it? Lalo na nag-iisa ang industriya ninyo. How are you able to sustain your love for each other?
Ako sa tingin ko, parang naging advantage pa nga yung fact na magkasama kami. Kasi parang kahit nasa newsroom kami, parang it's like dating. Kahit na hindi ako talaga. I mean, di ba, parang dahil magkasama kayo, parang na rin yung nag-date. Hindi naman kasi kailangan you eat out for you to be able to date. Parang the fact na we're spending time together in the newsroom, nakakapagkwentuhan din kami, apart from doing our jobs. So parang quality time na rin yun for us.
Pag sa newsroom kasi, di ba, Rafi, ang dali-daling ma-in love. Sa totoo lang. Kasi, di ba, you're always together, the late nights, the long days, the familiarity, ganyan. But to sustain it is another story altogether. So, paano mo na-sustain yung
Doon
pagmamahal?
naman kami nagsimula dito sinabi mo yung familiarity. Barkada kami, di ba? So ever since, kahit na naging kami, tuloy pa rin naman yung pagiging barkada namin. Siguro yung nakaka-sustain man. Na we're very good friends. Nasasabi naman lahat ng gusto namin sabihin sa isa't isa. And of course, isa sa isang industriya kami. Alam namin kung ano nangyayari sa paligid namin. Diba? So, ang dami namin na pagkakwentuhan, ang dami naman na pag-uusapan. So yun, kaya nasa sustain.
Because you know so much about each other already before you actually thought na, wait a minute, there's something more to it. Wala bang kadiri factor na parang, yuck, am I really falling in love with Maurice? Oh my God, kadiri to, am I falling in love with Rafi? Walang ganon.
Parang ganun
Wala naman, oo. Parang ang sa akin is parang ang layo pala ng tinitingnan ko, nandito na pala sa tabi ko. Parang mas gano'n, no, yung na-feel ko.
Tapos yung akin naman, kasi parang parang siyang school bus namin before eh. Parang, syempre isang barkada kami, tapos parang siya yung lagi naghahatid sa akin lahat. Tapos, every time na hinatid niya ako, parang tawa na lang yun, tawa na. Until that moment na parang na-realize ko na, shucks, ang sarap pala na pag halimbawa meron kang, kung halimbawa maging boyfriend mo, tapos tawa na kayo, tawa na. Parang,
Nag-i-enjoy lang kayo.
nag-enjoy lang kayo.
So, hindi mo naramdaman, oo, pero hindi niya naramdaman na, teka lang, iba na itong nararamdaman ko.
Meron siyang binalaan eh, sa mga kasama namin sa newsroom na huwag niyo akong lolokohin.
Not in a negative way, kasi yung sa akin, kasi di ba sanay naman tayo na lolokohin mo hanggang sa maging kayo. Ang sa akin gusto ko for us to develop naturally. Na huwag mo kami pilitin. So, may mga gusto nang ibiro ako sa kanya. Sabi ko, huwag niyo kami biruin.
Wait I've fallen in love and fallen out of love so many times already in my lifetime to know that nothing happens spontaneously. Meron at meron na yan nung una pa lang. Hindi ako naniniwala. Hindi mo na. Hindi ako meron na yan.
Basta hindi sa akin galing.
Pero nung first time ko siya nakilala, actually, biniro na kami ng boss namin.
As in, galing kasi siya sa Mindanao.
Matagal ako
Parang
noon.
3 months siyang nagko-cover sa yung mga abusaya. Tapos parang nagkaroon siya ng break. So, balik muna siya dito sa Metro Manila. Tama-tama, bago siya. Tapos parang tinutour kami ni Mama Risa sa newsroom. Kasi bago yung
Building.
newsroom. Tapos, nandun na kami pala. Sorry, hindi akong tinutour. Si Rafi pala yung tinutour. Kasi kagagaling namin sa Mindanao. So, kami naman, empleyado na kami noong time na yun. Tapos, nung dumating si Rafi, parang sinabi sa kanya ni Mama Risa, "O Rafi, eto mga dalaga, oh." Ganyan.
Kaya si Maris, dalaga yan. Si Rami, binata yan. So, biniro na kami nung una pa lang.
Okay.
Pero of
Nakita
course,
mo na siya. Alam mo na.
nakita ko na siya, syempre. Syempre, oo.
Oh, meron na.
Nagandahan ako sa kanya. Yes, oo. Pero after that, naging part siya ng circle ko. Barkada namin. Oo.
Barkada talaga.
Barkada talaga. Barkada talaga.
Boyfriend yung time na yun.
As dami lang may boyfriend siya.
Nagkaroon din ako ng girlfriend after. Pero alam ko yung pinupoint mo. Alam ko yung pinupoint mo. Ako siguro nagkaroon ako ng realization after a long while. Kabarkada kami. Na ito pala yung hinahanap ko. Parang gano'n. Gusto ko yung ganitong klase ng babae. Of course, meron sa mall, di ba? Yun yung hinihingi mo. Tapos, dumating sa point na sandali. Nakapit siya sa mall na gusto ko. Siya pala yun. So yun, siguro yun yung pinupoint mo na dapat matagal na. Oh yes, parang siguro nakita ko na lang siya sa kanya.
Inumpog ka na ng Diyos.
Pwede.
Parang gano'n. You've already established your relationship in the newsroom, no? You were able to sustain it already. Pero meron kayong relasyon na pang newsroom, meron kayong relasyon na personal. What do you do with the lines that blurred?
Unfortunately, hindi naman. Siguro professional wala. Kasi nagko-collaborate din kami. Kasi, of course, meron din ako, may mga kino-cover ako sa mga certain coverages ako na hindi niya cover. Ganun din siya. For example, hindi rin siya.
Tsaka nag-defense din ako. Nag-defense din ako yung mga abusaya.
Kaya kumbaga may expertise ako doon. Siya naman, yung expertise naman niya is political, religious, mga ganun. At some point sinama niya ako. Ako yung naging cameraman niya sa isang coverage sa Rome. So nagko-collaborate talaga kami.
Oo.
Wala ko lang.
You never got
Professional
to that
rivalry.
point na iba yung nag-blur ba? Yung naghalo-halo yung personal sa professional, ganun. Wala eh.
Wala eh.
Siguro parang dahil masyado kaming magkaibigan, kaya parang lahat pwedeng pag-usapan. So, wala kaming in-hold back from each other kapag meron akong tampo or meron akong anything. Basta ako kasi bilang mahilig ako manood ng mga Korean novela at marami sa mga drama. Di ba yung mga conflicts nagmumula sa kapag hindi ka nagsasalita. Tapos yung resentment just builds up.
Correct.
So ako hindi ako ganun. Kapag halimbawa kahit na konting bagay, talagang sinasabi ko na, halimbawa, may nagandahan ako sa isang babae ganyan. Tapos parang sabihin sa kanya, crush mo. Yung parang nililipat ko sa kanya yung admiration ko dun sa tao yun. Gusto ko lang ma-feel na baka mamaya gusto rin ito. Di ba?
Ano ba yan? The mind tricks that you play.
Pero, di ba?
Pare.
Ganun ako ka-open. Na parang kahit na yung pinakasimpleng bagay na medyo pwedeng maka-affect sa akin o mababother ako, sasabihin ko na kagad. Parang wala nang maging conflict.
That's a good point, because maybe couples are watching you guys right now. When I asked you a question, what do you do when the lines get blurred? Parang ang napabasa ko sa inyo is, you make sure they don't. Di ba?
Yun yung sana isasagot ko susunod eh. Na kung may conflict talaga, nag-giveaway ako.
Ikaw lang lagi.
Have you ever had that point na you had to call each other out for, not personal kasi iba naman yung personal na pwede nyo naman sabihin yung gusto nyo sa isa't isa behind closed doors, but professionally, nagkaroon na ba ng point na may ginawa si Maris, may ginawa si Rafi, and then you didn't feel right about it and you had to call each other out? May mga ganun na ba?
Wala naman. Parang, kung meron man, yung friendly na ako lang din. Sa coverage, for example, dapat ganito yung tinanong mo. For example, nasample lang.
Or atake, ganyan.
Siguro, ganito, dapat nagdagdag ka ng ganitong tanong. O next time, kasi narinig ko rin siya. So, tapos meron, syempre, iba pa rin na narinig mo from the outside. Siguro, kung nung siya yung nagtatanong, hindi niya naisip dahil siya yung nandun.
Correct.
Ako, listening lang from siguro sa radio, o kaya nung unere na, may naisip ako ibang angulo. So, yun, nagsasuggest ako.
Kaya din ako sa kanya, kahit minsan nag-newscast siya ng talaga, tinetext ko siya, dapat natanong mo.
Okay,
Parang dapat o kaya minsan nag-message ako sa kanya.
Okay, nagmamadali ka na naman.
Oo, sabihin ko sa kanya, nagkaroon mo ng pagsasalita na ano ka na naman, nagiging ka na naman.
Okay, and how important is that na you have each other as the critique of each other
And as a cheerleader.
and as a cheerleader also, and being respectful of the critique also. Gaano ka-importante yun sa inyong dalawa?
Kasi parang, parang tinitignan namin yon as support. Diba parang you don't take it negatively. Parang kaya niya ginagawa yun is because he wants me to also grow and he wants the best for me. So, and in the same light, ganun din niya tinitignan yung mga comments ko. So, tulungan. Hindi siya yung parang, ay naku,
Pag tinext ka,
ikaw na yung madali.
walang ganon. Hindi ito Korean novela. Walang ganon.
Hindi talaga.
So pag
Alam
tinext
namin
ka
na
ulit,
constructive criticism lagi.
did you talk about that? Did you talk about that before you got married?
Hindi na pinag-usapan.
So pag tinext niya, bilis mo na magsalita, bubulol ka.
Tama siya usually.
I'm talking to you right now, of course, as a married couple, but as individuals, both of you are powerhouses, right? How important is it for you, Rafi and Maurice, to have still that identity? Na you're not known as Mrs. Rafi Tima, right? And you're not known as the husband of Maurice.
Well, hindi rin. Kasi ang daming tumatawag sa akin, ay, yung asawa ni Maris.
Oh, diba?
Pag nasa Quiapo ako isa, ay, di ba, sama ka ni Maris? Okay lang naman sa akin. Wala namang problema sa akin. Ganun nangyayari.
na magkasama kami.
Nangyayari.
Pero gaano ka-importante?
Pride pa nga eh.
Oo, of course. But how is it important? Is it that important for you or hindi naman?
Ako hindi ka ano.
Hindi rin. Hindi rin. Or siguro dahil na-establish na rin naman namin yung sarili namin long before we got married. So, parang minsan nga gusto ko nang gamitin yung Maris Humanity pa kaya lang wala. Normal lang. Actually, I even asked him nung ikakasal na kami, ano bang gagamitin kong pangalan? Marisol na hindi na. Sabi niya, hindi. 10 years ka ng reporter nung pinasabi niya. Marisol na, okay na.
Alam mo, hindi lahat ng lalaki ganyan. No, really, di ba? Lalo na dito sa bansang to, nakamacho ng mga lalaki, di ba? Bakit sa'yo, andun yung andun yung respeto na you're gonna let her be?
Alam ko naman kasi din na at that time, career-oriented siya. At gusto ko rin siya mag-flourish sa industriya. So yun, nandun yung respeto ko sa kanya. Nakilala ko na siya bilang isang reporter at driven siya at gusto niya yung trabaho niya. So, kung makakatulong sa kanya yun, bakit hindi?
At saka sa pag-aasawa, wala naman sa pangalan.
Yes, so...
Mas malalim doon ang samahan.
Correct.
Pag pumapasok ba kayo sa newsroom, ano sa tingin mo yung yung bulungan ng mga tao dyan? Mag-asawa, ganyan-ganyan. Or parang...
Hindi ko yung pumapasok sa news. Kasi hindi talaga.
Diretso na kayo sa field.
Diretso ako, for example, sa unang hirit sa studio na yun. Siya rin, diretso siya sa studio sa Balitang Hani. Tapos right after unang hirit, nasa-feel na we don't anymore go to the newsroom.
Well, after pandemic,
Oo, kasi ng pandemic, hindi na talaga kami pumapasok sa
before, tumatambay pa kami.
Oo, so ngayon.
So ngayon wala nang ganun. And even before, parang wala lang. Parang normal lang sa kanila na mag-asawa ko.
Baliktad pa nga eh. Uy, dito na yung mag-asawa. Mga gano'n. Natutuwa.
Natutuwa sila. Tingin nyo.
Talaga, may nakakorek.
Gaano kalaki yung support na nakuha nyo from your colleagues that when you decided, okay guys, kami na. And then after that, okay guys, pakasal na kami.
Parang 100%. Parang feeling ko, di ba?
Hindi, di ba naman yung kwento ng mga barkada ko. Barkada mo naman.
Okay.
Mga lalaki.
Oh, ano? Ayaw nila.
Alam naman nila yun. Hindi, sabi nila, niligawan mo si Maris. Sasagutin ka ba niyan? Kaya kaibigan ko sila. Pero yun yung reaction nila. Pero after that, siyempre, sige, porta ka namin.
Doon sa mga nanonood sa atin ng mga couples, maybe yung isa dyan, nagsusubok pa lang na manligaw, diba? Yung isa naman, siguro maybe type na talaga, pero hindi pa sila sigurado. How important is it that there is support for that budding love story?
It's very important. Kasi part na yun ng circle mo, part ng buhay mo yun. Dapat
Pag sinabi nila,
tanggapin nyo
halimbawa,
yung lahat ng aspeto ng buhay nyo sa isang isa.
paano pag halimbawa, the inner circle goes, I don't think he's the right guy for you, Maris. Paano yun? Anong advice ang
Buti
mabibigay?
na lang hindi.
Hindi, kaya, kasi I'm only asking this because
Kasi naano nyo na napagdaanan nyo na di ba?
Well, kasi
Sundin sila. Hindi kasi may mga before kami sa mga ex ko. Hello. Yung ibang barkada namin. Yung mga ibang barkada kasi namin ayaw. Tama sila. Tama sila.
Pero after na lang, di ba? Usually after na.
Napatunayan ko after. Pero syempre ako, ay hindi siguro siya ganyan. Pero napatunayan nila na tama sila.
Sometimes you just have to go through it.
Correct.
Di ba? And then learn from it after.
Correct.
Oh, exactly. Kasi parang kahit naman napakaraming mag-a-advise, hanggat hindi mo nararamdaman or hindi mo nakikita yung mga red flags na yun. Or if you're in love, you don't really see that red
Hindi mo
flags.
talaga makikita.
Oo, hindi. Pero kapag naghiwalay na kayo at naging sour or naging bitter yung relationship, that's when you realize that what your friends are saying are not true.
Or sometimes there are friends who choose to just keep their mouth shut,
Correct.
knowing how in love you are. Tapos kapag nag-break na, nag-unravel na, sabihin mo, hindi nyo saan sinabi, ganyan. And then sabihin,
Ano na sinasabi sa'yo, hindi ka nakikinig.
either that or may kinig ka ba pag sinabi namin. Hindi rin naman, di ba? But sometimes, again, you just have to go through it, guys. Kaya talaga ang love. Pag you and me against the world na yung couple, sometimes it's best for that couple, right? But sometimes, that already says a lot pag nag-you and me against the world kayo. So, anong advice mo sa kanila?
Fortunately sa amin hindi. Pero mahirap na yung ganung situation. Kung pipiliin mo ba yung mahal mo, kung pipiliin mo, for example, kamag-anak mo, siguro yung kaibigan pwede pa eh. Pwede mo silang i-ditch eh. Pero yung kamag-anak yun na mahirap. So, siguro, kailangan mo talaga mag-contemplate at mag-pray kung ano yung susundin mo. And then, kung ano yung pinagdesisyonan mong sundin, panindigan mo. Diba? Work on it. Tapos, pero always, pag-usapan nyo. Pag-usapan nyo, hindi yung, basta, kailangan pag-usapan nyo kung ano yung naging problema, ano yung issue. For example, sa mga kamag-anak mo, convince mo, hindi, ganito siya. Hindi nyo na siya kilala. Gusto nyo, sige, every weekend, magsama-sama tayo para mas makilala. Yung mga gano'n.
Siguro yun din yung kagandahan sa amin kasi, well, for one, hindi naman namin na-experience na merong nega sa relationship namin. Pero at the same time, both of us are very open to our families. So parang, hindi siya yung nagiging struggle.
Our jobs as journalists, di ba? Hindi naman pwedeng ginagawa lang natin to dahil trabaho. May punot dulo kasi ang lahat ng ito eh. Yung pagmamahal natin sa bayan. Paano ito nakatulong sa mas pagyabong ba ng pagmamahal nyo sa isa't isa? And conversely, yung pagmamahal nyo sa isa't isa, how does that feed your love for country also?
Pareho kasi kami na sinusuportahan namin yung kagustuhan namin to serve the country. Parang, halimbawa, kaya namin ito ginagawa. Halimbawa, for example, ang dami niyang mga delikadong coverages. Okay? Madalas siyang ma-assign sa Mindanao ng time na may giyera. Lahat ng klase ng giyera pinuntahan niya. Even abroad, Iraq, Afghanistan, Egypt, nung time na nagkaroon ng Israel-Hamas war. Nandun siya. Pero alam ko rin kasi na gusto niya yun. Kaya kahit na parang ang hirap-hirap for a while, na kahit na ginagawa ko rin naman before na pumunta sa Mindanao, nagko-cover ako, parang bakit lagi na lang siya? Bakit meron namang ibang lalaki na pwedeng i-assign sa coverage na yun? Pero dahil siya yung pinagkatiwalaan for that coverage, and alam kong gusto rin niya yun, kahit na it's very difficult for me, okay lang sa akin. Papayagan ko siya. And yung mga coverages na yun, hindi siya maikli For example, yung sa Egypt niya, 1 whole month. Tapos may gera. Yung sa West Philippine Sea niya na coverage, yun siya yung nakapuha, di ba na talagang water cannon sila at nagpapalipad siya ng drone. Hindi na siya umabot na makapasok sa loob dahil nagdo-drone pa siya nung time na yun. Kaya nakuha niya yung magandang, very beautiful shot na talagang water cannon sila. Lahat yun sobrang delikado, pero alam ko na mahal niya yung bayan, kaya niya ginagawa yun. And ako rin, dahil gusto ko rin na mapakita niya yung pagmamahal niyang yun, sinusuportahan ko siya. And of course, nandun din kasi yung pagmamahal ko sa bayan na kailangan lumabas yung mga stories na yun. At ikaw yun. At ikaw yung makakapagawa ng story yun. Kaya suportahan kita kahit na grabe yung pressure on my part. Kasi parang everyday parang nakakatakot. Ano ba mangyayari sa kanya? So yung mga times na hindi ko siya contact.
Yung mga it only underscores the fact, Rafi, na in what we do, whether it's love for each other, diba, or love for our craft, kailangan may higher purpose. Especially sa ating, in our line of work, it's really love for country. Yun ang unang tulong.
At the end of the day naman kasi yung growth nyo, sa personal, on a personal level, yung growth nyo, yung gusto nyo, maging masaya kayo together. In effect, ganun din naman ang gusto mo sa bayan mo, di ba? Na maging masaya lahat. Kung ano yung nakikita mo abroad na magaganda, sana maranasan din ng bayan mo. Mag-grow yung bansa mo bilang isang bayan. So, ganun din. Kumbaga, ganun yung pakiramdam ko on a personal level at saka sa work ko, sa trabaho.
As fellow journalists, nag-iba in recent years, the landscape of journalism in this country.
Hanggang ngayon.
Nag-iiba ulit, di ba? Hindi mo na, minsan hindi mo na mawari ano na ba talaga, di ba? Pero ano sa tingin ninyong dalawa? Rafi, you take this question. What do you think is the biggest challenge now that we journalists face?
Siguro yung napakinggan tayo ng taong bayan. Patuloy pa rin tayong pakinggan at pagkatiwalaan. Yun ang mahirap ngayon kasi nga medyo may pumasok na isang malaking politiko sa ibang bansa at nilabel tayo as fake news. Wala naman talagang downward trend eh. Parang ang hirap ng pagkatiwalaan ng mga mainstream media. Mas pinagkakatiwalaan nila yung ibang forms. Ibang platforms din. No? So yun siguro, yung tiwala ng taong bayan, dapat nating, kung ano yung tiwala nila ngayon, ma-maintain natin, at magdagdag pa tayo ng mga taong magtitiwala sa atin. Kasi at the end of the day, tayo naman kasi yung sumusunod sa journalistic ethics talaga. Di ba? Sa atin sila makakuha ng tamang impormasyon. Dahil yun ang tama. At yun ang trabaho natin. Hindi natural na sa atin yun. Hindi natin kailangan pa na mag-effort para sabihin, hindi ko ito lalabas dahil lang meron akong sinusunod na pamantay. Hindi, natural sa akin to eh. Na kailangan ko sundin yung tama para mailabas ko yung tamang balita.
At saka
So
siguro,
yun.
because there are a lot of channels like this one, no, na ito, of course, we try to come up with something na pangontra lang ba sa dami na lumalabas ngayon. Pero marami kasi na nandyan sa labas na kailangan tanungin mo eh. Bakit ba pumapodcast itong taong to? Bakit ba pumablog tong taong to? Kanino ba ang loyalty ng taong ito? Diba? Pero sa atin kasi, isa lang yung sagot dun eh. Taong bayan lang eh. Diba? Who are we loyal to? Country and our people. Tanungin mo yun, diba? Ang dahil nga ano. So siguro yun yung pamantayan, diba?
Actually, yun nga yung gusto kong i-add na parang kahit na mainstream tayo, kailangan din natin sabayan kung ano na yung mga mas nag-flourish na mga platforms. We also have to be there for us to be seen, for the people to continue to listen to us. Kung saan sila nakikinig, puntahan din natin yun para maparating din natin yung mga mensahe natin.
Kailangan natin mag-adjust constantly.
Diba? Because this is what I always say, the pendulum always swings back, right? And when it does swing back to us, we have to be there. Hindi tayo pwede surrender, guys. Diba? Outside of the newsroom, diba? Pagkatapos ng kaganapan within the day, no, how do you guys make sure that the love is still alive beyond the newsroom?
Since yun nga eh, lagi kami nasa field, dati kasi yan, magkakasama kami sa newsroom. Or habang naghihintay ng story, magkakasama kami. Ngayon kasi hindi na. Kasi nga, kanya-kanya na kaming editor sa labas. Minsan, dati kasi sa loob lahat eh. Ngayon sa labas na. So pagdating sa bahay, we relax together. Kailangan mo talaga yun, lalo na ngayon. So sobrang stress yung trabaho. Siya nanonood ng kanyang Korean novela. At ini-encourage siya rin ako na manood.
Kaya mo?
Yes, so nanonood naman ako ng Kingdom.
How do you make sure keep the love alive?
Ano pa rin, like halimbawa, aayain ko siya na kakain kami sa labas, constant na date.
Constant dating, no?
Constant dating. Tsaka yung halimbawa, yung travels, okay lang na ulit tayo mag-travel. Pero medyo na umuanti lang siya nung nag-pandemic. But ngayon, tinatry namin na ibalik na ulit siya. Kasi before, parang mga 3 times, diba?
A year.
Mag-ilis talaga kami, mag-travel talaga kami. So, yun yung gusto namin mabalik. Kasi most of our travels right now are
Work-related.
Oo. So, dapat mabalik ulit yun. Siguro parang after the election.
For couples who want to keep on sustaining the relationship, if you, based on what sa sinabi nyo, always have something to look forward to.
Yes.
Diba? Don't keep it stagnant. Keep it exciting pa din. You belong in the same industry. In one newsroom. Pwede kasing same industry pero magkaibang newsroom, di ba? Kayo, pinakyaw nyo na lahat di ba? How do you keep yourself from taking each other for granted? Kasi mas madali madali yun. Parang may work na yun.
Siguro, parang hindi ko kasi nakikita sa mga perspective. Mas, since magkasama kami, lagi kaming nakikita, of course, sa bahay. For example, although I would like to believe na religious ako, meron akong sariling relationship with God. Pero ngayon, mas lagi ako nakakasama sa kanyang mga activities, sa mga kanyang religious. At lahat actually ng religious activities sinasamahan ko. And yun to the point na talagang gusto ko lang mag-participate. Yung mga ganun. Gusto ko lang sumama sa kanya full time.
Parang happy wife, happy life talaga siya So, madali yun Parang kung lahat binibigay sa atin, sometimes it's easy to take our partner for granted. So, paano naman siya?
Ako sinusuportahan niya ako sa mga hilig ko sa gadgets.
Gadgets, yung mga, lahat ng mga triathlon niya na sinalihan. Although hindi ko siya masupport in a way na magpa-participate din ako doon. Kasi although marunong din naman ako ng bawat isa sa mga sports na yun, parang hindi naman ako dun sa competitive level. Kaya sabi ko, pupuntahan na lang kita, samahan na lang kita kapag magpo-compete ka.
Importante ba sa dating mag-boyfriend, magkatrabaho, ngayon mag-asawa, to still keep on telling each other how much they love each other or how thankful they are for each other in whatever form it takes. So nagte-thank youhan pa rin kayo? Nag-I love youhan pa din kayo?
Every day, every morning, pagising, kahit tulog pa siya kasi mas mauna akong nagising dahil ng hilig. Although siya may nag-atid din sa akin most of the time.
Wait, paano ka nila tulog siya?
Hindi, hindi pag-iisip for example. Hindi, wait, sorry. So dahil gigising ako, for example, ng 4 kasi malilig.
At least gigisingin mo siya.
Gigisingin ko na siya.
Pag malapit na kami.
Pagbabaon ko, sabi ko, maliligo na ako, ganyan. Pero kiss mo na, ganyan. Tapos maliligo na ako, tulog pa siya noon. Tapos kapag halimbawa, alis na kami, gigising na siya tayo, niya na ako. Kasi syempre, di ba, parang mga 45 minutes din to prepare or 30 minutes na
So important yun, just to keep the love language alive.
Yeah, I love you. Hindi talaga mawawala yun. And sa messages, sa text message, kahit na parang may sinabi lang ako sa kanya na, mahaba na, ay parang nagmamadali ka na naman, ganyan. Maya-maya, tapos parang right after that message, love you, ganyan. Parang hindi talaga siya, we never grow tired of saying I love you to each other.
Tip yun, guys. Kinikilig yung staff ko sa likod ng camera. Tip yun, Parang never get tired of saying how much you care for the person or how much grateful you are. As we all know, in all relationships, it's not all fun, it's not all love, diba? There's respect, but there are also challenges in a relationship. Ano yung pinaka-biggest challenge na napagdaanan nyo, pinagdadaanan ninyo, and how are you able to overcome it?
Siguro yung pagkakaroon ng baby, ng anak. Kasi, yan, mahirap at of course, gusto namin na magkaroon ng family, magkaroon kami ng kalaro. Magkaroon kami ng kasama sa travels na, di ba, ng mga anak namin. Pero, yun yung wino-work out namin ngayon. At sana magtagumpay kami.
Kasi para halimbawa, mag-file kami ng leave para mag-work out na, etc. Tapos kapag halimbawa, malaki na nangyayari. Parang kasi kami masyado career-oriented din. Nasa set aside namin. And we forgot that we already set this aside for 12 years now. Parang hindi mo na-realize na parang ang bilis, no? Parang hindi mo na-realize na ito na pala yung panahon na pinalipas natin. Dapat noon pa na nakapag-ano na tayo, natrabaho na natin yun. Kaya lang.
At for the longest time, feeling namin bata pa kami.
Tapos tayo na-realize ko, sinunod na bata.
Hindi, guys, may time.
Hindi na.
Breaking news.
Breaking news, correct.
Tayo bata. Ang tagal natin sa industry.
Kaya nga nagkukumahong na kami ngayon.
Oo.
Siguro nasa lang din niya na dapat talagang pagtunan niyo na yung pansin niyo yung sarili niyo. Diba?
You're not alone in this journey. Marami. I'm sure you know. I'm sure you've come across people as well.
At nakakapagtama marami sa industriya. For some reason. Yung gano'n na
I can
problema.
I can imagine. Because nga, the newsroom takes a lot from all of us, di ba? Na kailangan talaga, you have to make a decision at one point na, no, this is gonna be my time, di ba, for myself. Kasi, ang sinabi mo kanina, ang bilis ng oras, lalo na sa newsroom, di ba? Days split into nights and back again. Hindi mo na mamalayan, ayan, 12 years na. But as I said a while ago, there are many other people there, many other couples who are going through exactly the same thing. You guys are doing well, you're handling it very well. Saan kayo humuhugot ng lakas to face such a gargantuan challenge? Malaking hamon siya sa mag-asawa, pero saan kayo kumuha ng lakas?
It's always from the Lord. We always pray. As in, talagang from the very start, alam niya how devout a Catholic I am. And alam niya yung commitment ko sa church. Noon pa talagang serve namin sa simbahan. So, nire-respeto niya. And, ngayon nga, parang sa kanya na rin ang galing na gusto niya na rin sumama sa lahat ng mga ginagawa ko. So, at napatunayan namin, even dun sa mga pinaka-mahihirap na times, the most challenging, it's always prayer that keeps us bonded. Halimbawa, we fall, we stumble, yung relationship namin kay God, yun yung magpapatawag. Yun yung, to bond us together.
Society has changed so much, right? Now it's easy not to fall in love, fall out of love. What advice would you give young people out there on keeping, not just falling in love with a love story, not just falling in love with love itself? Kasi may ganyan, di ba? Yung nai-in-love din sila dun sa thought ng kilig. But to sustain it and really nurture that love, dun ata nagkukulang yung iba. What advice would you give them? Rafi first and then
Ako siguro kilalanin mo. Ayun lang, basic naman sa akin, na maging barkada mo siya. At kung manligaw ka man, hindi talaga ako nanligaw sa kanya. First time ko nanligaw actually.
Pero first time mo,
So,
Nagiging sila.
nagiging kami na lang. Nagiging kami na lang. Pero nung, pero nung siya, talagang, hindi, para sa akin yung paniligaw, hindi siya best foot forward. Kung ano yung ikaw, dapat yun. Ilabas mo kung ano yung ikaw. Yun yung paniligaw mo dapat. Hindi yung, pakita ko yung best ko. Hindi. Diba? Kasi yung best mo, kung minsan hindi mo masusustain yan tao ka lang. So yung vulnerability mo, dapat ipakita mo rin sa kanya. So ganun ko siya niligaw. Nagpaalam ako sa magulang niya, nagpaalam ako sa kanya. Bago ko nanligaw.
Bago ka manligaw, napaalam ka?
Yes. So,
Can I court your daughter again?
nagpaalam ako.
Kasi matagal kami kaibigan, so parang feeling niya baka mamaya, pag halimbawa, naging tayo na lang, isipin niya,
Parang
take
disrespect.
advantage
Tsaka
niya.
disrespect din
So,
sa kanila.
sinabi niya sa magulang ko na liligaw ko na po si Rose. Kasi hindi na to yung naghahatid lang siya as a friend. Naghahatid na siya as someone who is courting.
Hindi na to bus driver. A driver for life na to. Driver seat lover.
So yun, kilalanin mo ito kung pwede barkadahin mo. Para talagang alam mo na siya na.
Okay, and pag napasagot na, how do you,
And then, continue the friendship.
Ako yung kaya pa rin naman sinabi mo kanina na communicate openly. Kasi hindi na tama yung parang kapag meron kang nafe-feel, kahit na maliit, feeling mo maliit na bagay lang yun, parang you'll just keep it to yourself kasi baka ang petty ng dating. Pero hindi mo namamalayan, resentment may build up. So at least if you communicate openly, walang nagiging misunderstanding dun sa relationship niyo. Pangalawa, support each other's growth and be each other's cheerleaders. Diba? Kasi kailangan yung respetuhin na kahit na maging couple kayo, you're still unique and you're still different. So you have to respect differences. Tapos, of course, continue to have quality time together. Continue to date each other. Yung sinabi ko nga na parang continue to court. Kasi kahit na kayo na, parang ano yan, tuloy-tuloy. And of course, love is constant and a daily choice. So even if you go through a lot of challenges, kahit na bumagsak na yung relationship nyo dahil at hindi na pinagdadaanan nyo, at the end of the day, you committed to each other. At kinasal kayo eh. It's not just between you. God is also at the center of your relationship, and nag-commit din kayo na magsasama kayo for the rest of your life. So, continue to put that in your heart na kahit na meron tayong matinding pinagdaanan, mag-asawa tayo at hanggang sa mamatay tayo, mag-asawa tayo.
Rafi, hanggang correct. Rafi, Pino, Maris, Umali, a pleasure talking to you both. And that's it for another episode of KC After Hours. You know the drill. Like and subscribe. I'll see you on the next one. Welcome to another conversation off the clock. Hi, I'm Carmina Constantino Torres, and this is KC After Hours.
Felt that that time with guilt feelings. Ito yung sign that I didn't know that actually happened. So I had to go back and beg God, please forgive me. I left the guilt I wanted to, but because I knew I had to because of my health.
Right.
Okay, and then
She was ready to conquer the world, but life had other plans. She became a mother at a young age, but that didn't stop her from pursuing her dreams. Sa kabila ng mga balakid, siya ay nagpursigi, nagpunyagi, nagwagi sa larangan ng trabaho, buhay, at pag-ibig. It seems like the synopsis of the latest streaming series, but it's not. Yan ang kwentong buhay ni Connie Sison. And we're about to get to know her more off cam. Connie, you have no idea how happy I am to share, to breathe the same air as you're breathing right now.
Kasi tagal na, so long. Ako rin, honestly, when your staff invited me, sabi ko, about time.
No, and the epiphany struck me kasi you were here a couple of weeks back.
Yes.
Sila Dre, sila Ying,
Yes,
Cheryl
yes.
Costin, Jel Colette, Alex, Alipana, and of course your good friend Kate, no? But you know, I was observing you throughout the night and naisip ko, isa tong babae, namiss ko to.
Kanina nga eh. Okay, sabihin na natin, di ba, when we were there in your kitchen, in your beautiful kitchen. Alam mo, parang sabi ko, bakit ang tagal namin hindi ginawa to? Diba? Parang ang tagal na mare. Sobra.
To think na, dun po sa mga hindi nakakaalam, we once shared a newsroom. She was part of ABS-CBN, Studio 23, pa rin naman, maganon-ganon ako, Studio 23, and SNN, eventually became ANC, no? And then, tapos biglang, ay, ano natin pag-usapan?
Pero those were the days na talagang alam mo, tumatak. Because sabi nga nila parang kapag friends kayo, di ba? Kahit na gaano katagal, lumipas, pag nakita kayo, super the same. Di ba? And siguro ang only difference now case is that yung parang we're so happy where we're at.
Yeah, which we're gonna talk about later on. Pag-usapan muna natin yung mga naranasan natin because it's been a life of up and downs,
Yes,
right?
yes.
For you and me both.
Yes.
Pero right now, we've reached a stage na we're happy na tayo.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord. Happy na tayo. Okay, but first, the friendships. As I mentioned a while ago, you were here a couple of weeks back. We are
Yes.
good friends, right? Because we once shared a newsroom. Pero yung pagkakaibigan na yun, hindi nawala. Ano ba yung naidulot ng ABS-CBN newsroom sa buhay mo na itong mga taong to kahit na nga matagal nang hindi nagkikita, parang binabalik lang yung nakalipa. But yesterday lang,
Yes.
when we last saw each other.
Alam mo, nagdalaga ako sa ABS. Sa totoo lang. Diba? I was there when I was 21 years old. And I met so many
Pink Rose,
good people,
pinalitan mo na
diba?
talaga.
Kapag,
I'm
alam
so
mo, sabi ko
busy
nga
with
sa'yo,
my short
habang
video,
tumatanda ka,
guys.
you look
Thank you,
back,
Pink Rose.
doon mo
Sam, how are you?
na-realize
Baguio,
na
hello.
yung mga tao na yun,
Like
sila
Dan
yung
Post.
kasama mo,
Baguio,
at
hello. How
nakita
are
mo.
you? Thank you for
Nagdalaga ako, in a way,
coming.
di ba?
Alam nila lahat, alam
Busy
natin.
here, busy live.
And for those who don't know,
Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat
you were in
for
grade
showing
7, correct?
your
Ako rin,
support.
parang ano tayo,
Love,
meron tayong
love,
common
love.
friend.
Ito talaga ang
So,
love, love,
grade
love.
school, can you imagine, di ba? And then we saw each other when we
1
were working
o'clock na
already in
pala.
ABS. So sabi ko, pagbabalikan mo lahat ng mga good times,
Maraming
nandami sa
salamat,
memories
guys,
ko
ha.
na ABS-CBN.
Thanks for your support.
You know, your job
I really,
there,
really appreciate
it
it.
wasn't
Kasi
just a
sobrang,
job there.
sobrang down
It
yung
wasn't just a job there.
WH, walang views ang
Kasi
mga
iba yung
uploads. So
fire
talagang
mo
support
at that
is,
time.
is
Because at that
important.
time,
Maraming
you-
salamat
You
sa
were supporting your
Thank you,
young
Sam.
daughter as
I
well.
know you're
Yes.
busy
Iba yung
also.
hustle mo.
Yes, yes.
Iba yung fire.
I'm
So
watching
tell us about
Casey.
the
Si Casey
struggles
na
and
nagla-live
challenges during
for
that time.
me.
Because when we were, halos magka-batch mo kami sa ABS.
I'm doing short
Yung iba sa
videos
amin
kasi
parang,
kaya medyo
oh, it's your first job
tiring.
and we're excited. Pero sa ikaw may
This is very
believe.
tiring.
You needed to make it work because it was a lifeline, not just a job.
I have to say it was God talaga who led me through to being in this industry. Okay? Kasi sabi ko nga, alam mo, nakakatuwa kasi I took up psychology in college. But I ended up in broadcasting, di ba? Sabi ko, kahit anong plano mo,
I used to
if it's
have,
not God's
I
will
used to
for you,
upload videos.
ilalagay ka niya talaga dun sa
Wala yung
kung saan
iba.
ka dapat. So that's actually what happened to me. So
I
napunta
used
ako
to
dito
upload
sa industry na
videos
to
that
bata,
are
di ba? Tapos, like you
Sana
mentioned, I really needed to work. Hindi naman sa dahil wala naman akong maipapakain. Pero I needed to make sure that masecure ko kahit paano yung future ng anak ko, di ba, yung panganay ko. Yes.
So how did you overcome the challenges? Because I'm sure it wasn't easy.
Maru,
to
thank
be-
you, Baguio.
it
Thank you,
wasn't
thank
really,
you.
syempre ang daming bata ka eh.
Ano to? I will
At the
watch
same
this
time,
Baguio. Replaying this
you're
one.
trying to also figure out,
Very
diba,
nice.
who you are as a
Baba
woman.
ng
Diba? Kasi
ibang.
not
As is
that pero
really
actually you're a woman.
famous na.
Diba? And then I have Danny. I had Danny na sobrang baby pa ng time na yun. Eh, talagang ano yun eh, hindi ko siya matatawaran as an experience because it led me to the kind of mom, to the kind of woman that I am right now with my other kids. Diba? So, happy naman kasi dumating ako dun sa point na ang hirap kasi doon ko iwan siya. Alam mo yung gano'n, yung, dati naman, di ba, tikas-kas naman
Watching
yung
na
ating mga
Baguio.
telepono,
So,
yung
you're
mga
busy
cellphone
na.
at ang lalaki, di ba?
Pager.
Pager. Ang hirap ng communication at unlike now, di ba, na may FaceTime na, yung ganyan. Dati talagang tatawagan, may imagine mo, when my mom said na parang, oy, Danny, said this or that, or ganyan. Parang, I feel so bad. Wala ako doon. Yung mga gano'n. May mga firsts na na-miss out ko, di ba? Because I was out there working. And I felt na may mga, that time may guilt feelings. But then again, sabi ko nga, lo and behold, di ba? Pagdating mo sa panahon na ganito, parang nakita mo na super worth it lahat yun. Kasi hindi ka nag-give up.
And as you were busy establishing your name, establishing your career, then came love. Was it love who found you or did Connie find love?
It was God, again, who led me to the right person, di ba?
Pero ipinagdasal mo siya.
Pinagdasal ko talaga.
Tell us how specific that prayer was.
Specific ako talaga, grabe. Nang listahan ko sa katerma. Everyday, pag may mga naiisip ko, ililista ko what kind of man I want to have as a husband. Yan. So, lalagay ko yan. Isa-isa yan. Hanggang sa, would you believe kahit dun sa pagkain, yung favorite food ko nilagay ko, kailangan favorite din niya. And true enough, I was so surprised one time when we were out after work, sinundo niya ako, and then was kind of late already. Tapos, sabi niya, can we pass by this fast food restaurant because he was kind of hungry and if mukha ako rin gusto ko. Sige, sabi ko, okay, order. Tapos order siya. Very specific. Yung favorite ko na kind of burger, plus of course the kind of sundae that I like. Pareho in-order. Sabi ko talaga, Lord, tinanong ko ba niyo ako? Ito na ba?
Did you feel afraid na parang,
Of course. Oo, parang nalito ako eh. Sabi ko, Lord, ito yung sign that I didn't think would actually happen. But yung most difficult and weirdest sign that I could possibly ask from God na nandun sa listahan ko, yun pa yung unang nakita kong sign.
so was it a simultaneous thing? Was it a parallel growth in faith? Or may nauna ba sa isa sa inyo? Oo. So, paano yun? Kasi yung iba, make or break ano yan eh, di ba? Make or break equation yan to
Yes.
some na parang baka hindi kayo makasabay sa isa't isa and one would think, parang korte naman ito.
Yung non-negotiable kasi sa akin yun, like in the list that I made, kailangan maka-Diyos din siya. So when he gave me Chris, hindi naman si Chris masyadong madasalin. Okay? So,
Buti ikaw nagsabi na. Kasi I wasn't gonna say it.
he believes in God.
Yeah,
first,
yeah.
okay? But
The relationship wasn't as deep as the relationship you had.
At saka, dumating din naman ako sa point na, nawala din ako. I mean, hindi naman ako perfecto ako. But, dadating ka sa point na parang may mga pagkakamali ka along the way. And then, na-realize mo that parang empty. Kasi yung joy na iniisip mo sa mundo, hindi yun eh. I didn't get it from the world. Yung joy that I felt when I was young, when I was praying to God. And so I had to go back and beg God, please forgive me.
And then how did your faith grow together?
Ayun, nag-aaral ako ng Bible. So sabi ko, nag-announce pa ako sa Facebook, sabi ko, is there anybody who knows an organization that can teach me about the Word of God? Because I was really so parang hungry and thirsty for God's Word. Because I would attend masses, pero parang nakukulangan ako. Yung homily, nakukuha ko okay naman, pero parang gusto ko pa more. Until,
A15. Nandyan ka sa
nagtawag ako sa
Paangat.
Facebook kung sino. Meron nag-reply
One
sa
Thai
akin.
channel.
Sa
Sis,
DM,
thank
private
you.
message, nagsabi
Busy
sa
ko
this one,
kasi, hindi kita napansin.
teaches the Bible. And I said,
Si One Thai po nasa Taiwan
I go
yan.
from Quezon City.
Ang layo mo, I was gonna say, ang layo mo nakatira.
Quezon City at
Oo.
that time. Oo.
Oo.
Pupunta ako all the way to Alabang every Wednesday yan, just to be able to read the Bible with an 87-year-old woman.
So
So
amazing.
sweet talaga that I will never forget her. So I
Thank
go
you,
to her
sis.
house and then
Thank you,
she'll teach me
CFM.
all the mga
Live ka ba?
mga Bible verses and all the things
Yes,
that I
is in
need to know about
Taiwan.
God's
Kamusta
Word.
dyan?
So happy naman
Ang
ako.
dami
Diba?
kong
Kasi
plano
parang
dyan kung gusto
guilty I'm
puntahan.
finding myself and that confidence back. Until one day, after 3 months of going back and forth sa kanya, sa ano namin sa Bible study, nawala yung aking teacher. Kasi sabi niya she had to leave for the States. Kasi she had to visit her daughter who lives there and that she might not be able to come back. Okay, so kasi parang pinapatira na siya doon. So sobrang down to earth. Sabi ko, kaya naman, sobrang happy na ako and I'm really knowing about you more. Bakit bitin? Tapos sabi ko again, specific prayer. Sana Lord, bigyan niyo ako ng another group that could study with me or another person who could study the Bible with me. And sana Lord, make it more convenient. Sana malapit lang sa akin. Yun specific prayer ko. That day, that night, when I went to the restaurant, there was this band na kinukuha namin to play in the restaurant. And then he said, sabi niya, where's Chris? Sabi niya gano'n. Sabi ko, he's probably in a meeting right now. I was in the office eh. Tapos sabi niya, sabi niya, saan ka galing? Tapos parang, I don't know what was it that he saw in my face. And he asked, parang, saan ka galing? Parang, why do you look so parang harassed or down or whatever? Sabi niya gano'n sa akin. He's a good friend of mine now. Sabi niya gano'n. Ay sabi ko sa kanya, ko alam kung aaminin ko na nag-Bible study ako, baka isipin ito, baduy ako, mga ganyan, di ba? Sabi ko, anyway, I said, I came from a Bible study, but, I'm sad kasi last day ko na sa kanya from Bible study. And then, to my surprise, his face get, wow, Bible study, sabi niya. And tawa-tawa siya every time sinasabi ko, pag kinikwento ko, he didn't really look like he was into Bible study. Kasi talagang afro, bad din, di ba? Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, why, do you know anyone who can study the Bible with me? Sabi niya, kami ng grupo, we Bible study. Sabi niya gano'n, talaga, where? Well, sabi ko, I'll go anywhere. Sabi niya gano'n. Sabi ko sa kanya, sabi niya sa akin, no, we'll go to your house.
Wow.
So God made it so convenient, di ba? So from then on, sa study kami every Wednesdays din. And Wednesday night, I would prepare food. And ang dami nila
Married na kayo ni Chris nito? Okay.
Ayan. Tapos parang nag-prepare na ako parate every Wednesday ng dinner, ganyan. Tapos, pansin ko si Chris, ayaw nang sumali. Parang nakikinig siya, pero parang he was trying to say to the people na nagpa-Bible study, minsan nagbabat in. Nainita ako, di ba? Bakit ka nagbabat in? Ayaw mo pala mag-study dyan. Sabi niya, ganun ba naman? Parang naman naman yung nagsulat ng Bible, hindi lasing. Sabi nga gano'n ni Chris. Sabi ko, kakain niya dyan. Sabi ko, tapos hanggang sa, alam mo, in-accommodate siya because there's like a hati-hati namin, ganyan. Alam mo, hanggang sa in-accommodate siya sa lahat ng questions niya. And you know what? Hanggang sa every Wednesday nakikinig na rin siya. Bible study na kami together.
Pinag-usapan na natin si Chris, no? How he is an answered prayer in so many words. What does he bring into your life? Ako kasi sure ako what you bring into his life. But sure ako dyan. Pero ikaw, siya, what does he bring into your life?
Well, he's like my soulmate. Diba? Parang, alam mo na, kanyari, pumunta lang yan ng ang OA namin, sorry OA talaga namin minsan. Yung pumunta lang siya, matagal siyang mawala, like ang matagal sa amin, yung one day, hindi kami nakita sa lunch, yung mga ganyan. Kasi every lunch break namin. Lunch break talaga parang may klase, no? Lunch time, normally magkikita kami. Kahit saan kami. Okay? Siya sa meetings niya, magkikita kami somewhere, and then we'll have lunch for date namin. Makikita niyo yan sa aking Instagram. Parang kami nag-date. So, parang kami nag-date for lunch. Magla-lunch kami, and then, usap na kami about, he's like a best friend to me. Kaya, it's so important kasi it's not just about yung intimacy in a married couple's life, na importante. Kailangan you're also friends. Magkainisan lang kami. Kasi natutuloy, nagkakainisan talaga kami. Pero nagbabati kami agad. Yung mga ganyan. Kasi nga, ngayon, marunong na kami mag-away.
Importante yun.
Unlike before, childish kami pareho, di ba? Tagal-tagal, mga 3 minutes sa ganyan, di ba? Pero ngayon, kwenta. We don't sweat the small stuff anymore.
Correct. But how do you mentioned it, makita namin yan sa Instagram and I see it, guys. Ang sweet nila. But how do you remain in love? How do you remain in love? At this point kasi in our marriages, itong generation natin, di ba? It's either, di ba?
Sis Narcy, taga Baguio si Sir Baguio. Of course, taga Baguio talaga siya. Pwede kita nyo yan. Nag-million views yung mga shorts
So how do
niya.
you guys remain in love?
Yung sa isang channel niya. Thank you, Sis Nars. Salamat. Busy ako. Nag-share niya.
Kasi very different kami ni Chris in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, talagang sobrang different kami. Pero because we have God, always in our consciousness na parang we want to please God. And in doing so, God blesses us with a good marriage. Totoo yan. Ako talagang firm belief ko yan, that you have to work on your marriage every single day. Actually, yung love kasi, di ba? Sabi nga nila, di ba, when love fades, when yung infatuation fades, di ba, love begins. Kasi totoo yun. Being married for kami, 20 plus years na, di ba? Grabe, parang silver na. Hindi, silver na pala. Sorry. Nakalimutan ko pa. Pero yung sabihin,
Chris, mag-propose ulit para back to zero.
Pero yung ganong feeling, di ba? Na parang alam mo lang na gusto mo na, you can't imagine being with anyone else. He brings so much joy in my life. I cannot imagine my life being without him. And then it scares me whenever I see friends losing their partner, their husband or wife, diba? Because you will not be able to really imagine how intertwined their lives are until siguro mawala yung isa. And I'm so afraid of that talaga. And I always pray to God that He be healthy always, that I'd be healthy, that we grow old together healthy. Kasi yung iba, parang inaantay na lang yung mga anak nila umalis sa bahay, di ba? Kami kasi, we have kids na studying now abroad. Parang mag-empty nesting na kami, di ba? Pero kaming dalawa parang, we don't revolve around our kids.
And
like,
that's very important. Ha? Yun
meron
naman
kami sarili.
yun naman nakuha ko from my parents and my grandparents. That you have to care for each other first and foremost.
Yes, because your kids will see it.
Yeah, and the kids will have their own lives in the future. And ang matitira, kayong dalawa lang na rin.
Totoo.
So you have to really like each other.
Yes,
Diba?
agree.
Otherwise, it's gonna be like a really, really sad life.
Exactly. Totoo.
Diba?
Basta talagang grabe yun. Yung feeling na empty nesters na, kasi we are only 3 now. Isa na lang aming anak ko nasa bahay, di ba? So, yung bunso. So, sabi namin gano'n parang, so, yung nagkaroon kami ng, parang, nalito rin kami, in fairness. Nalito kami nung nag-abroad yung anak namin to study, no? Sabi niya gano'n sa amin, I want you guys with me here. Please retire here eventually, di ba? When we're old and gray. Sabi niya gano'n, please, sabi niya, I want you guys with me. Sabi gano'n. Eh, sabi nung isa dito kami. Di, syempre magkakahiwalay sila yung bunso ko, umihirit. Gusto, I want to study in Netherlands. Mga ganyan.
Yan,
Magkakahiwalay tayo. Hindi. Kami ang puntahan nyo where we're gonna retire. So, you create your own lives wherever you want to. But at the end of the day, sabi ko, me and your dad will have our own. Sabi ko, so, we're gonna decide where we're gonna retire and just visit us, okay? Kasi we're so happy naman together. Yung ganun.
Going back to your relationship with Chris, no, how important is it na magkaiba kayo ng industriya?
Ay, malaking bagay.
Ang laki. Sorry, tinanong ko yan, but that question is parang kasi pareho tayo na magkaiba yung magkaiba eh.
I mean, for those who are together in this industry, well and good kasi it's working for them, di ba?
But our personality kasi...
Kasi para tayong, very strong women, di ba? Empowered. Like, parang,
imagine mo ba yun, nasasabi natin yun at this point, empowered na tayo!
yes, fine, thank you, Lord.
Okay, so...
Parang, dumating kami sa point na, na mabuti na lang talaga, may sarili-sarili kami. Kasi, I think, kapag nasa pareho kaming industry, kunyari ako, doing this, kasi he's trying to lure me with gifts and stuff. Nakakatawa, so sabi niya, mag-retire ka na, join me in our business. And then, sabi ko, I don't enjoy, I mean, I enjoy being with you, but I think it will create more conflict than anything, sabi ko. Kasi sabi ko, baka, I'm bossy eh. Sabi ko, I'll boss you around.
And at saka yung parang, are you gonna talk about the same thing, the same people, every single day,
Okay din yun, I guess. Okay din yun if nandun na kayo in that place, no? Na parang decided kayo. Okay din yun. Hindi ko naman dinidiscount kasi a lot of married couples might enjoy having, the same business and they really thrive and all, and I admire that. Pero siguro in my case lang, ako ito, mas gusto ko yung separate kasi I want to be my own woman. Yung ganyan. Hindi ako, I love that I'm earning my own money.
Correct.
I don't need to get anything, and pero kami kasi solid kami dalawa na yung aming account, yun din, at iisa lang yan. And I always tell him, kunyari gastusin ako more than 50,000.
Oo naman.
Sasabihin ko naman sa kanya. Kasi nasa isang account kami. And same thing with him. But, pag hindi naman, okay lang. Kahit anong gastusin mo, diba? Parang gano'n. So, okay kami din when it comes to that.
Do you think it really mattered na you met Chris and I met my husband at a time in our respective careers na buo na rin tayo as a person.
Yes, definitely.
Diba? Na parang, alam na natin kung sino tayo.
At kung anong gusto natin sa buhay.
Correct.
At sino ang gusto natin sa buhay.
Oo.
Totoo yun for me.
If they had come at an earlier age, wala na, we would have missed it.
Same thing with them, di ba? Kasi I'm sure sila, pogi ng asawa ko.
Sorry ako din.
Di ba?
Compare and compete.
Dalawa, di ba? We're so blessed. Kasi, I mean, ibig sabihin, kaya ako nabanggit yun. Bakit ka ba nabanggit?
Wala, kinikilig ka na naman ulit.
Ang pogi ng asawa ko, so ibig sabihin, baka if he'd come at an earlier stage in my life, baka hindi ka rin magpansinan kasi marami siyang mga summer. Di ba? Hindi ka rin magkakasundo. Di ba? Yung ganon.
Kanina you mentioned about, you know, important para sa'yo na magkaroon ng sarili mong pera, magkaroon ng your power coming from earning your own keep as well. In this day and age where one's self-worth is easily shaken, and you have 3 daughters, di ba? How do you teach them about self-worth?
Well, I always try to make it a point to bring them back to the Word of God. Kasi sa totoo lang, marami akong naging kalituhan sa buhay when I was their age because I didn't know the Bible, what it says. I'm so happy kasi like for example, my daughter who's studying in Australia now, and nawawala yung fear mo as a mom. Kasi you know that she's anchored in the Lord.
Yeah.
Yung ganon. So, yung confidence niya also comes from having God in her life. Yung depression, lalo na sa mga kabataan ngayon, parang nawawalan sila ng kakayanan na makita yung worth nila, self-worth nila. For me, parang I want them to see their worth the way that rin ako nag-girl na mami minsan. Yung pag kunyari, makulit din. Di ba sinabi ko na ganito, ganyan. Ay, ganyan din ako. Pero always I try na, I try my best to lead by example. But of course, it's never easy. Never, talaga.
You're very close to your mom. You know that, right? Ano yung parenting skills na nakuha mo from your mom na ginagawa mo sa mga anak mo ngayon? At ano naman yung hanggang kay mami na lang yan, hindi ko yan gagawin sa mga anak.
Okay, my mom kasi, ang nakuha ko sa kanya, mami ko tahimik kasi siya, very.
Ano sasabihin mo yan at nakuha mo? Hindi yan nakuha mo sa mami mo.
So very weak ang mom ko, hindi ako ganon, hindi ako weak, okay? Pero ang nakakatawang nakuha ko sa kanya, yung pagdating sa mga anak, very doting. Ako, grabe. Minsan, talagang medyo dapat magdistansya ka. Good thing I'm a career woman. It helped me not to be so doting naman, di ba? Parang hindi man ako yung helicopter mom. Hindi na. Okay? Pero nung medyo nervyosa ako, yun yung nakuha ko sa mami ko. Yung parang gusto ko kasi gano'n ng mami ko, konting bagay lang, parang feeling, she thinks ahead, na baka mahulog ako, So medyo nakuha ko yan sa mami ko, parang I think of minsan something like, mas worse pa nga ako minsan parang, baka yung roller coaster, baka, sa sobrang nasa news pa tayo, di ba? Baka mawala ng ng carpet or something, but ingat ha.
Para yung mawawala ng tornilyo, yung ganyan. That's the movie kasi Final Destination, yan ang nakaano sa akin. Okay, work naman tayo ngayon. Unang Hirit just celebrated its 25th anniversary and I know how dear that show was to you. How difficult was it for you to make that decision to leave Unang Hirit? Kasi you had to retire from it.
It took me 3 years to actually ponder about leaving Unang Hirit. That long. And I make excuses every now and then na parang kahit na minsan I feel it kasi I left Unang Hirit not because I wanted to, but because I knew I had to because of my health.
Right.
Okay? And then, nadagdagan pa because of family matters. I'll explain later. Yung una doon kasi parang 3 years before I left Unang Hirit, parang iniisip ko, kaya pa ba ng katawan ko? Parang medyo tumatanda na. And I've been doing this since ABS-CBN days, right? Tagal, mga 20 plus years ko nang ginagawa. Waking up at 3 a.m., 3:30, pagka medyo hindi ka masyadong kabangon ng 3 a.m. Sabi ko, listen to your body. I'm doing Pinoy MD, which is a health show. So parang mas namumulat ka dun sa idea that, you know, you really have to listen to your body. I've been telling myself that for 3 years. Parang hindi na. Tumataas yung cholesterol ko, yung hormones ko talagang messed up. Pagka nagpapa-blood test ako, ganyan, grabe. Sabi ko parang it's not doing me good anymore. Sabi ko, I'm not getting any younger. Baka I need to really retire. And so, after making excuses, ang dami nangyari. Hanggang sa nagyan, I always go back to God to lead me, di ba? And then I said, yung last year, sabi ko, Lord, I really can feel that maybe it's time for me to leave unang hilid. But please make it very clear that I need to leave. Hindi naman signs, except that, you know, I want God to really talk to me, okay? Through the circumstances that I'm in, di ba? So, yun, God made it very clear because October last year, I had an appendectomy. Talagang pumutok yung aking, hindi naman pumutok, maputok pa lang, yung aking appendix. So, with that, I had to, parang they were saying na parang hindi natin alam how long to be staying in the hospital because nagka-sepsis pa ako, yung ganyan, nagka-gangrene siya, yung ganyan. So, paputok na kasi, yung ganyan. So, sabi ko, paano ba ito? Parang, hindi ko alam yung realization ko, parang hindi na yata ako makakabalik. So, I guess this is a sign, no? This is it talaga for me. So, I need to slow it down, and then kinausap ko rin si Chris about it, and then he said, I've been telling you, I'm just waiting for you, but it's at the end of the day your decision. So I said, Lord, I'm gonna do it. And so I told my bosses, a month before, or 3 months before mag-retire ako, nasabi ko na sa kanila. Umiyak ka. Siyempre naman. Pero siyempre nung time na nasa TV, pinipigil ko yung iyak ko, but kasi also because I think surreal siya for me. Hindi ko pa siya gusto matanggap habang sinasabi ko nung
Kasi ang tagal mo dun eh.
13 years.
Oh, 13 years is nothing to sneeze at. But how important is this time in your life now that you're devoting a lot of your time? Hindi ka lang basta kasi nag-retire from unang hirit. You've channeled your energy somewhere else. You're devoting a lot of time to yourself, to your family, diba? How would you describe this year in your life?
I'm very much at peace, I have to say, with everything that I'm doing right now because, as I said, God has proven time and time again in my life na if I just anchor everything and let Him lead my life, I'll be okay. And that's something that I'm happy about. Like, hindi ulit-ulit na parang siya na ang sakit kasi ang tagal. At saka close kami totoo eh. Family talaga kami sa unang hirit. And then, after I left, hindi ko naman naramdaman na parang it's time to focus on my health. So, I did, talagang magpa-test ako na kailangan kong gawin para physically. And then, tumating ako na yung tulog pala sobrang important talaga. So, yung 8 hours of sleep talagang luxury siya. Pero talaga nagagawa ko na ngayon. Isang 10 hours.
Oh, wow.
Pagka-weekend, pag nasa beach ako.
Ang saya.
Yung mga ganyan. Pero yung mga sobrang, yung mga luxury talaga na hindi natin dati na iisip na take for granted mo kasi bata ka pa. And then, well, you know what really also made me retire from the morning show was during the pandemic. There was a time in my whole career of 27 years, first time ata nangyari yun, na off the air kami for a month.
Because of the pandemic?
Oh, because of the pandemic. We were all trying to figure out anong mangyayari because there was a time, di ba, na parang we couldn't leave the house. Meron tayong mga quadrant na mga So, 2020, I remember. So, it was the first day na sabihan kami na don't know when we will resume with our broadcast again. So, basta, we just let you know. First time, that day na gumising ako. Tapos ginising ako ng daughter ko, si Maxine. Kasi that time, she still sleeps in the middle. So, ginising niya ako. Sabi niya, Mom, I can't believe you're here. Sabi niya sa akin, parang, kasi bago gising ko, what do you mean? And then she said, Mom, this is my dream. Sabi niya sa akin, to see when I wake up in the morning. Kung hindi pa rin maiyak mo, di ba? Parang isip ko, nanluluha ako kasi parang sabi ko, kasi that was yung time na talagang parang sabi ko, hindi ko na magpapalaman.
And you're a pretty hands-on mom.
Yes.
Right? But to even hear that from your daughter,
Yes.
na meron pa pala sila, mas gusto ka pa pala niya.
Yes.
A lot of things happened during the pandemic,
Yeah.
right? You just mentioned about kung ano yung naging decision sa newsroom ninyo, sa production, to halt showing mo ng hirit muna and all that. Another thing that happened was ano yung naramdaman niyo? Nakibalita, nakabalitas sa knowing what happened to us. Ako personally,
Nangyayari pa lang yung
Abangan nyo ang mga shoutout nyo dito sa
parang there was something here. Yung gano'n na parang because sabi ko nga na ako and then I have to text people or my friends, di ba, one by one. Kamusta? At least for those who I am still in touch with, di ba? Pero ang hirap pala. Kasi isang tao pa lang ang nag-text. Umiyak na ako. Imbis na mag-comfort ako, baka makadagdag pa ako. So I stopped. And I just parang in my own way, let them know na parang how much parang this also hurts me. Because, not because of anything else, but because I love them. And ang hirap wala ng trabaho na love. Yung sabi ko nga sa'yo, isang year, parang natakot na ako sa fear. That's what my job that I know how to do. And I feel na parang I want to do this.
what was in your newsroom? That was a personal thing. Pero ano yung sa newsroom?
Nalungkot kami. Because, you know, magkakapatid naman tayo sa industry. Isang puso, magkakapamilya, magkakapatid, di ba? Sa isang industriya. Ilang parang sinasabi, di ba? Share ko si Miss Now in Chapter 5. Kapatid, magkita-kita, kapamilya, puso. In this beautiful house where we were together again. Parang sabi ko, dun sa newsroom natin, ramdaman ko na pagkabigat. Kasi pag-isa ang lumala. Not just siguro na marami tayo.
mga legit Dabber Cats natin, si Maine, si Joey, at si Bossing. Hoy, sa mga maglalaro, welcome back sa Intulaga. Nagmumukha ko eh. Linawan lang at lakasin yung pagsasalita niyo, ha? Baka huwag yung papainin, sinasabi niyo.
At sa Team Studio, paalala din sa inyo, no coaching dahil mamaya po meron din kayong chance na manalo ng 5,000 pesos.
Tama. Thank you very much, Bossing. Tama. Tama, Bossing. Laro na po tayo. Round 1. Giving 5 on the board in 45 seconds. Kilalanin natin mga Dabber Cats ang mga maglalaro. Hey, guys.
Ito na po ang Kuya Rai, Ma'am Alan. First team natin sumali sa Top Itbulaga Dance Contest ng EV Dance Station. Ito na ang Boom Boom Pow.
Bye. Thank you. Parang matanda.
Grabe, memorize pa nila.
Kaya daan.
Hoy, kunwari, hindi hinihingan.
Okay na? Ayun, kaya na. Kamusta po kayo?
Okay lang po. Okay
Ayun,
lang po.
habang humihinga sila ate, ito yung Boom Boom Pow, nagsimula sila sa Sugod Bahay Gang, yung mga nagbibigay ng lights, yung mga sponsors. Tapos siya sa inyo.
Ako.
Ikaw ang nanalo. Ano pinagkakabalahan mo lately?
Tinatanong mo kamalan?
Ikaw na, no?
Si Anthony po. Bakit mo ang grabe naman po? Ipakita na lang bakit. Mamaya na lang. Sa lago. May mga tawag sa kanila nun, di ba, Kuya Anthony? Ano pong tawag sa'yo?
May bulutong mo.
Uy, ano?
May bulutong.
Bakit naman, Kuya?
Ano ko na may kuya Jose?
Ha? Ay, si Kuya Jose, nagpangalan sa'yo ng Paul Baluto.
Ako si Boy
Ikaw?
Kamote.
Boy,
Kamote.
Boy Kamote. Si Kuya Jose din ang pangalan sa'yo. Ayun, siyan kayo noon. Anong year po yan?
2009 to 2014.
Sumasayo pa rin po kayo hanggang ngayon?
Okay lang po. Not sure, but active pa rin naman.
Okay, that's good to know. Good luck, guys, and luck and joy.
Thank you po.
Punta na tayo.
Higal mo din, ano?
The Bumbong Pao Boys.
Congrats, ayos. Condition na condition pa rin mamahalan eh. Okay, boom boom pow. Eto na tayo. Welcome to round 1. Choices on the board. Choices on the board. Baka nasa yung choices.
Baka makabidala pa rin kayo ulit.
Ayan na, ayan na, ayan na. Hihintay lang kayong matapos pahinga. Meron ba dyan tao, bagay, hayop, lugar o pagkain? Ano na
Pili.
category?
Lugar po.
Lugar.
Okay, gentlemen, timer ready. Give me 5 on the board. Bumbaw in 45 seconds. Give me 5 na. Give me 5 na probinsya sa Pilipinas na nagsisimula sa M. Okay, support.
Support.
45 seconds. Anthony, una ka. Let's go!
Para po, mas bakit. Pas.
Probinsya. Sky.
Malay, bukit doon.
Rinsya.
Pas bate. Ay, pas.
Go, Sky. Dami pang oras, Brad.
Pas. Pas. Talban.
Rizal yun.
Anthony.
Pas.
Sky.
Baguio.
Mario.
Pas.
Baguio sa Mengge.
Dahil pa Alright. Harap na tayo sa Dabar Gun.
Nakaisa naman, Ray.
Dalawang araw.
Mountain province. Baka pwede.
Baka nga po pwede. Sayang mo. Ma'am, 1 point lang.
Nabanggit na ni Boss Joey, number 3.
Ayun.
Yes. Pasok.
Mountain Province. Tama si Boss Joey.
Number 4 din, pakita natin.
Misamis Oriental.
Madali lang din, number 2. Sayang, di nakuha. Lauren Dukes, number 5 para sa Team Studio. Ian, ikaw muna ba na?
Ma'am Raquel, hello. Ano pong sagot ninyo? Probinsya sa Pilipinas nagsimula sa letter M.
Toro.
Toro.
Toro, pasok. Kasa Karen,
Ito po si Kuya, pangalan niyo po.
Brian.
Ano po ulan niyo, Kuya Brian?
Maraw.
Marawi.
Pwede. Ian.
Ma'am Chin, ano pong sagot nyo?
Maguindanao.
Maguindanao.
Pasok din. Karen, last na.
Ayun po, pangalan niyo po, Mami.
Toro.
Mindoro po yung pangalan niya.
Nabanggit ni...
Oriental, Occidental.
Ian, meron ka ba?
Ma'am Tess, kayo po, baka makasagot na. Ano pong sagot nyo?
Uy!
Mindanao yan.
Mindanao to. Mindanao yan. Linis.
Mindanao yan.
Maguindanao.
Congrats, Mami. Ano pong 5,000? Congratulations. Ano pong gagawin niyo dyan sa 5,000? Pambili ng maintenance. Pambili ng maintenance. Kaya sa...
Very good. Thank you, Pow.
Thank you, Sky and Anthony.
Girls, sino susunod?
And now, ang next team, sumali rin po sa Tatak Itbulaga Dance Contest na Twerk It. Ang mga That's My Bae, JV and Mickey.
Throw it up, start twerking like Miley. Twerking like Miley. Start twerking like Miley. Twerking like Miley.
Yun, ang mga That's My Bae, JV and Mickey. Kumusta?
Yun, before you kamusta me, I want to greet all of the Dabarkas in Itbulaga a happy 46th anniversary. Yes.
Ikaw, JV.
Yes, happy 46th anniversary po sa lahat and nakakamiss bumalik dito sa Itbulaga. Syempre.
Nabutan kayo ni Raisa, sabi niya.
Yes.
Nabutan pa sila yung nagpapang-cute, sumasayaw sa camera, ate. Kayo yun. Kamusta naman? Kamusta? Pero sumasayaw sila doon? Oo, sumasayaw po sila. Kayo ngayon, kamusta na kayo? Ano
Ayun,
ginagawa niyo ngayon?
medyo-
English, ha?
Ako, I'm done with my last
English
teleserye.
English.
English speaking yan. Oo. Hindi ka naintindihan.
What have you been doing lately? Yeah.
Lately I'm done my my teleserye, last teleserye.
You did a teleserye. What is it called?
Mga Batang Riles and Padyak Princess with Miles Sukamel. Yes,
Wow,
yes.
so superstar. Buti may time ka. English, Ate Juliet. Ikaw intindihan. Oh, you're a superstar. Thank you so much for coming. I'm so glad you had the time.
The honor is mine.
Oh, yes. Good luck. How about you, Jamie?
Uy, ano na yan ngayon? Public servant.
Jamie?
Oo. Yan si Mickey.
Yes po, yan po naging SK chairman din po.
English.
Oh, in English only.
I'm done with my SK chairman. Yes.
Puro doon. So, you're so
Vicky, you did not repeat?
No, I don't have plan to run again.
Why?
I want to be a simple
Person.
yup, mamamayan.
With a simple sound.
Yeah, mamamayan. Ako na lang.
How about you, Jamie? May bawat ka ba today na English?
Right now actually hanggang doon lang.
Kamusta ka nga talaga, Jamie?
I'm doing good naman. Right now I'm working as a front desk agent sa hotel. Yes. Near in Makati area lang. For almost 3 years na. Yes. So after ng Itbulaga days ko, I started to work na. Stable job like real estate and all. Yes.
Oh, pero wait, alam ba nilang may hidden talent ka na sumasayaw ka, sumali ka ng That's My Bae?
Yes, actually every event namin sa mga company, pinapasayaw nila ako, perform, yes. Ako nag-choreograph ng event nila.
Yun sila, ate. Group sila. Ay, That's My Bae. Ang competition ng mga pogi. So, baka pogi lang pwedeng sumali. Pogi ba sumali? Ay, paano si Baby? Paano nakasali? Paano yun nasali sa mga competition ng mga pogi?
Yun nga,
English.
I've won 3 times to reach finals. Yeah, when I'm done my finals, I've become a regular member of That's My Bae, yes.
Yan. So, sikap at tiyaga ang tawag doon.
Yes, ipagkatsaga.
O, sipag at tiyaga din dito, ha? Later. Most promising yung group nila, ate.
Wow.
That's My Bae. Shout out, mga baes. Nice to have you guys again.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, thank you for visiting Mickey and JB, ha?
Maraming salamat.
Maglaro ka pa.
Okay lang po, alis na po kami.
Ready, guys? Give me five. Let's go.
Halika kayo.
Let's go, boys.
Nakalimutan ko na, Mickey, ilan na kayo naging final na grupo ng That's My Bae?
Bali, 7 po kami, tapos nawala si Yap kasi pinursuit niya yung kanyang studies. Then naman si JP. Yes, as a regular sa 7 na.
Okay. Ito na.
Ito na. That's My Bae. Choices on the board. Meron pa dyan tao, bagay, hayop, at pagkain.
Pili.
Hayop na lang.
What do you want to choose?
Hayop.
Okay, hayop.
Animal.
Animal. Hayop. Okay. Timer ready. Give me 5 on the board. In 45 seconds, give me 5 na hayop. Tagalog, ha? Tagalog, hayop na nagtatapos sa yes. Face the board, gentlemen. Not yet. Mickey, ikaw mauna. Nagtatapos sa ya. Hayop, Tagalog. Mickey, go.
Buhaya. Bus.
Mickey.
Pas.
Mickey.
Maya.
Duboy.
Pas. Tilapia.
Sounds like Mickey.
Pas. 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 Pas.
Julia.
Pumasok ba?
Pumasok po ba?
Naku, sayang. Wala sa listahan niya. Sayang yung number 5, napakadali. Hindi niya nakuha. Sobra.
Number 5.
Madali lang kasi di ba alam ng iba. Madali lang. Number 4 din. Sayang. Dinagdagan yung Maya ng isa pang Maya. Number 2, Team Studio. Karen, ikaw muna.
Pangalan niyo po, Mami? Ano po sagot niyo?
Kuya.
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 Julia.
Kuya. Ian.
Ito po, si Mami. Ano ang pangalan?
Thank you.
Mami Maricon, hayop na nagtatapos sa Tia.
Kikya.
Tia.
Karen, meron pa ba dyan?
Ayun, ano po sagot niyo? Nasagot na yun. Nasagot na
Wala na.
Iyan, sagot yata.
Ito pa po, ano pangalan? Priscilla Valente. Ma'am Priscilla, ano ang sagot ninyo?
Gorilla.
Ayun, nagulo na Mami, oh. Laki-laki Mami, oh.
Kasi tinuturo mo iyan, ha? Huwag ka sa porto.
Oh, sorry po.
Kuya.
Ito, ano pangalan? Ako baka ikaw na yan. Anong sagot mo?
Pero first time sinabi yan today.
Review na natin. Eunice. Number 2. Blank.
Ito si Mami. Mami, nanalo ka ng 5,000. Ang swerte mo naman. Okay, ano pong gagawin niyo sa 5,000? Blowout sa mga kaibigan.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Dance Martin. Last team na tayo.
Last team na, mag-ano. Rubber guys.
Last team natin, natapos ko na agad. Girl group naman. Ito na ang eating babes. Laika and Molly.
There's no one who helped me there. Well, Meldy. Seriously, thank you.
Parang naipon ng ilang taon yung taktak na yun.
Naitaktak na todo.
Gilis ka talaga. How are you po? Sa Ate Laika, Ate Molly. Kamusta po? Ayan, before that po, I would love to congratulate Itbulaga for reaching 46 years in the business. And this is my home for almost 14 years. I started being part of Itbulaga since I was 14 years old.
Siya ka pala siya yung love team ni Nicky. Nag-English din siya.
English din ah.
Oh my God. Trust me. Oh, ay!
Ay,
Bago po lahat, happy anniversary, happy 46th anniversary talaga. Ang sarap bumalik dito. 2011 nandito po ako. Thank you for having me. Ayan po.
Di ba taga New York ka? New York? Bessie, New York? Anong ginawa mo sa New York? At kailan ka bumalik? Kung
Nagkikis sila sa inyo.
Malagigit pa yun.
Parang tinatag naman mo natin. Sama lang. Konti lang.
And I found a very special loving in you. And it's in, kinakabahan ako too, sweeting me tighter. But I never gonna let go.
Dance pala siya. Dancer siya sa New York. Pero ikaw po, Ate Molly, ano namang updates na life mo? Actually, after Itbalaga po, I tried events modeling. Pero now po, I'm a representative of an international brand as content creator. Yes, we offer po mga water purifier, innovative beauty tools, and back sciences na po. So business pa rin siya. Business na business naman kasi nag-event naman. Pero she was sharing a story with me earlier about 14 years old siya, saan talaga siya nag-audition muna. Ano nga yun natin? Sa sex mom ko, I was just 14 years old. Common Filipino stories ko. We didn't have anything back then. We are eight siblings in the family. And then as young as 14 years old, pinilit ko yung sarili ko na makapagtrabaho. So, ang ginawa ko po namin, nagpunta kami sa Broadway pa yun eh. Kasama ko yung mom ko. Tapos, we didn't know anyone. So, we tried our luck. Inabangan namin si Miss Joy Cancio dun sa stairs lang. Tapos, hinarang namin siya. Sabi po namin, pwede po pong mag-audition. Tapos, tinignan niya lang ako. I was young eh. Tinignan niya lang ako. Sabi niya, okay, sige, visit ka dun sa studio namin. Mag-try kang mag-audition. Tapos since then po, I was part of Sex Bomb. Dance Focus first. And then Sex Bomb for 3 years. Yes. And then your story. Tapos then nag-audition po ulit ako as EB Babes noong 2009. So, tatak Dabbercats talaga si Ate She's Dabbercats. Eto, nagbabalik kayo. Are you ready? Yes! Okay, What's
Hiningan? Parang hindi naman slide condition slide. Oh.
Hindi na po.
Baby babes, choices on the board. Meron pa dyan, tao, bagay o pagkain?
Bagay po.
Bagay. Bagay. Timer ready. Give me 5 on the board. In 45 seconds, like and money, give me 5 na bagay. Company merch item na karaniwang giveaway sa anniversary. Okay? Company merch item na karaniwang giveaway sa anniversary. Face the board.
Face the board!
Unang Laika. English o Tagalog? Ano mo yan? Okay? Laika, 45 seconds, go.
T-shirt. Cup.
Tumbler.
Ballpen.
Pass.
Pin.
Bag.
Dami pa oras.
Shoes.
Pass.
Bag. Bag.
Ballpen.
Pants.
Shorts.
Pencil. Book.
Jacket.
Book.
Jacket.
Key-locker.
Wow! Mamala, naka 3 points. Oh!
Sayang, akala ko ako perfect nila. Kasi alam na alam nila yung mga yan. Number 2. Ito, hindi ko nakalimutan lang. Bag. Lagi yan. Laging may pag-bag. Number 3, Team Studio. Ian.
Sir, pangalan.
Carlo,
Sir Carlo, ano pong sagot niyo?
umbrella.
Umbrella. Umbrella.
Umbrella!
Karen.
Ito po. Ano po hula niyo, Mami? Future. Pink po, Ate May.
Kusina.
Pwede rin. Ian.
Miss Maylene, kayo naman po, anong sagot niyo? Breath magnet.
Last na, Karen.
Kayo po, ano po hula niyo?
Wallet ko.
Wallet. Wallet po.
Umbrella. Ella. Ella.
Naku, congratulations. Ano naman po gagawin niyo sa 5,000?
Pagkain namin.
Pangkain daw, Ma'am Ana.
Congratulations. And thank you very much, Meldy and Micah. May 3 points kayo.
Good muna kayo, girls.
Mga dabarkas, sagutin na natin ang pasok. May, Boss Joey, Bossy.
Yeah, check natin ang leaderboards para malaman natin sino. Ayun na, namumula ang Gilly Banks with 3 points, pasok. May 2 points, pasok din. Pupupaw! Nako, 1 point lang.
But the team of May will receive 10,000 pesos. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Boss Joey.
We paid in 3 years. Eto na, second round na tayo. And new game, kailangan ng makahula ng 3 words in 3 minutes. Pabilisan lang.
Ang unang maglalaro ay ang Edie Babes. Come on, ladies. Sino ang huhula?
Sino ang uhula at sinong oo hindi pwede?
Si Molly ang huhula. Si Laika, oo, hindi pwede. Okay, good luck sa likod. Laika, Molly, ang choices on the board. Ang natitirang tao o pagkain. Ano gusto niyo?
Pagkain.
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 Okay.
Timer ready? Laika, ready?
Ready, kuya?
Molly, ready?
Yes, sir.
Ready?
Give me 5 on the board. 3 minutes. Go.
Solid. Solid.
Oo.
Prutas.
Hindi.
Gulay.
Hindi.
Ulam.
Pwede.
Dry.
Oo.
Prito.
Oo.
Pritong isda.
Hindi.
Manok.
Hindi.
Fried chicken.
Hindi.
Tagalog.
Oo.
Pritong isda. Pritong chicken. Prito. Fried.
Pwede.
Hotdog.
Hindi.
Hotdog. Langganisa.
Hindi.
Tocino.
Hindi.
Langganisa, tocino, daing.
Hindi.
Tuyo.
Hindi.
Tuyo, prito, sorry. Pagkain.
Oh, next.
Oo, solid.
Oo.
Ulam.
Hindi.
Dessert.
Hindi.
May sabaw.
Hindi.
Inihaw.
Hindi.
Nilalako sa labas.
Hindi.
Ulit, solid.
Oo.
Ulam.
Hindi.
Vegetables.
Hindi.
Prutas.
Hindi.
Dessert.
Hindi.
Nilalako sa labas.
Pwede. Oo.
Nilalako sa labas, dry.
Hindi.
Inihaw.
Hindi.
Fried.
Hindi.
Nilalako sa labas, fishball.
Hindi.
Mais.
Hindi.
Binato.
Hindi.
Kakanin.
Hindi.
Dessert.
Hindi.
Ulam. Solid pass. Solid.
Expert.
Oo. Pagkain. Solid. Ulam.
Lalo pa oras, ha?
Ulam. May salsa.
Hindi.
Sabaw.
Hindi.
Inihaw.
Pwede.
Inihaw.
Oo.
Inihaw na liempo. Inihaw na isda.
Hindi.
Inihaw na bangus.
Hindi.
Inihaw na baboy. Inihaw na chicken.
Hindi.
Inihaw na liempo. Pork.
Pwede. Pwede.
Pork. Inihaw na liempo. Inihaw na baboy.
Pwede.
Inihaw na liempo.
Pwede.
Inihaw na pork.
Pwede.
Inihaw na liempo. Inihaw na manok. Sorry, pass. Liquid.
Expert.
Liquid.
Oo.
Hot.
Hindi.
Cold.
Oo.
Cold juice.
Oo.
Orange juice.
Hindi.
Pineapple juice.
Yes. Oo.
Okay, next. Liquid.
Last word.
Oo.
Liquid.
Hindi.
Solid.
Oo.
Ulam.
Hindi.
Gulay.
Hindi.
Frutas.
Hindi.
Dessert. Dessert.
Hindi.
Dessert.
Hindi.
Nilalakong sa labas.
Hindi. Hindi.
Ulam.
Hindi.
Ulam. Frutas.
Hindi.
Gulay.
Hindi.
Condiments.
Oo.
Solid.
Oo.
Paminta. English.
Hindi.
Filipino.
Oo.
Paminta. Asin.
Hindi.
Sige, Miss North Cubes, muna kayo. Tayo po tawagin mo na. Team That's Marbe, Biggie and JB.
Okay. Biggie, JB, praktisado ba kayo?
Ready.
Okay. Good luck. Choices on the board. Ang natitira na lang ay tao. Are you ready, JB?
Ready?
Ready, Biggie?
Medyo po.
Ready. Timer ready. 55 on the board. Tao yan. 3 minutes. Go.
Pag tinakatawan ng tao.
Oo.
Sa taas.
Oo.
Sa ulo.
Oo.
English.
Oo.
Eyebrow.
Hindi.
Eyes.
Hindi.
Nose. Ears. Hair.
Hindi.
Hair. Lips.
Hindi.
Cheek.
Hindi.
Nose. Ay, sa loob.
Oo.
Sa loob.
Oo.
Sa loob ng mata.
Hindi.
Sa loob ng bibig.
Oo.
Teeth.
Oo.
Teeth.
Oo.
Bibig.
Oo.
Tongue.
Oo. Hindi. Hindi.
Teeth.
Oo.
Tawag yun sa throat.
Hindi. Hindi.
Ano? Pass.
No, next one.
Tao.
Oo.
Parte ng katawan ng tao rin.
Hindi.
Personalidad.
Oo.
Sa Pilipinas.
Hindi.
Sa ibang bansa.
Oo.
Singer.
Oo.
Babae.
Oo.
Celine Dion.
Hindi.
Bata pa siya.
Hindi.
Celine Dion, Britney Spears.
Hindi.
Babae.
Oo.
Wala ko alam dun. Wala ko alam sa Hollywood. Wait lang. Celine Dion, Britney Spears, Rihanna.
Hindi.
Rihanna. Whitney Houston.
Hindi.
Pass.
Oh, next
Tao.
one.
Parte ng katawan ng tao.
Oo.
Parte ng katawan ng tao.
Oo.
Ulo.
Hindi.
Sa gitna.
Hindi.
Sa baba.
Oo.
Sa baba, sa labas. Legs.
Oo.
Legs.
Hindi.
English.
Hindi.
Tagalog.
Oo.
Hita.
Hindi.
Sa baba. Banda sa
Oo.
baba. Panga.
Hindi.
Oh, walang
Paa.
sesenyas.
Hindi.
Legs.
Hindi.
Sa baba nga.
Oo.
Sa puwet.
Hindi.
Balakang.
Hindi.
Bewang. Hita.
Hindi.
Tuhod. Hindi.
Hindi.
Sa loob. Sa labas. Sa labas.
Oo.
Hita. Binte. Tuhod. Paa.
Oo.
Paa. Binte. Tuhod. Paa.
Oo.
Hindi sa paa.
Hindi.
Talampakan.
Oo.
Talampakan. Okay. Parte ng katawan ng tao.
Oo.
Taas.
Hindi. Hindi.
Baba.
Hindi.
Gitna.
Oo.
Sa kamay.
Hindi.
Sa dibdib.
Hindi.
English, Tagalog. English,
Hindi.
Tagalog.
Hindi. Oo.
Sa labas siya. Sa labas.
Hindi.
Sa loob.
Oo.
Sa loob ng tiyan.
Oo.
Tagalog.
Oo.
Bituka.
Hindi.
Abdo.
Hindi.
Atay.
Oo.
Okay.
Last word, Biggie.
Tao.
Oo.
Tao.
Oo.
Pangalan.
Oo.
Bayani. Sa
Hindi.
Pilipinas.
Hindi.
Pamansa.
Oo.
Artista.
Hindi.
Singer ulit.
Oo.
Okay. Lalaki.
Oo.
Justin Bieber.
Hindi.
Matanda na siya.
Oo.
Matanda na siya.
Oo.
Bon Jovi. Wait lang. Wait lang.
Okay, tayo ba oras? Last word na yan, Biggie.
Lalaki siya.
Oo.
Singer siya.
Oo.
Wait lang. Wait lang. Ano na yung nuns? Ano? Ay. Si Queen.
Sarap lang ang
Hindi.
Biggie.
Hindi.
Sino? Banda?
Hindi.
Hindi siya banda.
Hindi.
Yaw mo na. Hindi mo naman dun eh.
Ayun.
Kayo.
Naka 2 points naman ang ating base, si Biggie at JB. Thank you very much, guys.
Naka 2 points sila ang ibig, naka 1 point lang. Ibig sabihin, ang pasok sa Japan round ay Main o si Joey.
Sinabi mo rin.
So kapaganda lang na kayo ang
Mali siya
sabi.
kasi, like, Thank you. Thank you. Bye kay Meldy.
So, kayo nga magja-jackpot.
Okay, welcome to the jackpot round. Biggie at JV, that's my name. Kayo ba, same pwesto, magpapalit pa?
Ikaw.
Gusto mo mag-oo, hindi pwede.
Sige, nandito na dun eh.
Go. Ibigin naman ka.
Okay.
And for the jackpot round, henyo game tayo. All categories, may 3 minutes kayo para kumula. Pag nahulaan nyo yung 1 word, 20,000 pesos. Pag 2 words, 30,000. At pag nakatatlo kayo, 50,000 pesos.
Pero mga dabarkas, bago ang jackpot, tuloy-tuloy pa rin po ang papakan ng mga bata ninyo. Bukas, sila ang makakasama nating maglaro. See you tomorrow, kids.
Eto na.
That's my baby. Are you ready?
Ready?
What can it
Let's
tell?
go.
Ang categories na to, ha?
Oh, I got all categories, gentlemen. Timer ready. Give me 5 on the board. JB, Mickey, 3 minutes. Go.
Tao. Hindi. Bagay. Hindi. Hayop. Hindi. Lugar. Hindi. Pagkain. Oo. Sa umaga. Liquid, solid. Liquid. Hindi. Solid. Oo. Sa umaga. Oo. Almusal. Oo. Pandesal. Hindi. Hotdog. Hindi. Itlog. Hindi. Nilalako. Hindi. Niluluto sa almusal. Oo. Spaghetti. Pwede. Pansit. Hindi. Malabo. Hindi. Spaghetti. Pasta. Hindi. Solid. Oo. Pwede sa kanin. Ulam. Oo. Ulam siya. Hindi. Sa kanin. Pwede. Oo. Pass.
Next word. Go.
Tao. Hindi. Bagay. Oo. Bagay. Sa loob ng bahay. Pwede. Sa labas ng bahay. Pwede. Transportasyon. Hindi. Ginagamit ng tao. Oo. Dala ng tao. Pwede. Sinusuot ng tao. Oo. Sinusuot ng tao. Oo. Hindi. Sa katawan. Oo. Sa jacket. Hindi. Shirt ganon. Hindi. Relo. Hindi. Belt. Hindi. Wallet. Hindi. Dalan. Hindi. T-shirt. Sando. Hindi. Sa baba. Pants. Oo. Pants. Hindi. Sa baba. Oo. Pambabae. Hindi. Pwede. Pwede pa lalaki. Bag. Bag. Hindi. Pants. Short. Hindi. Trousers. Polo. Hindi. Jacket. Hindi. Hindi. Sapatos. Medyas. Hindi. Sapatos. Shoes. Sapatos, sintas. Sapatos, medyas. Chinelas. Hindi. Yung ka pa. Medyas, sapatos. Sapatos sa sapatos. Sapatos, chinelas, boots. Boots. Okay. Tao. Tao siya. Pangalan ng tao. Sa Pilipinas. Host ng Ibulaga. Lalaki. Madamalan gay. Hindi. Kuya Ryan. Bossy. Tito Joey. Beyonce. Kuya Wally. Kuya Paulo. Lalaki siya. Kuya, dati pa naging dati. Lang. Kuya Ryan. Kuya Paulo. Kuya Madam Alan. Bossy. Tito Joey. Tito Sen. Tito Sen. Kuya Wally. Kuya Wally. Wait lang, meron yan. Alam ko yan. Kuya Wally. Bata pa. Wait lang na. Medyo. Hindi. Kuya Paulo, Kuya Wally, Kuya Ryan. Sam Alden, Sam Aiji. Hindi. Uy, sino yun? Pass.
Next word.
Tao. Hindi. Bagay. Hindi. Lugar. Hindi. Pagkain. Hirap. Sa almusal. Solid. Liquid. Solid. Sa almusal. Pwede. Almusal tanghalian. Pwede. Tanghalian. Almusal. Niluluto. Pwede. Trito. Hindi. May sabaw. Hindi. Pwede. Ano siya? Hindi. Mga spaghetti, pasta. Hindi. Pass. Ano
Last
ba?
word, Miki.
Tao, bagay. Tao. Lugar. Pagkain. Hayop.
Alam ng Porsche.
Wala akong sinasabi, bossing. Nakatingin lang ako kay Mickey, bossing.
Pero, that's my way. Congratulations. Panalo pa rin kayo ng 20,000 pesos.
Maraming salamat sa mga nakasama natin mga Dabber Cats, Bumbong Pao Boys, That's My Day, at EBB.
Thank you very much, mga takakit Bulaga. Matapos po ang sayawang may pautakan, kantahan naman sa The Globe sa pagbabalik na Eat Bulaga!
Grabe, mamahalan.
Wala kang pinasa ng bata.
Thank you, Bossy, for doing.
Ngayong taon, sa 46th anniversary ng Eat Bulaga, ang saya!
Sugod bahay, mga kapatid!
Sugod! Sorpresa! Susugod po mga kapatid! Sugod! At pag-asa sa pagkapos, mga kapatid! Susugod na sa The Land Down Under, Australia! In one of its largest cities,
Isn't this Casey after ours?
Wow, I must have been so confident in your abilities that I offered you a reporter job. We're storytellers. 20 years later, I'm still doing it. You know, I don't glorify profit. But it's come to a point where a lot of people no longer really trust anything anymore. But our society no longer glorifies intelligence.
Once upon your TV screens, there was a student activist turned journalist who told stories about the country. He eventually found himself as the authority on all things that point to a well-designed life. Before that, though, he was the quizmaster of a generation that took pride in knowing facts across categories. Natatandaan ko pa nga ang pagtutok sa bawat episode kung saan hindi lang tagisan ng talino ang nagaganap, kundi paghamon din sa sarili kung alam mo ang sagot. Everyone tuned in to learn about facts. Well, the master is back, and the quiz show too. But in this post-truth era, how will it all play out? Let's find out from David Saldran.
David, nice to see you again.
Yeah,
Thanks for
of course.
joining us
Yeah.
today. It's been so long.
Thanks for welcoming me to your beautiful home.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Well, not a lot of people know that you are actually the one responsible for this.
For the house?
For
For
me.
building the house? No, just kidding. Yeah. No, I know. I mean,
Well, that
well, thanks for
included.
saying that. 'Cause I never thought that that was my impact on your life in a way.
I would always say it. There's no interview that I don't mention David Saldran.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, do you?
Except my name is edited out, so I never see it.
No, I always say it. I always say it. Do you even remember?
When we hired you?
Yeah.
When I hired you?
Yeah.
I don't remember the day or the actual year, but it was early 90s, right?
Yes.
Yeah, early 90s.
I didn't even graduate
Yeah,
yet.
you were like parang intern or something.
No.
Something like
I
that.
I
something like that.
applied, yeah.
But you weren't legit. It wasn't like there's a curriculum vitae and there's like
Okay.
a formal interview process. It was like parang, hey, you show up and like, you know, it helped that I knew your family, but of course that wasn't the issue. It was more like, you know, you need someone who's like kind of has this dissident vibe. And it was a dissident vibe and that kind of like spunky personality that you really need to be in a newsroom. You have to be very, very contrarian, very kind of like skeptical,
Yeah.
and which is weird for such a young person to have that kind of worldview.
Because I remember that you wanted to hire me as a reporter right away, and I was like, nope, not gonna do it. Because
Yeah.
because I didn't know anything about journalism and all that. So I asked you, can you give me the lowest possible rank?
Wow, I must have been so confident in your abilities that I offered you a reporter job.
Right away, diba? So sabi ko, no, please. I want to start.
And I wasn't coming on to her, okay? I wasn't trying to.
So parang, please give me the lowest rank possible. And then you said, okay.
Which was a PA, basically.
And then my salary never moved. From
But that wasn't my fault. Okay, we all know how that works in the network.
I remember you were calling me, Ana. Sabi ko, sinong Ana? Yung pala ako yun, because that's my first name. I go, yeah, that's me.
Ana Carmina.
Correct. Let's explain the dissident vibe, which I completely understand, but not a lot of people actually know that you were once a student activist.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
that's
unless
why-
you lived in my era, which is not a lot of people now. But yeah. That's true.
And I would see you in our ancestral home since I was a little girl, because you would frequent the house with former Senator Kiko Pangilinan and Mike Defensor, who were
Among other student leaders. at
among
the time.
other student leaders at that time.
Yeah. This is for because your grandfather, Renato Constantino, whose book is right. I can see right in front of me. And of course, your dad, your late dad, were in this civil liberties movement, and we were part of that coalition. And yeah, little did I know that I would meet the grandchild and actually have her as part of the team, the
Yeah.
news team.
And you would eventually also turn out to be my ninong in our wedding.
Yeah, which a lot of people always don't know.
Yeah.
Because like.
Sometimes I also forget because I don't feel it.
More than that.
No, just kidding.
More than that, you're the ninang of my daughter.
Which I also sometimes forget.
That just goes back to.
Right. So having that kind of a background, I mean, I want to focus on the news first.
Yeah, okay.
Having that kind of a background, knowing the issues and all that, did that help you as a news manager? We're a little news crew before it was called Sky Cable News.
Yeah, I love it because I'm this sucker for small ragtag kind of operations, or very independent-minded, you're kind of rebellious. And our operation back then, although it belonged to a corporate media enterprise, which was ABS-CBN. We were like the cable division back then, and we're pioneers of cable.
Yes.
People don't realize that.
Yes.
But we were like the CNN of the Philippines, pioneering and making all the mistakes. And I think the filter for hiring people was always, do these people understand national issues, and do they have a certain, you didn't have to be nationalistic, you didn't have to be, progressive even, but you had to be passionate about current affairs, and you had to have an opinion. That was important. You had to have a worldview. You couldn't just go in there and be naive.
Perspective mattered a lot during that time. I remember, this is the biggest inspiration that I bring with me up to today is when we would all huddle, and then maybe Don Di Ocampo or maybe Ed Lingao or maybe Luz Rimban would sit down and say, okay, what's the story we want to tell today? Because it was never formulaic.
No, we didn't have the pressure of ratings because we were on cable, so we didn't have to go with what everyone else was going with. We didn't have to go with what was hot.
Yeah.
We had to go with what we felt was the lead story for the day, which was usually and always had to be an issue of national importance rather than of something just pinag-uusapan lang or gossip. Not to sound snobbish or anything, but I guess we felt we needed to create in that space that was not being fulfilled by mainstream media. Imagine back then we didn't even consider ourselves mainstream media. We were like alternative media. We were new media, and I felt that there was that space that had to be filled where you had just no nonsense journalism, without the frills, without the ratings game really kind of like hovering above you. But those were the early days of cable.
Correct. And eventually, it had to make money. Because
Yeah,
it's still
then reality bites and
Because it's still a business.
Yeah, I mean, of course, back then we were so young, we never thought of it as that. And I think that the thing that kind of brought us all together was, we joined this organization not because we wanted to see it grow into a huge empire, or we wanted to become big stars, or we wanted to be. It was more like, I guess it was just kind of like we felt something. We felt we needed to set the discussion, the natural conversation, and of course that's kind of like, wow, a small little team can't really do that, but that's what being young and idealistic is all about.
I remember we had the whole thing. You had the flagship newscast. You had Senate at work, right? We would. There was just this camera that was focused on the senators, right?
Cable, right?
And then we had the stock market.
Which is similar. You had a camera and an anchor just sitting there and giving the stock market without the graphics and the pizzazz.
Correct.
Because we didn't have money.
Yeah.
I mean, our sister company had all the resources and a huge manpower, and which is good. It's a good training, don't you think? That rather than relying on so many people,
right?
It's like you had to be multi-dimensional as a journalist.
Yep.
So you had to know how to write.
Right.
You had to know how to cover a story. You had to know how to analyze that story, and then of course, you also had to know how to sell that story, which meant kahit paano we still had to find a way to make it interesting, and people would still watch it.
But how did you get from there to now being an authority of a life that's well designed? I mean, when you talk about David Celdran now compared to David Celdran in the early 90s, now you're a lifestyle expert and all the things that we just aspire to have. I mean, we feel like we need to ask you first if this is a good deal or not.
Okay. Actually, I don't see myself as a lifestyle guru. I see it as an extension of what we're doing. It's really lifestyle journalism. Of course, it doesn't have the same rigorous standards of journalism as, let's say, covering the news, but it's still the same thing. If you watch my show, it's not a brochure of what to buy. It's not a press release of companies. I mean, the discipline of really just, really looking at a brand, what makes a brand saleable, what is the business plan behind this brand, and There's just a story. We're storytellers.
Yeah.
You're not watching a 2-minute advertisement of a brand or of a hotel or of a destination. There's a story. It's my story discovering this brand or this destination. And that's the journalism part of it now. But yeah, I mean, it's quite a jump from managing a newsroom, being a news anchor, and then doing the show. But the origins were really because I was being a good soldier in the office. And there's a need for a host to do the business lifestyle show, and I tried it out, and like it clicked, and 20 years later, I'm still doing it.
Because I wasn't even going to start from news manager and journalist and all that. I was going to start from, student leader, and then, from student activist to like voice of the capitalist,
Okay, yeah. I mean, I get that all the time. No? Sometimes people are amused. Sometimes there's a bit of mockery. No? But I always answer like it's like if you watch what I do, I don't glorify I don't glorify profit. I don't glorify inane consumption, for example.
Correct.
It's like I'm very careful with what I choose. If anything, precisely because we don't cover mass market brands, where a lot of the exploitation takes place, a lot of the environmental waste takes place. When you cover artisanal brands, you talk about craftsmanship. That's really like creativity that you're celebrating. You're celebrating design or artistry. I don't sound pretentious now, but if you really go through the episodes, it's like, yeah, I come to think of it. But still, there's still a gap between activism and what I do. And I just say people evolve, but they don't necessarily lose their soul.
Was it simultaneously, concurrently with you being a news manager when you were a quiz master too?
Yeah. It's one of those strange situations where I was also employed both in the news and then doing a quiz show, and simultaneously. And as a matter of fact, most people know me for my quizmaster days, even more than my executive class work, because it's cable, it's niche audience. Battle of the Brains in the 90s was like this kind of iconic noontime quiz show, and so many generations went through it and all that stuff.
What was the whole origin story of Battle of the Brains in the 90s before we go into its resurrection?
Yeah, it was like there's, in the past, and we don't see it anymore today, there was a tradition of academic quiz shows for college level students. Before we were born, there was IQ 7 on student canteen.
Correct.
And then Battle of the Brains was like the 90s version of it, and they kind of just dropped off. But it's like the entertainment industry could no longer, this is my opinion, could no longer accommodate like a show that was geared towards academic excellence. But something like that had to be maybe not on TV. The ratings game had become so intense, programming had become so expensive to survive on Philippine TV. You really had to have a lot of entertainment value, which meant having to maybe water down the questions, getting students who were attractive or funny or clownish, so that it attracts ratings. And the purity of the show would have been sacrificed, and that's exactly what happened. It didn't last because I guess it couldn't survive in the 2000s, where Philippine TV the landscape had changed.
But do you think that's also one of the reasons why? Because I remember there was a time when we would all just really watch, and we would hear the question, hear the answer, and there was no question about that fact, that answer, and everybody just tuned in. Do you think that also contributed to what we're experiencing right now, that nobody seems to know one thing collectively?
Yeah, imagine in those days, Carmina, there was no Wikipedia, there was even no Google, in fact.
No,
I think there was like something like whatever, the old names, Internet Explorer or something.
Yes.
And there was such a thing as authoritative truth. Okay, it was like a consensus built around it. If judges said so, if professors said so,
Then it is.
and it's something that's printed,
Right.
then it's most probably true. In hindsight, of course, that's not always right.
Correct.
Because history can always be rewritten as new facts emerge. You know? And in fact, if we were to go back to some of those questions, maybe we would have had to update them.
Yeah.
How many planets in the solar system?
Correct.
How many stars in the universe?
But when you do update, it's not for personal political gain. It's because there's new knowledge.
But who's to say, right? I mean, these are the tough times we belong to. It's like there's just so much rival truths out there, and people no longer know or understand what is. And if they go online, they get multiple versions of the truth.
Correct.
I mean, there's a truth on TikTok, there's a truth on Wikipedia, there's a different truth in Encyclopedia Britannica, and when that happens, it's like, you know, I would say it's like people kind of like retreat and like get their truths from each other. We call it social truth. It's like, it's your tribe. What's the tribe? What's the truth of your tribe?
Correct.
What's the truth of the people that you trust? As opposed to trusting a professor or trusting an institution. I mean, we've seen institutions lose their legitimacy, both fairly and unfairly, because a lot of institutions need to be questioned. But it's come to a point where a lot of people no longer really trust anything anymore. That's an exaggeration, I know, but to a certain extent, we're always verifying.
Correct.
I get news, poke guys, and is this fake news? Is this like, I know it says Reuters, but it could be a fake.
I mean, but that's a good thing to do because we're always verifying. But there's a huge fraction, right, of our society who just accepts it as the gospel.
Especially if it's coming from a source that they trust.
Correct.
And of course, who you trust it depends. I mean, not everyone trusts the government. The government says so.
Yeah.
Not everyone trusts the health institutions if they say something about COVID or whatever. So we rely on people we trust, and there's a bit of good and bad in that. Good being, you know, it's like these are people you can like interact with and all that stuff. But the bad is, of course, they could also misinform or manipulated. No? So I don't want to be one of those skeptics that say we're in dark times where there is no truth anymore. It's relative and everything's manipulated by trolls. I don't agree with that. I think it's just the responsibility to be more, I guess, to be more careful with what you read, with what you consume, and verify, and you know, diversify your source of information.
Which will bring us to, you know, a battle of the brains in this post-single truth era in a bit. But first, did you know, we had Comelec Chairman George Garcia here
Okay.
a couple of episodes back, and did you know, and he said this, he was once a reigning champion of Battle of the Brains.
No way.
Yeah. Because back then, ito yung kwento niya, sumasali siya sa mga quiz bees, sumali siya sa Battle of the Brains to put him through school. And he was your reigning champion for quite a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that a lot. People come up to me, I was your champion. I'm like,
No,
but if you were in
really?
grade school and high school, I would forget. Because you were part of the team, right? When you were like college champion, of course, you're kind of like the star, and like you only
Is
have.
there a champion that you still remember up to this day?
Yeah, maybe at college at least.
But was there anything that struck you about all these champions? If there's any common denominator that, okay, maybe an episode in or a game in, you think to yourself, oh, this guy's gonna win it, this girl's gonna win it, because
No, you can't actually. It's like not everyone who's smart can be an on-camera personality, because you know, being smart, intelligent is only one aspect of it.
Yeah.
You need to be confident. You need to feel comfortable, and you know, a lot of them like kind of just built under pressure with the lights and I don't know. There's anything in common. It's of course that they were top of their class. They were like the valedictorians and everything. But a lot of them have moved on to responsible careers. I come across people who are like, oh, I'm now the undersecretary of so and so. I was eliminated in the weekly elimination, so you know I'll never remember them. But yeah, it's fun. You know, it makes you feel good. I was a teacher as well, and I really loved it. I really love this thing about knowledge and information, and that's also why I entered the news business, because it's also about, information, sharing knowledge, and I really feel strongly about keeping that culture of knowledge alive. And of course, it's very hard today where entertainment is so overwhelming, and even career choices have become, like instant celebrity. And, it used to be the route to success was good grades, doing well in school,
Yes.
going to the right schools,
Putting in the work.
a lot of research, a lot of hard, and then you were employed because of your excellence.
Right.
No, the world has changed. The global economy has changed, and that's no longer the one thing people look for. AI can do that.
Right.
It's like now creativity is more important. It is also good.
So Battle of the Brains, it's back.
In a different name. It's called Billionaire Quiz Bee.
Oh.
And but it has the spirit of Battle of the Brains. It's
Yeah.
still like college, academic, tough questions. You're
Right.
getting the best students from different universities.
But how do you think it's going to succeed or have the success or even thrive the way Battle of the Brains did in this kind of an environment when, as you said yourself, there's no single truth anymore, right? And why would people tune in?
Well,
Baka mamaya ma-cancel ka agad na parang hindi naman yan totoo.
yeah, that's why we're very careful. No? I mean, of course, there is such thing as truth. Rather, there's such things as facts.
Correct.
Okay, because truth is different from facts. I don't want to sound philosophical, but facts are things that cannot be disputed. It's empirical. It's 2 plus 2 is really 4, right? You can force the issue with pen, but you have to be a philosopher to do that. But truth is different, because truths would depend on your class, depends on your, on your lived experiences. I mean, what is true to me may not be true to you.
Correct.
But because truth there's an emotional dimension to truth.
Correct.
Okay, but facts are different. Okay, so we stick to the facts. We're not asking things that are debatable, like who was the best president in the Philippines, or who was the greatest American war hero.
Yeah.
There's no empirical way to determine that. But facts are. So we're careful. And why will people tune in? Because I think people. I'll tell you why. The reason why we put back this show is because there's just been so much clamor for bringing back, academic excellence, not just in TV, but in Philippine society. Our heroes used to be the smartest guys, right? The most brilliant lawyers, the doctors, even our politicians were held to such high standards. They had to have, they had to be really, really big thinkers, intellectuals, okay? Not exclusively,
Right.
but it helped.
Right.
Right. But our society no longer glorifies intelligence. We no longer glorify excellence. We glorify wealth. We glorify power.
Popularity.
We glorify popularity. We glorify optics over substance.
Correct.
No, surfaces over deep.
So which of the two is it? Is it, there is this clamor for clarity and, excellence once again in terms of education, or is this your attempt to sort of anchor it, rein it back in to where it all matters?
It's without being naive, of course, a bygone era is a bygone era. You can't bring back the past, no. But you can at least make make the quest for academic excellence a core value for students, as opposed to being the next big UAP star or being the next singing sensation in school as a ladder to success. Nothing wrong with that. Definitely nothing wrong with that. We need good athletes, we need good entertainers. But I think we should provide this sense of you have a path to becoming really successful and even popular maybe, and being held up on a pedestal in society because you are the best in your school. You look at sports, for example, and the huge following in sports. How many people go to a quiz bee? How many go to an academic bowl? Maybe just a few interested people. I mean, I have no illusion that you're gonna get everyone to watch this.
Yeah.
It's not gonna beat the hot entertainment shows. It's not even gonna beat TikTok. But what gives me hope is that we're now in a digital world. And in digital world, a small niche
when multiplied all over the world, becomes a big one. It's like podcasting.
Yeah.
It's right. You don't need to be on a network
Correct.
to reach out to millions of people.
Right.
Because your market is no longer just people who are tuned in at a certain time. Your market is anyone who has TikTok or YouTube or Instagram or whatever. And that's a bigger market than a viewership in the Philippines, diba? So, and because it's digital, it's on the web, it can be seen anytime, anywhere, 10 years later, it's still there. And that's what makes me excited, that we have a show that is now finally in the digital era, and it can be spread easily, it can become viral easily, and I'm willing to believe and come back here maybe 5 months later and say, you know what, our champion is now went viral because he answered this really impossibly difficult question, and now he's like, you know, at least momentarily, he has 15 minutes of fame at least.
But who chooses the questions? Give us an insider look into, you know, how do you draft the questions?
It's a team. No? It's a team. Like, my contribution is not, no, I'm not the genius in the team, obviously. No? I mean, I consider myself smart enough, but not genius levels of smart. No? So we have that. We have this team that does the research, the database of questions. My role is really more trying to phrase it in ways or vet the question so that it's still approachable, it's still relatable.
Well, we've talked about you being a student activist, news manager.
Yeah, I know. I think I answered that properly. It's like, let me just go back to that if you don't mind.
Okay.
Now, it's like, not to sound defensive, but, you know, activism, for me, it's not about your political beliefs.
Of course.
It's not about because political beliefs evolve over time. Because societies evolve over time. If you're an anti-dictatorship activist during the Marcos era, and it's a different era where there's no dictator or whatever, of course your political thoughts evolve, right? And so your politics evolves, but you know what? I think the reasons why you become an activist remain.
Yeah.
It's first, of course, you feel this strong connection to people who are victims of injustice. I think, regardless of your political color, right? It doesn't matter if you're in the left, right, center. You know, if you have that as your core value, you're in a good direction, right? Another one is truth, the belief in truth. It's like, you know, this is something that activists are passionate about. We're not always true and right, but we believe we're fighting for the truth. Diba? And you know, even that changes over time. But when you believe strongly in, no, I don't want to be lied to. No, but basically these are values that go beyond activism. Injustice, again, being against injustice, passion for the truth. And of course, the curiosity, that kind of like skepticism, that contrarian kind of mentality where, you know, I think it's all BS and you want to get to the bottom of it. Those are values you keep 50, 30, 40 years after.
Which brings us to the final question. I mean, you talk about truths, you talk about facts. We've basically covered your entire career in a span of, what, 30 minutes?
Yikes.
What do you know for sure now about truth and facts, given that you've been in different positions in your career of what? Is it a 40?
35 years na yan. News,
You did, 35-year
1990.
career.
So yeah, 35 years.
35 years.
It never stops. The quest for truth never stops, because what was believed, let's say 200 years ago, 300 years ago, I mean, if we believed the Earth was flat, and it's not static. Facts are not static. Truth is not static. And so, you know, that's why you always have to maintain that level of curiosity, skepticism, healthy skepticism, investigative skills to verify. That's all I can say. I can't tell you right now that the truth, there's such a thing as fact. I mean, there's fact today. As far as we are concerned, these are the facts we know. But if we're lazy and we end there and don't continue to you know, kind of like continue to investigate, verify, compare, ascertain, and all this stuff now, then you're not doing your job. as a human being for that matter, not even a journalist. But having said that, I think now we have the tools more than ever to verify facts. Some people are just lazy and just want to rely on their feeds and their echo chambers and their bubbles. I think the real challenge for us is to go out of our echo chambers, talk to people on the street, right? Don't talk to your friends all the time. We all think alike. Talk to people on the street, diversify your source of news. I mean, there's a tendency for us, I think, and we're guilty of that, to want to listen to the same people,
Yeah.
talk to the same people, interview the same people, because it kind of validates our beliefs. And unconsciously, we're trying to, what we can't say, we want other people to say for us. So, and it's natural. It's human nature. But I think we have to go a step further and like face uncomfortable truths. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's
Yeah.
hard when the world doesn't agree with you. I think something about being an activist, something about being even a journalist. I think it's a lonely profession because you're always up against public opinion.
Correct.
And in your mind, public opinion is always kind of like determined by when people manipulate opinion, determined by those who are powerful, determined by those who have wealth, and what you believe is true is seen as either it's ignored or is seen as a lie or is seen as some kind of propaganda. But we have to understand why people think differently from us, rather than be judgmental, rather than be, like elitist about it and say, what do you know? You're not educated. You don't know the news. You're not informed. You're just reading trolls. I think we have to be humble enough to say, let's find out why
Correct.
people are thinking that.
Yeah. So truths, as you said a while ago, can be different for different people, but facts are facts, right?
Yeah.
We can't say it's 6 o'clock, but you say it's like
And yet
7
there will be people who will say it's not. And we'll have an alternate reality.
Yeah.
Right? But that's a different discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, on the news, we have consensus on what is factual. But if you're talking about philosophical ideas, that's different. Like, everyone has a religion, for example, is something that you can't say is factual. It's truth for people.
Correct.
It's a belief, it's faith. It's like truth is something that they feel, emotional about. But a fact is a fact. We could go on forever, but this is becoming too philosophical.
Yeah. The fact is, the Quizmaster is back, and we're so excited to see your first episode.
Quizmaster is back, and we hope to revive this whole, interest in academic excellence. Not that it's gone, but I think it's just been kind of like overtaken by other needs of young people. We want people to realize that this being academically excellent doesn't mean you're a nerd. It doesn't mean you're like an outcast. It's something you aspire for, because being intelligent, I think, is a great tool in a world that we belong to, where, as I said, if you're not intelligent, you're not analytical, you could be taken advantage of, you could be manipulated, and if we have a strong foundation of being intelligent and being analytical, it helps you. It's a great tool.
Well, David, thank you so much. How was that for a job interview? You never did interview me this quite long for a job interview, for the job.
I wonder what's going through my mind.
But thank you so much, David Sandran, and the
Thank you.
podcast. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And that's it for another episode of KC After Hours. You know the drill. Like and subscribe. I'll see you on the next one. Welcome to another conversation off the clock. I'm Ramina Constantino Torres. This is KC After Hours. In in the recent Senate hearing, we saw a familiar face yet again. There with Tony Yang, a person who's implicated in criminal activities linked to legal pogo operations, was attorney Raymond Fortun. Fresh from the Carlos Yulo versus Mother episode, he finds himself now representing another controversial client. So I got to thinking, is this Fortun's fortune? Why does he always end up representing what some people would call questionable clients? Ano ba ang criteria ni Attorney Fortun sa pagpipili ng kanyang mga kliyente? Let's find out. Joining us today, Attorney Raymond Fortun. All right, welcome to our humble home studio. It's nice to see you again. Kamusta?
It's my pleasure, Kurt.
Nagsisisi ka na ba at tumuo ka sa akin?
Maliit lang. Merong konting pagdududa kasi alam naman how your reputation precedes you.
Hindi, this is different. Hopefully this is gonna be a more laid-back conversation between the two of us. Hindi, try natin.
Duda ako pero sige na.
Okay, so let's cut to the chase. How did you end up representing Tony Yang?
I don't know. I think there was a couple of lawyers who represents the people here, part of the corporations that he is with, who asked that I be his counsel. Meron talagang problem initially because, of course, no, there's a tendency to associate yung brother who is really my initial client, si
Exactly.
Michael.
Akala ko pinaki siya ng kuya niya.
Hindi.
Ay, ano ba siya? Kuya ba siya or baby brother?
Yung si Tony, si Paul.
Oo, pinaki siya ni nakababatang kapatid sa'yo.
Actually, ayaw talaga nila.
Ayaw nila ikaw.
Ayaw ng mga grupo, yung mga tao ni Michael Yang na ako yung maging counsel for Tony. Because of that, no, yung the tendency to associate one with the other. And the truth is, and this is the truth, actually hindi naman sila close.
Yung magkapatid?
Hindi sila close. Meron silang, I don't know, probably an away. They didn't want to specify. Basta yun ang masabi na hindi daw sila close. And because of that, so even pagdating ngayon sa choice of lawyers, they didn't want basically to share me.
I see. But you still represent Michael Yang?
I represent Michael Yang. I haven't been fired.
But where is he? Yun yung tanong ng iba. Nasaan ba siya? I mean, is he going to show up at all?
He's out of the country, so he's free to decide whether he will be coming back or not. I really can't tell him to come back. Kasi, take a look at what's happening in Congress and in the Senate. There are mixed reactions about the legitimacy of all of these accusations, whether these congressmen and senators are acting on the basis of a love for country or just a love for self, or that all of these hearings are really part of a plan to get themselves reelected.
And let's talk about love for country. You're a Filipino. Tony Yang has already said na hindi siya Filipino. It's already apparent when you listen to the hearings na itong isang taong to made a mockery of our systems, including our laws. Ikaw, isang Pilipinong abogado. Where do you draw the line there? Mahal mo rin ang bansa mo, and yet here you are representing someone who has made a mockery of our system.
Okay, what is the first thing that a lawyer does? It is to do proper counsel. And what I advised him when I met him was, you go ahead and tell the truth. That's my job as a lawyer. No? Hindi yung mga paikot-ikot na trying to invoke right to self-incrimination and right to remain silent, no, yung mga ganyan. You will notice in all of the hearings that Tony Yang has appeared, he has gone forward and given everything that he could. He has not made any invocations of any personal rights. And you will see, upon first presentation of the fact that there is this birth certificate, he went out and said, it's not me. No, it's falsified. So that's my job as counsel. And because of my love for country, you go ahead and make it easy for the truth to come out.
And when he found out that that was going to be your, I don't know, do you call it a strategy? Kung yun yung sinabi mong gawin niya, anong sabi niya? Kasi may incriminate siya eh.
Yeah, but the truth is, sooner or later, it's gonna come out. So, This is a Senate investigation. When the time comes, when the complaint is filed in courts, that's the time that we will defend ourselves. We will let him explain why it happened. And ano ba yung explanation? His explanation was, it is for the convenience of him to do business in the country. Which is probably, I've been speaking with a lot of people. It's the only Chinese who's actually done that. Yung getting
It doesn't make it right.
Certainly, but what I'm saying is that it is something that is not uncommon. Okay, people getting a birth certificate so that it becomes convenient for them to do business, get licenses, get themselves in corporations. Okay, so long as it is a legitimate business. And the way that I've seen it, wala namang illegal na ginagawa si Tony Yap. He has his steel corporation, which even up to now, despite a number of hearings already both in Senate and in the House, walang makapagpakita that they're doing anything illegal. So sa akin, at the end of the day, what is the crime? I have an idea of what the crime is, but I'm not going to be teaching prosecutors about what they should charge him with. And when the time comes, now that the charge is there, we'll defend him for whatever evidence and whatever defense that the law will allow.
Alam mo, Attorney Ferto, marami na rin nagtatanong sa akin, ano ba ang patutunguhan ng mga investigasyon, yung mga pagdinig dyan sa Senado? I'm going to throw the question back at you. Do you think it's going to go somewhere? Where do you think this is headed?
I'd like, honestly, personally, I'd like a number of laws to be implemented. Kaya na lang yun tungkol sa late registration. I think there has to be tougher laws on how to validate people are making applications. How about, in Pogo, thankfully the president has already come out and considered all Pogos as without any license. It's a good start for me as well. Probably tightening of laws on how our borders are being protected.
Hindi ikaw yung tao, ikaw ba yung isang tao na magsasabing huwag ka magsalita, yung magpo-coach sa likod at sasabihin, invoke your right against self-incrimination. Have you ever done so?
I don't recall having ever done that in any legislative investigation.
So pag naririnig mo ngayon, yung mga nangyayari sa kasalukuyang mga pagdinig, what comes to mind?
Well, again, it's up to each lawyer to make a examination of conscience, whether it is something that moves forward the wheels of justice or not. Now, meron kasing instances wherein there are indeed pending cases already, before the prosecutors. So the rule that you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, actually already is a defense that you can raise. In the case of Tony Yang, wala pang kaso actually na napafile laban sa kanya. Even yun doon sa Bureau of Immigration, of course, he's being charged with being an undesirable alien, supposedly because of yung kanyang late registration, not being a Filipino. But, per se, it's not really a criminal case, it's a deportation case. So, I didn't want to make any splitting of hairs pagdating doon sa ganun. Sa akin, again, it is in the best interest of the Filipino people to know what really happened. Now, if they feel that Tony Yang had committed a mistake that is grievous enough for him to be put in jail, then we'll let the courts decide that.
So that's Tony Yang. What about Michael Yang?
Well, again, what is Michael Yang being charged with? What? All we've received, all we've heard are accusations of being involved with Pogo, being involved with drugs. Nasaan yung ebidensya? And, I've been...
So yung formally, the whole investigation regarding formally and the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Committee then, hindi yun gumalaw? Walang kaso?
No, there was a complaint before the ombudsman and his case was dismissed. So what does that mean? There's really no evidence against him. All that happened in that 6-month period where there were hearings conducted by the Blue Ribbon Committee before Senator Gordon, they were all trashed by the ombudsman. They said, you don't have any evidence against him. All you have are insinuations, accusations, unfounded connections, so to this and that. Tying, the ultimate objective was to try to make President Duterte a co-conspirator in everything. The ombudsman himself said that there was absolutely no evidence.
How does that make you feel, Attorney Fortune, na itong mga questionable characters, according to a lot of people, I'm not just gonna say some, and I know you know this, bakit parang it's only a handful that comes to mind when you think of lawyers who are going to represent them? If it's not Harry, it's Ferdy. If it's not Ferdy, then it's Archie. It's Attorney Raymond Fortune. Does perception matter to you?
Well, at the end of the day, the only perception that matters to me is whether I'm doing what I'm doing in order to please the Lord. That is all. I'm not accountable to anybody else except the standards that the Lord has set. Hopefully, whatever I do would be enough, and that I would prove worthy to be in His kingdom.
But then, the clientele is enough to judge you too. Hindi mo ba nararamdaman yun? Or anong pakiramdam mo na people are judging you as well for the clients that you represent?
They can judge me whatever way they want because they don't know me as a person. I mean, I'm very totally different from what you see. So if people are going to say that I'm a bad person because of the clients that I hold, they have I'll just say that they have a misunderstanding or misappreciation of what a lawyer does. End of the day, a lawyer is really just there to protect people, regardless of whether they're perceived to be guilty or not.
Sino ang pinaka mahirap na makatrabaho?
Wala. Honestly, wala. I've handled Chris, Jaja, Claudine Barreto, Vicky Bello, Willie Revillame, Gabby Concepcion. Wala eh. Alam mo,
Puro artista yung pinanggit mo.
pwede ko
Mga
naman
celebrities.
pwede ko naman
oh.
sabihin si Bong Revilla, si even Juan Ponce Enrile, I got to work with him. Michael Yang, Cedric Lee. Okay, if you want to talk about the controversial people, fine. No, but you see, wala eh. No, because sa akin, iisa lang yung pamantayan ko. Sabi ko, I will continue to represent you, but please do not make me do two things. One, don't make me bring out a witness who's going to tell a lie in court. Number two, please don't make me present a document that is falsified or forged. In other words, kung ano yung lalabas na ebidensya sa husgado, yun ang katotohanan. And I will never be, and nor will I allow myself to be an instrument for an untruth to come out or for an untruth to be put forward. I will not allow it.
Yung
Ilang
mga
oras na ako live? 4 hours na ako live.
Pouch lang dinadala ko. Kasi pag dala ka ng pagtakaw sa mata ng mga tao
Pwede
na
ka
mga
bang tumingin
photographer.
sa mga kayo?
Tandang-tanda ko yung mukha ng lalaki na yun sa Sikoy. Alam mo yun, pag nakita mo doon sa Pasaya, yung parang ganito yung mukha niya, oh. Ito normal to mukha na to, diba? Normal. Dito, paano siya, pag ano, no?
It is a duty of a lawyer to, in the defense of a person accused of a crime, by all fair and honorable means, and even regardless of your own personal opinion as to his guilt or innocence, to present every evidence that the law permits, so long as due process is served. So from a matter of principle, actually you cannot. The only reason that you can actually say no is if there's conflict of interest, meaning that yung kabila happens to also be your client, and you will be in a position where you will be forced now to go against each other.
Bakit patay na siya? Hindi ko alam eh, kasi matagal na siya. Matagal na siya.
Pero hindi ka na.
Hindi na ako nag-ano kasi feeling ko kasabot yung driver. Kasi,
Very recently, there was
alam mo yung
somebody
umuulan. Kasi pag umuulan kasi, diba, mga ano nila yan, mas gusto nilang gawin yun. Kasi, safe sila, hindi sila
Welcome to another
makakapon.
conversation off the clock. I'm from the
Ayan, may quota kasi sila. Paano mo nalaman may quota sila? Ano, kung may quota sila, paano mo nalaman may quota sila?
In
Sa
the
Sikoy?
recent Senate hearing, we saw a familiar face yet again. There with Tony Yang,
Ano,
a
sila?
person who's implicated
Paano mo malaman may
in
quota sila
criminal
sa
activities linked to local government.
Talaga, may quota din sila. Uy, diba siya doon?
Fresh from the
May
Carlos
isang
Yulo
pintas.
versus Mother
May
episode,
binigay sa
he finds himself now representing another controversial client. So I got to thinking, is this Fortune's fortune why does he always end up representing what some people would call questionable clients? Ano ba ang criteria ni Attorney Fortune sa pagpipili ng kanyang mga kliyente? Let's find out. Joining us today, Attorney Freeman Fortune. All right, welcome to our humble home studio. It's nice to see you again. Kamusta?
It's my pleasure, Carmina.
Nagsisisi ka na ba na tumuo ka sa akin?
At maliit lang, merong konting pagdududa kasi alam naman how your reputation precedes you.
This is different. Hopefully, this is going to be a more laid-back conversation between the two of us. Hindi, try natin.
Duda ako, pero sige.
Okay, so let's cut to the chase. How did you end up representing Tony Yang?
I don't know. I think there was a couple of lawyers who represents the people who know him, part of the corporations that he is with, who asked that I be his counsel. Meron talagang problem initially because, of course, there's a tendency to associate your brother who is really my initial client.
Exactly. Akala ko pinaki siya ng kuya niya.
Hindi.
Ay, ano ba siya? Kuya ba siya or baby brother?
Yung si Tony is supporter.
Oo, pinaki siya ni nakababatang kapatid sa sa'yo.
Actually, ayaw talaga nila.
Ayaw nila ikaw?
Ayaw ni mga grupo, mga tao ni Michael Yang na ako yung maging counsel for Tony.
Bakit?
Because of that. No?
Ayan, tell na ako si Koy, di ka pa na. Nakasundo na ako kasi Koy, nandito na ako sa Kumon. Naantay ko na yung anak ko. Pagkatapos ng Kumon, uwi na kami.
Hindi sila close. Meron silang...
Ayan. Yeah. Nag-aantay ako kay Kate palabasan ng Kumon. Tapos sa Lasal, dito naman kami sa Kumon. Masilaw masyado. Masilaw yung ako.
But you still represent my kuya.
I represent.
Ayan.
But wait, yung tanong mo, nasan ba siya? Is he going to show up at all?
He's out of the country, so he's free to decide whether he will become a member. I'm not. I really can't tell him to come back. Kasi, take a look at what's happening in Congress and in the Senate. There are mixed reactions about the legitimacy of all of these accusations. Whether these congressmen and senators are acting on the basis of a love for country or just a love for self. Or that all of these hearings are really part of the plan to get themselves re-elected.
And let's talk about love for country. You're a Filipino. Tony Yang has already said na hindi siya Filipino. It's already apparent when you listen to the hearings na itong isang taong to made a mockery of our systems, including our laws. Ikaw, isang Pilipinong abogado. Where do you draw the line there? Mahal mo rin ang bansa mo, and yet here you are representing someone who has made a mockery of our system.
Okay, what is the first thing that a lawyer does? It is to do proper counsel. And what I advised him when I met him was, you go ahead and tell the truth. That's my job as a lawyer. No? Hindi yung mga paikot-ikot at trying to invoke right to self-incrimination and right to remain silent, no, yung mga ganyan. You will notice in all of the hearings that Tony Yang has appeared, he has gone forward and admitted everything that he could. He has not made any invocations of any personal
Walang
rights.
baby na uwian. Kaya sige lang, work ka lang ng work. Balikan ko nga live ko. Sige na si Koy. Sa bahay guys, MD. Wala, nandito ako sa mall.
It's falsified. So that's my job as counsel. And because of my love for country, you go ahead and make it easy for...
Sa may puto ba?
And when you found out that that was going to be your...
And thank you sa mga nandyan.
Kung yun yung sinabi ng Tony, ano yung sabi mo?
Anong mall pangalan? Alabang Town Center. Punta ka dito, Mark. Libre mo ako, Mark.
This is a Senate investigation. When the time comes,
Sa ITC.
blame is filed in court,
Sa ITC ako, Mark.
defend ourselves.
Alam mo, pansin nyo ba? Tinatanggal na ni Google yung mga ano natin, mga ninjas. Mga ninjas ko tinatanggal na ni
Which is
Google.
probably
Kapag wala daw hindi daw naayos.
only Chinese.
Didelete niya within 29 days.
It doesn't make it right.
Naloka siya. Okay lang, delete niya yung mga ninjas ko. Yes, ATC. Mark Cowell.
birth certificate so that it becomes convenient for them to do business.
Masilaw ba?
Get
Masilaw ba?
licenses, get themselves incorporated.
August 8 punta kami, 80 birthday ko. Talaga? Saan? Manlibre ka sa amin?
The way that I've seen
Libre mo kami,
wala
Mark
namang illegal na ginagawa
Howell.
si Tony. He has his steel corporation,
Saan ka
which
mag-celebrate ng
even
birthday?
up to now, despite a number of hearings already, both in Senate and in the House, walang nakapagpakita that they're doing anything illegal. So sa akin, at the end of the day, what is the crime? I have an idea of what the crime is, but I'm not going to be teaching prosecutors about what they should charge him with. And when the time comes, now that the charge is there, we'll defend him for whatever evidence and whatever defense that the law will allow.
Alam mo, Attorney Fortun, marami na rin nagtatanong sa akin, ano ba ang patutunguhan ng mga investigasyon, yung mga pagdinig dyan sa Senado? I'm going to throw the question back at you. Do you think it's going to go somewhere? Where do you think this is headed?
I'd like, honestly, personally, I'd like a number of laws to be amended. Kaya na lang yan tungkol dun sa registration. No? There has to be tougher laws on how to validate people are making applications. How about, in Pogo, no? Thankfully, the president has already come out and considered all Pogos as without any license. It's a good start for me as well. Probably tightening of laws on how our borders are being protected.
Hindi ikaw yung tao, ikaw ba yung isang tao na magsasabing huwag ka magsalita, yung magpo-coach sa likod at sasabihin invoke your right against self-incrimination? Have you ever done so?
I don't recall having ever done that in any legislative investigation.
So pag naririnig mo ngayon, yung mga nangyayari sa kasalukuyang mga pandemya, what comes to mind?
Well, again, no, it's up to each lawyer to make a examination of conscience, whether it is something that moves forward the wheels of justice or not. Now, meron kasing instances wherein there are indeed pending cases already, before the prosecutors. So the rule that you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you in court of law, already circumstances. Actually, na napapalaban sa kanya. Even yung sa immigration, of course, he's being charged with being an undesirable alien, supposedly because of yung kanyang late registration, not being a Filipino. But per se, it's not really a criminal case, it's a deportation case. So I didn't want to make any splitting of hairs pagdating sa ganun. Sa akin, again, it is in the best interest of the Filipino people to know what really happened. Now, if they feel that Tony Young had committed a mistake that is grievous enough for him to be put in jail, then we'll let the courts decide that.
Well, that's Tony Young. What about Michael Young?
Well, again, what is Michael Young being charged with? What? All we've received, all we've heard are accusations of being involved with Bogo, being involved with drugs. Nasaan yung ebidensya? And I've been...
So yung formally, the whole investigation regarding formally and the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Committee then, hindi yun gumalaw? Walang kaso?
No, there was a complaint before the ombudsman and his case was dismissed. So what does that mean? There was really no evidence against him. All that happened in that 6-month period where there were hearings conducted by the Blue Ribbon Committee before Senator Gordon, they were all by the ombudsman. They said, we don't have any evidence against him. All that are insinuations, accusations, unfounded connections, so to this and that. Tying, the ultimate objective was to try to make President Duterte a co-conspirator and everything. The ombudsman himself said that there was absolutely no evidence.
How does that make you feel, Attorney Fortun, na itong mga questionable characters, according to a lot of people, I'm not just gonna say something, I know you know this, bakit parang it's only a handful that comes to mind when you think of lawyers who are going to represent them? If it's not Harry, it's Ferdy. If it's not Ferdy, then it's Archie. It's Attorney Raymond Fortun. Does perception matter to you?
Well, at the end of the day, matters to me is whether I'm doing what I'm doing in order to please the Lord. That is all. I'm not accountable to anybody else except the standards that the Lord has set. Hopefully, whatever I do would be enough, no? And that I would prove worthy to be in His kingdom.
But then, the clientele is enough to judge you too. Hindi mo ba nararamdaman yun? Or anong pakiramdam mo na people are judging you as well for the clients that you represent?
They can judge me whatever way they want because they don't know me as a person. I mean, very totally different from what you see. So now if people are going to say that I'm a bad person because of the clients that I hold, they have a, well, I'll just say that they have a misunderstanding or misappreciation of what a lawyer does. End of the day, you know, a lawyer is really just there to protect people, regardless of whether they're perceived to be guilty or not.
Sino ang pinaka mahirap na makatrabaho?
Wala. Honestly, wala. You know, I've handled Chris, Jaja, Claudine Barreto, Vicky Bello, Willie Revillame, Gabby Concepcion. Wala eh. Alam mo,
Puro artista yung pinanggit mo.
pwede
So,
ko
mga
naman
celebrities.
pwede ko naman sabihin si Bong Revilla, si even Juan Paul Enrile, I got to work with him. Michael Young, Cedric Lee. Okay, man, if you want to talk about the controversial people, fine. No, but you see, wala eh. No, because sa akin, isa lang yung pamantayan ko. Sabi ko, I will continue to represent you, but please do not make me do two things. One, don't make me bring out a witness who's going to tell a lie in court. Number two, please don't make me present a document that is falsified or forged. In other words, kung ano yung lalabas na ebidensya sa husgado, yun ang katotohanan. And I will never be, and nor will I allow myself to be an instrument for an untruth to come out or for an untruth to be put forward. I will not allow it.
Yung mga ibang kliyente na nakikita mo from the get-go, nagsisinungaling na sa'yo.
Okay.
Do you say no? Do you have, pwede ka bang humindi sa mga kliyente?
As a matter of principle, meaning from what we learned from law school, you can't.
Cannot.
Because it is a duty of a lawyer to, in the defense of a person accused of a crime, by all fair and honorable means, and even regardless of your own personal opinion as to his guilt or innocence, to present every evidence that the law permits, so long as due process is served. So from a matter of principle, actually you cannot. The only reason that you can actually say no is if there is a conflict of interest, meaning that yung kabila happens to also be your client, and you will be in a position where you will be forced now to go against a client.
Ay, nagkaroon na ba ikaw ng kliyente na medyo taliwas sa paninindigan mo, pero hindi ka nga makahindi because of the oath that you took as a lawyer?
Very recently, there was somebody who asked for my service, pero hinindian ko. I came out with this excuse lang na actually kakilala ko din yung kalaban. Pero per se, because it was something that for me was contrary to my own sense of morals.
And Michael Yang, Tony Yang, not contrary to your own set of morals?
From the way that evidence has been shown, no. Again, are they involved in Pogo? I haven't seen any evidence on it. Are they involved in drugs? There are accusations? No. I'll tell you one thing. During the Senate investigation proceedings, so I would be going to Davao practically every week. Practically every week. I would be staying at his house. And alam mo,
This is Michael Yang.
This is Michael Yang. And I've handled all sorts of clients, including drug lords. Michael Yang is not one. Iba yung kilos eh. Number one, wala ka makikita mga bodyguards. Yung mga drug lords, takot sa sariling anino yan. They will always be looking, makikita mo
Kunyari yan,
ikot.
bakit ka magre-represent ng drug lords? Hindi ba yung contrary sa principles mo?
Again, if the evidence warrants that they should be set free, why not? Diba? Kasi again I'm not the judge. No, if you have evidence against him, fine, show it. And then if he gets convicted, magangalog ko eh. Kasi ang trabaho ko lang is just so that justice is served. That's all. And then protect his rights. Minsan kasi may mga lumalabas na ebidensya na bogus eh. Alam mo yun, yung falsifikado.
Bakit ka umayaw dun sa isa, yung kinukwento mo kanina?
A high profile case na sa tingin ko guilty na.
Di namimili ka din.
Based on my own set of morals, yes. So, in the case nga of Michael Yang or Tony Yang, I take a look at the case. And then if I see that he's being unfairly accused, I'm gonna defend. Ganun kasimple.
Why do you put yourself into this situation considering that many years ago you actually thought about quitting? And that was after there was an assassination attempt on your wife, which you believed was really meant for you.
Yeah.
At that time, I talked to you then, I remember, you were ready to call it quits. Parang is this all worth it still? But now you find yourself back in the limelight and you're once again there doing what you did prior to the assassination attempt. Why?
Because I feel that I have a certain purpose and take myself out of it. Somebody else, of course, is going to take my place. And would that person be doing the way that I'm doing it? I've always believed that my life is pretty charmed. There are so many instances where I could have gone wrong and didn't. There were so many instances where I felt that I got more blessings than I deserved. And for me, God was telling me something. God was saying, you know, you have a particular role that you have to play.
Would it be only, controversial and high-profile clients for Attorney Fortune? Bakit hindi ka namin nakikita? Siguro yun yung tanong ng iba. Bakit hindi ka namin nakikita na nagiging abogado ng mga pangkaraniwang tao?
I was. Didn't I defend that cyclist who some former policeman pulled out a gun and pinatukan? Out of the blue, I would do that, even without any compensation in return.
So may ganun ka naman?
Just recently, I defended Mrs. Yulo from people who were making fake memes about her. And I said, guys, I'm not supposed to bash her on media. What did I do? I made sure that she'll make one last press conference and it finished.
Nag-usap tayo noon eh. I remember, ang sabi mo sa kanya, sundin lang niya kung anong sinabi ko sa kanyang gawin, kung hindi sasabunutan ko siya.
Yep.
And she followed you.
Yes. So to this day, you will see she's not spoken out at all.
There was one voice that had spoke to your heart when she was bloodied, when she was bleeding, when she was fighting for her life, and she said, "I'd take a bullet for you," and that was your wife after that assassination attempt. I can just imagine the conversation that happened after that for you to even think you just want to quit. But she's also still being very supportive.
Yes.
Anong klase ang relasyon ninyong mag-asawa? Na kahit na nasa bingit na siya ng kamatayan ng mga panahon na yon, at ikaw naman gusto mo nang mag-give up, nandito pa rin kayo. Bakit pwede naman kayong manahimik, mag-enjoy na lang kayong dalawa?
I really asked her that time when she was in the hospital, and I said, "Do you want me to quit my law practice?" And she said no. She said, "If you quit, then the people who shot a bullet to me would have won." And at that moment, I thought she was right. Indeed, if I stopped, then what would happen to all the people who'd probably be able to benefit from the work, the purity of my work that I'm going to be doing?
Did you ever find out who ordered the hit?
No. My wife and I, we would joke about it, no? Sabi nga niya, alam mo, pag nahanap ng mga pulis yung bumaril sa akin, bibigyan ko pa yan ng medalya.
Kasi?
We became much, much closer after that. Takot ako sa dugo alam ng wife ko yan. Pero alam mo, during the time that when she got out of the hospital, for 4 months yun. Ako yung naglilinis talaga ng sugat niya, yung dito sa likod. Talagang morning, and then pagdating sa gabi, lalanggasin ko yun, lalagyan ko ng yung tawag dito para
Disinfect. Oo.
Every time, no? Tapos yung when she would do yung mga rehab exercises niya, ako yung magpuputok ng kamay niya para lumakas yung shoulder niya. Basta yung pupunta kami sa simbahan, tapos maglalakad siya, no? Na medyo mabato, I would really hold her hand and aakayin ko. And all of this, hindi ko naman masasabi sacrifice, pero efforts, no? All were rewarded because 4 months after that, we began playing golf again.
Golf tapos, kaya ka ba nagpaka-army?
Hindi, yung naging army ako, na yun, pandemic. It was pandemic. No, prior to the pandemic, hindi talaga ako nanonood yung mga Korean telenovelas na yan, tapos hindi ko alam yung BTS na yan. Tapos, syempre, di ba, 4 months ka nakakulong dun sa loob ng bahay, no? My wife, whenever she would ride the indoor bicycle, she would switch on the YouTube. Tapos, may patutugtugin na yung kanta na mga Koreano. So minsan sabi kong ganun, paulit-ulit na lamang ito at yun yung pinakikinggan niya. Tiningnan ko naman, ang gagaling pala nila sumayaw.
Oo naman.
Sabi ko nga ganyan, alam mo, talo pa nila si Michael Jackson na sumayaw. So, it was then that,
Yun talaga yung reference natin. Hindi naman nabuwirdohan sa inyo mga anak niyo.
Nawiweird naman.
Okay lang kayo. I mean, you're 61.
I'm 60.
Oh, you're 60, sorry. You're 60, di ba? You just have to live your life the way you want to live it.
Yung misis ko, army di syempre, pagbigyan mo na lang, di ba? I mean, di ba, happy wife, happy life.
Totoo yun, ha?
Totoo talaga.
Note to all the husbands out there, totoo talaga yun. Pag maligaya ang asawa nyo, maligaya ang buhay ninyo. Totoo yun. So, what do you do? What do you do to get away from it all? Yung para sa'yo lang, ha? Yung para sa'yo lang.
I bike. No, for me, it's very liberating. And it's also a healthy kind of lifestyle. So, my wife naman then also allows me, So, pag sinabi ko, Mama, penge bike. Mama, penge bike. Pinagbibigyan din naman ako paminsan-minsan.
So meron naman pala, kasi akala ko naman hingi ka lang ng hingi at hindi ka binibigyan. Binibigyan ka naman pala.
Binibigyan ako, pero kailangan magtrabaho muna ako.
Syempre naman.
So minsan, pag sinabi ko, Mama, penge bike, sasabihin niya, trabaho ka pa muna, kulang pa yung ginagawa mo. So, naman, just continue to do work.
So if it's not biking, if it's not listening to how many? 48 hours of... Is it 48 hours of songs?
60 plus, yeah. Yun sa phone ko.
Of K-pop?
Oh.
Not just, or BTS?
Yung BTS, 48. Tapos yung mga original soundtrack ng mga Korean telenovelas, yung mga Alchemy of Souls, yung Descendants of the Sun, Goblin. Yung asawa ko nga kasi, hinatak talaga ako dyan sa ganyan Before ayaw kong manood. Ngayon, meron siya ngayon. Ito, recently lamang. So, we had a badminton tournament. Tapos sabi niya, alam mo, pag tinalo mo yung team namin, kailangan daw for her birthday, manood daw ako ng Voice Over Flowers.
Ay, pala no.
Yun daw yung first time na naging siya, na nahilig siya sa Korean telenovelas. Sabi kong ganyan, sino si Go Jung Pyo? Sabi ko, hindi ko naman type So sabi ko, please.
Sumusunod ka naman. Kailangan kasi penge bike.
Yun naman ang kapalit di ba?
Okay, so if it's not biking, if it's not listening to 60 plus hours of songs, whether it's BTS or OSTs of Korean telenovelas, what do you do after hours? What does Attorney Raymond Fortun do after hours?
It's the highlight of my day. After dinner, my wife and I, we would go upstairs and we would watch Netflix. Yun ang paborito namin talaga. So, for example, manunood kami ng one season ng K-drama, the title of which she would choose. Then, next season, American naman. So, ganun parati kami, alternate. But it is really the highlight of my day. In fact, if people know this, I'm not a party person. I do not like going to socials. I do not like being invited to this and that. Gusto ko, umuwi ako, kasama ko yung asawa ko, tapos no, uupo lang kami dun sa kama, manunood kami ng TV, tapos yung while watching, we would be eating fruits, eating chips, no, ganyan, until we fall asleep, and that's it. Actually, hindi pa nga kagad matutulog yan, kasi manunood pa siya ng mga BTS, anong tawag doon,
Yung mga Run BTS episodes.
Yun. 2 hours yun, mga grabe yan. Natutulog na ako, antok na ako, pinatay ko na yung ilaw dun sa kwarto, and then, nandun pa rin siya, she would put on her, her earphones, tapos manunood pa rin siya ng mga Run BTS niya. Kaya, but okay na, if it makes her happy, sa akin, masaya na din ako.
I think parang knowing you and observing you for so many decades now. Oo,
Ang tanda ko na pala.
Matagal na. Mas matanda ka pa rin sa akin. Pero parang I think you've come to a point that you've figured it out. You've figured it out. How life should be for you.
At some point, yes, probably siguro, especially after my wife got shot. It made me realize that, life is short and that I have a purpose. And the purpose is basically, just to uncomplicate my life. Take away all of the distractions and focus on the essentials. What is that? Family, work, your relations with others, and of course, pleasing the Lord. Sa akin, yan na talaga eh. So, yeah, kaya magaan parati yung loob ko eh. No? I mean, I don't really care what other people think about me because sa akin, if I'm doing things the right way, if I'm not violating any of my moral principles na kinalakihan ko, I don't really care. No? Bahala kayo. As I said, hindi naman kayo nagpapakain sa akin eh.
Attorney Raymond Fortune, thanks for joining us here for another conversation off the clock. Thanks again.
You're welcome.
And thank you for watching another conversation off the clock. You know the drill. Like and subscribe. I'm Carmina Constantino Torres. See you on the next episode of Casey After Hours. Welcome to another conversation off the clock. Hi, I'm Carmina Constantino Torres, and this is Casey After Hours.
I just shook his hand and I said, Mr. President, thank you for the trust. Galing sa Procter & Gamble, ang alam lang yan, magbenta ng detergent. Give you a lot of time to think through.
Okay ka lang ng okay. Yes ka na lang ng yes. Is this by design? I mean, what fuels you? Is ambition even part of it? Paano pag nagkabangga ang opinion mo, posisyon mo, dun sa kung anong gustong opinion at posisyon ng pamahalaan, ng administrasyon?
I welcome very much feedback. I want always to be checked. Sa akin, ang anchor lang natin dapat lahat, the Constitution and the law. Yun lang. With regard to the decision kasi of Solicitor General Maynard, I think
a reset button, usually something you'd find in a manual, is also something our government seems to have. Ang tanong ng marami, bakit? Ang sagot ng Pangulo, it's necessary, especially when the country faces tough issues and legal battles that affect every single Filipino. Himayin natin the role, the weight, and the responsibilities of the government's top lawyer, who returned to service at a time when the country demands clarity and conviction. Kwentuhang bahay naman tayo with the newly appointed Solicitor General, Darlene Berberabe. Solicitor General Darlene Berberabe. I'm still gonna have to get used to that, but welcome to the podcast.
thank you, Carmina. Through my different roles, we've been friends all this year, so thank you. Thank you again for this
The last time
opportunity.
we talked was when you were newly named as the Dean of the UP College of Law. That was just last year.
Yeah, that was in 2023, December of 2023. So maybe the interview was like a month or 2 months after.
Correct.
Yes.
And now I'm now interviewing you as a newly installed Solicitor General. Tell us how it happened.
Okay. It was very fast. I remember the week when there was an announcement in the news by the president that he asked for the courtesy resignation of the cabinet members. So I, together with my colleagues in the UP College of Law, we were in a right shop with the Supreme Court justices. We were drafting some rules for the Supreme Court. And then we received the news and everyone was joking, So there's a lot of vacancy in the government. Maybe we should all go to Metro Manila because we were out of town and apply for the roles. So, but that was just like the joke among us. So on my way home, I got a call from the executive secretary and asking me if I would be willing to be considered for the Solicitor General. And and then he said that sorry, I could not give you a lot of time to think through it. So just say if you are willing to for your name to be submitted to the president. And then I said yes, to be considered. And I thought that, you know, I'm sure that they are getting a lot of names for the consideration. So I wasn't really sure. So in fact, the week after, we were about to go to out of the country for an academic summit, and I still went to that trip for UP. And then I got a call again from the executive secretary saying that you will have your oath taking on Thursday, so be back here in the Philippines.
So oath taking na nga.
Oath
From
taking
being,
na agad.
from being would you like to be considered to your oath taking will
Yes.
be coming up.
Yes, yes. So that was like maybe not even a week. So it was really a surprise for me, for UP Law, and I think also for the OSG organization. And then oath taking on Thursday, and then the next day was my first day in office. So Soljan Maynard Guevara and I already had our turnover meeting, and I hit the ground running.
But when was it that you came face to face with the president? Was it before the oath taking, after the oath taking? Have you had a chance to talk to the president?
So it was during the oath taking itself. So I did not have the opportunity to speak with him before, and that's why I wasn't really sure if I will be selected. And then, so during the oath taking, I just shook his hand and I said, Mr. President, thank you for the trust. And then he told me, well, I'm the one who should thank you because you said yes. There was a role that was previously offered to me, and he said, you said no to my previous offer. And then I said, oh, Mr. President, was it really you who offered that role? Because I thought that the one who presented to me the opportunity just mentioned your name so that I would say yes. No, it was me who offered that.
What was that?
So there was another role also in government, but I was just elected as the Dean of the College of Law. So I politely said that I wanted to really finish my term as dean, and he remembered, and so that was the first time that we had the conversation.
But correct me if I'm wrong, you were also, being considered for the Supreme Court.
Yes, so I was nominated to the Supreme Court for the vacancy upon the retirement of Justice Mario Lopez. So I was nominated by Chief Justice Art Panganiban and Justice Conchita Morales Carpio. And so there was also a process, a lot of examinations, public panel interview, and I wasn't sure because they will submit the Judicial Bar Council will come up with a short list.
Correct.
To be submitted to the Office of the President for his selection, and then it came out after I already took my oath. So I was part of the short list as well.
Hindi ka ba naguluhan? Ano bang pipiliin? Because you already at that time when you said, okay, it's fine if you said yes to being considered, that's one. But then you also were already going through the process, that's two. Bakit hindi mo sinabi na, ay, nandito na ako, I went through the process of the JBC, hintay muna natin to. Why was it easy for you to say, okay, yes, we can consider?
Yes. So I knew that, Executive Secretary also told me na, sorry, I cannot give you a lot of time to think through. And I knew that it was also the President who will select the one who will be the Justice of the Supreme Court. So if he will eventually select me as the Solicitor General, then that also meant that he's not going to choose me for the justice. So because he's the decision maker.
So it was just a matter of the fit and
Yes.
what he needs at this moment.
Yes, so he has the discretion and he has the wisdom of who to put in a particular role. So I just took it as, okay, you be here in this role.
Which brings me to the question, why was it, I mean, I've known you, as you said, for years, and it's always easy for you to just say yes, okay. Diba? Tanungin ka, Darlene, pwede ka bang ganito? Okay. Okay ka lang ng okay. Yes ka na lang ng yes. Is this by design? I mean, what fuels you? Is ambition even part of it?
Okay, so when I'm asked that question, or when you also put it like it's easy for me, it's actually, well, from my perspective, it's not. It's also at the same time, it's also easy in the sense that I am willing and open to accept an opportunity even if it gives a lot of uncertainty. So my exhibit A is Pag-ibig Fund. So I was already preparing to go to Singapore to be an expat for Procter and Gamble, a multinational. And then Vice President Pinay also asked me that question, are you willing to be considered? It's the same. And then I said yes. And then a few days after, I was appointed by President Pinoy. So, and I didn't know anything about housing and finance. I didn't know anything about management. I only had one person, one paralegal in Procter and Gamble. And then I was thrust in that role, 5,000 employees in the organization. So it was a lot of playing by ear, listening to the people who have been there for so many years, asking them questions. There was a comment when I became CEO, some people who didn't welcome my being the new CEO, their comment was, oh, bakit yan yung ginawang CEO? Galing sa Procter and Gamble, ang alam lang yan magbenta ng detergent. And so all my supporters were like trying to tell me, CEO, this is their comment against you. And then I said, ganun ba? Tama naman yung comment nila wala nga naman akong alam dito sa housing finance. So, but, I thought that, I have to accept my, these are my weaknesses. These are the areas where I am strong. I know how to ask questions. I am humble enough to accept that, okay, mas marurunong tong mga to sa akin, and I will just use my good judgment to choose which will be the priority programs and implement them. So, what do I think is my trait that enables me to say yes for opportunities that give a lot of uncertainty? I think I just have the courage, even if I don't see the consequences or I don't see my future, I just know and harp and on my strengths and weaknesses and just play it by ear.
I guess that the more important, listening to you now, it's that willingness. The willingness to do. Kasi kahit naman mag-yes ka, pero walang willingness sa likod nun, nag-yes ka lang. But as evidenced by all the positions that you have taken in the past years, you don't just say yes. You made it happen for all these entities because there was willingness to do the work behind it.
Well, you are correct. So, willingness to learn, willingness to do the hard work, because if I have to study, I will really study. So if I don't know anything about this subject matter, in housing finance, we went to school for short courses. I tried to learn on the job. So same with the deanship for the academe, and then now with the Solicitor General. So I am back to like reading and studying, and it helped that I haven't really stopped being a student. So when I was dean, I was in fact in the middle of pursuing my PhD in philosophy. So I was able to finish my coursework, 33 units, and then I studied and prepared for my comprehensive exams. That happened in December 2024. I passed my comprehensive exam, so I'm in the stage of my dissertation. So I think that helped because I'm used to reading, I'm used to writing.
But here's the thing. I mean, I'm listening to you now, right? Soljan, Berberabe, but iisa lang naman ang relo nating lahat, di ba? Yung 1 o'clock sa akin, 1 o'clock din sa'yo. Pero bakit yung sa amin 24 hours, pero parang sa'yo ang dami mong oras? How are you able to do all of these things in one day?
Okay, una, hindi ako masyado mahilig matulog. Ano ba? So, and then...
bakit parang sayang? Sayang ang oras mo pag itutulog mo?
Parang minsan may ganun ako na, pag gising na. So, although, no judgment dun sa mga iba-iba tayo ng may efficient, pagka nakatulog ng madami, okay lang yan. So, but for me, when I wake up, parang I need to take care of our dog, so I have to walk him, and then I want also to be able to cook for my family, and then I have to like order items for the grocery. So, medyo personal and then professional. Gusto ko parang wired din ako in a certain way. So that's why I take on a lot of tasks, and other people might say, ay, she has so much on her plate, but I don't feel it naman. Parang I'm able to parang organize lang the hours of my day, and then I'm able to exercise every day as well. So when I wake up, so I exercise for 40 minutes, and that's part of my day. It gives me the right mood and energy every day to start my work.
Hindi pa rin ako makapaniwala that you do all that. I mean, you know. But let's talk about the tasks. You say you're able to take on all these tasks. And this recent one, I mean, what a task, being the Solicitor General of the Republic. Iba kasi yan eh. Pagiging abogado ng gobyerno, ng Republika, kung kinakailangan na nandyan ka. What makes this particularly interesting to you? You also said you've never stopped being a student, but what is it about this position now that is particularly interesting?
Okay, medyo interesting, challenging, because the role of the Solicitor General is the principal defender of the Republic of the Philippines. So, I am now back to my profession, which is law practice. So, I've started my law practice after taking up law and graduating and taking the bar in 1999. So, and then I moved to a management track. Okay, so now I'm just back to law practice. So this is a very big opportunity to shape jurisprudence, so meaning how we frame the issues that are confronting our country. If there are matters which are of transcendental importance to the nation and to promote the public welfare, there is also opportunity to raise certain issues and maybe elevate the discourse with regard to certain legal matters that can be decided by the Supreme Court. So it's kumbaga ito parang lahat ng inaral ko as a law student at pinractice when I was a lawyer in the law firm and a general counsel for a multinational. So ito ibang level naman, pagtatanggol para sa Republika upang ang ating mga leader, for example, in the executive, our president, our Congress, our Senate, and the different government agencies can do their work. And sana, of course, ang gusto lang naman ng ating lahat, walang aabuso sa kapangyarihan, at kung maaayos lang na gagampanan kung ano ang mandato natin, sana makatulong naman ang Office of the Solicitor General to defend the actions that are promoting the public welfare.
Paano pag nagkabangga? Paano pag nagkabangga ang opinion mo, position mo dun sa kung anong gustong opinyon at posisyon ng pamahalaan, ng administrasyon?
Sa akin, ang anchor ko at saka tingin ko dapat din ang anchor ng ating mga leaders would be the Constitution and the law. Kasi pagka may mga batas na ginawa ang ating legislators, so ang gagawin lang naman na executive, tupadin yung mga batas. Okay? So, kaya nga executive, so execute na the programs, and then the law is there to support the execution of the programs. Legislature, gumawa naman ng mga batas. Judiciary, interpret the law. So, kanya-kanya ng role. So, sa akin, for example, meron ako mga personal convictions, not necessarily reflected sa batas. Sa akin, ang anchor lang natin dapat lahat, the Constitution and the law. Yun lang. And then, what is the spirit behind the law and the Constitution? So, laging rule of law should be for the promotion of justice. So, what is just? Kaya sa akin, when the law is implemented, when the law is interpreted, there is always the text that you go to. Kasi importanteng basahin, paano ba yan sinulat? You don't have to be a lawyer to understand and okay, this is applicable to me. Kailangan bawat isang ordinaryong tao na iintindihan siya. So, and then the spirit of the law is, it is not there to oppress the marginalized, the poor, those who cannot defend themselves. So the law is there so that we will have a just society. So, always the spirit should be taken into consideration. Kaya sa akin, as the law firm, as the legal defender of the Republic, there is also that role and opportunity for me to sana to advise also the potential clients, the government agencies, to follow what the Constitution and the law says para makaiwas na tayo doon sa mga conflict.
Which we're gonna go to in a bit. But first, alam naman natin yung nangyari dun sa sinundan yung Solicitor General Bernardo Guevara. We talk about the ICC jurisdiction. He had to make that decision to recuse because it cannot differ from the stand that he had taken in the previous administration. So let me ask you now, Soljan, what is your stand regarding the jurisdiction of the ICC in the Duterte drug war cases?
With regard to the decision kasi of Solicitor General Maynard, I think he was trying really to come up with a consistent position, and previously the pronouncements also of the president then was ICC did not have jurisdiction. So I am not just able to say with or definitively the position that we will adopt. I have yet to confer with the Secretary of Justice, with the legal team of the President as well with regard to this. But the OSG is open to reconsider that position. Maybe because there were different events that happened and different consideration, especially when the Secretary of Justice invoked also the cooperation with the Interpol. Okay, so at yun ang kailangan namin pag-usapan. Okay, so because again, I am mindful that we defend the actions and the decisions of the Republic and now represented by the President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Kasi mahirap naman na magkasalungat.
Mahirap talaga kasi ang abogado pati meron siyang unique role talaga kahit na mas madaling maintindihan siguro ng mga private citizens. Pag kumukuha ka ng abogado, gusto mo yung abogado na iintindihan yung interes mo at ipinagtatanggol at sinusuportahan yung interes mo. Oras na yung abogado mo, hindi na kayo aligned. Kahit siguro yung abogado magsasabi na I think client, it is due that you have to replace the lawyer. Kasi kailangan trusted mo ang iyong abogado. So kailangan pareho kayo ng pagtingin, at kailangan naman si abogado rin, dahil kung mali ang gusto ni kliyente, si abogado meron ding responsibilidad na sabihin ito ang tama, ito ang mali.
Yeah, not to say that the president didn't trust the former Solgen. Hindi po ganun yung nangyari.
Hindi ganun. And in fact, in my conversation with the president, he had very good words for Solgen Maynard. Okay, he said that he trusted Solgen Maynard very much. Maynard was the family's lawyer. That's my understanding as well, and the relationship was long-standing. So perhaps there are like some political considerations or appearances that mattered at a certain point in time.
There are talks, Solgen, that maybe the country should reconsider going back to the ICC. Will your office have anything to do with that? Considering that there is a question before the court as well.
Okay, so perhaps the president could ask for the inputs of the OSG with regard to the legality or what will be the legal impact, so advisory. But usually the role really and the responsibility of the OSG is when there are already cases that have been filed. Okay.
Pero mahirap naman din siguro kung right this moment, while there is this unresolved issue still with the former president, na magre-rejoin sa ICC, wouldn't that muddle things?
Well, maybe not, because there has already been a decision by the ICC that they have jurisdiction.
Okay.
Tapos, meron na ring mga parties and they have their councils. So, tutuloy-tuloy na lang siya. So, I think that the consideration, I am not sure with regard to the definite position of the president. I just heard also the spokesperson say that that the president is studying that option. So I don't think that that's an impediment, but I think that the consideration would be what will be the policy of this government with regard to the human rights protection and respect for international law.
We've seen the Office of the Solicitor General get weaponized. What assurance can you give the public, Solgen Berberabe, that under your watch, this will not happen?
In my different roles, I value very much integrity, professionalism, and for me, integrity really is the one value that I would demand of all public servants, and I think of all human beings, just as human beings. I'm very, I feel so strongly about doing the right thing, and I would also use my strong background in philosophy in discerning what is good for the public welfare and for the people. I did not spend my years as lawyer from the University of the Philippines, whose values are honor and excellence, and just waste it by weaponizing the law and giving all the institutions that I went to, my hometown Batangas City, the name of my parents, to just waste and not give due consideration to what is good for the Filipino people. I take this as an opportunity that this is like the highest chance to serve our country and be part of nation building. I welcome very much feedback. I want always to be checked, okay? And I don't think that it is a sign of weakness to be corrected when I think that I'm the only one that has the monopoly for the best ideas. So, and that's why I always am open and welcome to feedback if that if they think that I'm not doing the correct decision for a particular case.
I like what you said. In so many words, ang sinasabi niyo po, Soljen, filosofiya, hindi politika.
Yes. Philosophy for me is important in the sense that it's a lot of discerning what the law is for, and that cannot be taken for granted. Okay? Kasi pwede tayong laging technicality ang pinag-uusapan.
At ang dami niyan, ha? Pag kasi sinabi mo ng technicality, kahit anong technicality, pwedeng mahanap na nakita naman nating nangyari.
Yes. So, ang ginagawa ko kasi usually pagka mga abogado, yung training kasi rin namin sa law school, parang if you are tied to a particular cause, sometimes you get carried away na kahit na nakita mo na naman na may point naman siya talaga, pero hindi, pagtatanggol ko to. So, kaya sa akin, importante yung, and in fact, sa Solicitor General, may mga certain cases na initially, ito yung position niya, pero pag nakita niya na, ay, mali, inosente pala yung accused. So, pero representing siya ng Republic of the People of the Philippines. So, pwede siyang mag-change ng position kasi as tribune of the people, kailangan hindi niya hayaan na merong inosenteng tao na mako-convict. So, pag oras na nakita niya na mali pala yung position niya, na taliwas pala yung tama dun sa interest ng kliyente niya, pwede siyang bumaliktad ng position. So, which emphasizes that there is a unique role for the Solicitor General as tribune of the people.
Pwede, kaya mo. Knowing yourself, are you able to do that?
So, lahat ng mga nag-congratulate sa akin, parang isang common lang na message ang sinasabi ko sa kanila. I'm mustering all my courage and really praying for wisdom because I'm committed to really give all of my courage to make the right decision for our country. So, siguro ito na, dito ko na makukuha yung pagiging Batanggenya ko, na hugutin ko na lahat ng tapang at lakas ng loob para gawin yung tama.
So about impeachment, alam naman natin na yan ang pinag-uusapan. And I know for a fact that it may just end up having the Office of the Solicitor General within the mix. We don't want to go into details. Of course, we don't want to compromise whatever it is that the OSG will do. But give us a sense of the parameters or the factors that will lead the impeachment of the Vice President to the doorstep of the OSG.
So ngayon, meron tayong mga nagbabanggaan na magkakaiba yung posisyon, Congress and then Senate. So, pwedeng, kung merong mga kaso na ipa-file sa Supreme Court, so pwedeng mapunta ang OSG sa isang posisyon na, sino kaya ipagtatanggol niya doon? Kasi parehong government So, pagka ganoon,
exciting pala.
So, meron din na, again, discernment kung alin dito ang posisyon, or pwede rin naman na dahil pareho siyang government agency, pwede rin naman na ang OSG will take a stand na, okay, Senate, your legal counsel, you will be represented by your legal counsel, and House of Representatives, you will be represented by your legal counsel. Pwedeng ganoon.
Pwede bang out-of-court settlement headed by the OSG? Pwede ba yun?
Pwede rin. Kasi ang lawyer, in fact, sa law practice, mas maigi nga sana na merong alternative modes na ma-settle natin. Hindi naman lahat sana. Pangit din yung meron kang conflict or meron kang dispute, lagi yung sasabihin mo, file mo sa court or i-file mo sa Supreme Court. Ang tunay na buhay naman, di naman ganun nangyayari, di ba? So sana, pag-uusap, para maklarify saan ba ang diferensya natin. Baka naman hindi talaga diferensya. So minsan may pride lang, and I'm making this like
General to
yes,
general.
general lang. So parang kahit sa ordinary disputes kasi ganun din na nangyayari. So minsan kaya kailangan meron kang mediator.
Oo. But if that were to happen, ito ano lang to ha, naglalaro lang yung isip ko dito, but if that were to happen, can the OSG just step in at any point? Or kailangan na patawag ka ng Senado, ng Kongreso para sabihin, tulungan mo naman kami dito?
Oo. So pagka ngayon kasi na nakatingin tayong lahat, di ba, mga tao, and these are our elected officials. So nasa legislative branch of the government at meron silang kani-kanilang responsibility. So para sa akin, the executive, our leaders from the executive branch, legislature, so let them do their work. So sila ang nakakaalam dyan. Yung mga politicians, sila yung nakakaalam dyan. So kaya kung parang sa akin, medyo alangan naman na
bibida-bida ka
oo,
doon.
na parang ako may sasabihin ako, pakinggan mo ako. So hindi. So let the political actors perform their responsibilities, and always siguro bilang abogado, and yun din naman ang gusto ng lahat, all of us will just be guided by our constitution, and again the spirit of the constitution. Kung ano yung pagkaintindi ng ordinaryong tao, yun siguro ang dapat natin ding iniisip. Take a step back. Ano ba ang gusto ng constitution natin? Kaya sa akin, mahalaga ring rule of thumb yung tanggalin kaya natin yung masyadong technicalities. Tingnan lang natin, yung simplehan lang yung issue para mas minsan may worth yun.
Parating may
oo,
worth.
yung simplehan lang yung issues, baka mas matunto natin yung solusyon.
You've seen the law from various perspectives. Sa tagal ng karera mo bilang abogado, what to you is the biggest injustice you've ever seen?
Kung marami, pero parang sige, I'll just describe it in general terms. Ang pinaka nakakagalit sa akin yung ginagamit yung mga institutions to weaken our democratic values and to weaken also the institutions. Sa akin, we have to continue to strengthen our institutions, the Supreme Court, the judiciary. We have to respect their independence. The executive, kailangan napakaganda kasi ng constitution natin, yung framework ng government natin and how we do our work. May kanya-kanya silang responsibilidad, pero oras na merong nalunod sa kapangyarihan at inisip na pwede silang gumawa ng hindi tama and to get away with it, yun ang nakakalungkot kasi ibinoto ka, naniniwala tayo sa democracy, naniniwala tayo na bawat isa sa atin isa-isang boto yan. Diba? Hindi tayo kagaya ng mga iba na may electoral college. Sa atin, ang laki ng respeto natin sa bawat isa. Boboto ka. At kung sino yung pipiliin mo, these are the leaders that you put in power. So, ang gusto lang natin sana, when you use that power, isipin mo naman, that's a public trust, that's you're accountable to the people. May hangganan ang kapangyarihan, hindi yan unlimited. And you have to respect also the trust that has been reposed on you by the people. So sa akin, kung na-corrupt yung institutions, yun yung parang
biggest injustice.
Foul sa akin yun.
Let's talk about the greatest challenge ahead, knowing that that's the biggest injustice you've ever seen and continue to see. Now, as the Solicitor General, what to you is your biggest challenge, the biggest challenge ahead of your office?
So, to me, because of the many political events that are unfolding, na nga kami, parang "Oy, we have to study this issue kasi baka mag-ripen into litigation." The next day there's another
Dami
case.
So, may
Parang ang
sunod na
dami.
pinapatay.
And then, aside from the other routine cases that we are handling, all the expropriation, all the reversion cases, all the marriage-related cases, so I think the biggest challenge would be really to discern what is good for the Filipino people, because I'm always like every day I'm reading at the mandate of the Solicitor General, and it is, you're the defender of the Republic of the Philippines, and then the next question is, okay, so what is the interest of the Republic of the Philippines, because you have a lot of leaders, so what is that? So I think that, in every case, discerning really what is best for the Filipino people is the biggest challenge.
But what about the fact that you were appointed by the sitting president? Does that complicate things for you? Pumapasok ba ang utang na loob para sundin kung ano man ang gusto niyang mangyari, at ito ang kailangan mong gawin?
Okay, so just like for example, maybe the members of the judiciary, the members of the Supreme Court, who are all appointed by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. But the members of the judiciary, one of the values should be they should be independent and impartial. So those qualities should be upheld and respected by the people who are appointed by the president. So all of us, and I think also the president, he is minded to support what he thinks is right. He is minded, and his directions are what is said by the Constitution. This is what. So doon aligned kami. So kaya
I get it.
Kahit kay siguro dati kay Vice President Ninay, ganoon ako. So because he is the president and he is the representative of the Republic of the Philippines, I will also always have to align with him, and that's why I will always ask him, Mr. President, ito po ang posisyon ko, ito po ang tingin ko. And I think dapat ready rin lang ako na, ay Lelen, hindi na tayo tugma. Then I have to replace you. So sa akin, prerogative of the president. Prerogative yan.
Kayo na rin po ang nagsabi, ang daming nangyayari sa bayan, daming mga political issues na nangyayari, at kalimitan, hindi kalimitan, ang nangyayari na nga, nalulunod na ang taong bayan sa problemang politika. Pag kayo po ang tatanungin, Soljen, saan ba patungo ang bayan na ito? Ano po ang sagot ninyo?
Naniniwala pa rin ako kahit na maraming ingay, ang raming gulo, kaya sa akin importante, what are the values of democracy? Gusto natin, nag-e-election tayo, pumipili tayo ng mga leaders. Meron tayong mga leaders na pinipintasan natin, bakit ba ganito ang klase ng mga leaders? Pero sa akin, ito binoto natin eh. So may problema ba tayo? Sa akin, yung proseso, I respect that democratic process. So we pursue the work every day. So kailangan wag fake news, kailangan ma-educate natin ang bawat isa, saan ba tayo. So it might be a slow process because bata pa tayo eh. Yung mga ibang bansa, isipin na lang natin. Baka bilib ba tayo sa US? Sila nga may pinagdaan ng slavery. Tayo nga walang ganun eh. Yung iba, yung mga punishment nila, pinanunood nila na pinapatay sa harapan nila, yung mga punishment. So, sa atin, ang kasaysayan natin ay bata pa tayo. So, medyo kailangan ng pasensya, ng oras, pero walang bibitaw. Again, kaya the institutions are very important. So, huwag tayo mawawala ng pag-asa. At kailangan meron tayong mga short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals. Kailangan lang pagtatrabahuhan natin.
Nating lahat.
Nating lahat.
Hindi lang ng politiko, hindi lang ng kung sino ang nasa gobyerno, pero tayong lahat.
Definitely. Lagi ko nga iniisip, kung bawat isa lang sa atin, we will take care of how we improve ourselves, isa-isa. Kasi oras na merong isa na hindi gumawa nung responsibility na ganun, and then bibit-biting kita kasi tutulungan kita. Okay? So we reserve that opportunity for those who really cannot take care of themselves, the sick, may mga pangangailangan sila. So pero kung lahat ng able-bodied, gawin lang natin yung bawat responsibility natin. First, to be in the know, and then wag maging purveyor of fake news. So yun lang, napakaliit pero malaking responsibility in doing our own role. And then to check also our public servants, kung meron silang mali, call them out. So bawat isa ay may kailangan gawin. So wag din nating hayaan yung mga politicians natin na sila lang ang nagiging bida sa pelikula ng ating buhay at pelikula at magiging kapalaran ng ating bansa. So makiisa rin tayo.
Solicitor General Darlene Berberabit, thanks for joining us here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Carmina. Thank you very much.
And that's it for another episode of KC After Hours. You know the drill. Like and subscribe. I'll see you on the next one.
Stay in place, forever covered in your grace.
the truth, nowhere to hide. But when I spoke, you forgave it all, lifted my soul, broke down the wall. Now my chains have lost their hold. You restored what guilt had stolen. I'm blessed and free.
can win, but you deliver from within. Your eyes are on the ones who fear. You keep our souls, you hold us near. Your plans stand firm, they never fade. Keep deep in clay, no firm ground beneath to stay. But I cried out and you came near. You pulled me up, removed my fear. You set my feet on solid stone. Now I know I'm not alone. You lifted me, gave me a song. Now I praise you all day long. You put a melody in my soul. You are my rescue, you made me whole. Many will see and choose to believe. They'll find the hope that I receive. Blessed is the one who trusts your hand and doesn't lean on prideful man. You set my feet on solid stone. Now I know I'm not alone. You lifted me, gave me a song. Now I praise you all day long. You put a melody in my soul. You are my rescue, you made me whole. Your plans for me are wide and deep. Too many wonders for me to keep. I'll shout your love in every place and never hide the truth and grace. You lifted me, gave me a song. Now I praise you all day long. You put a melody in my soul. You are my rescue, you made me whole. Forever faithful, ever true. All my praise belongs to you. The mighty one is calling out from rising sun to evening cloud. He shines in fire pure and bright. It speaks with justice, truth, and light. He doesn't need what we can give. He wants a heart that truly lives. I bring a grateful heart to you. Not empty words, but love that's true. I offer thanks, not just a show. And walk the path you want me to go. You own the hills, the Woke up this morning, sun on my face. Feel the peace of heaven wrapped in grace. You lift me higher than the stormy sky. In you I stand, no need for disguise. Every breath I take, I give you praise. You're my song through nights and days. I will sing with all my heart. From the dark, you set me apart. Every word will lift you high. You're my joy, my reason why. In the battle I will not fear. Your voice, so strong I always hear. You are the rock beneath my feet. Your love alone makes me complete. Every breath I take, I give you praise. You're my song through nights and days. I will sing with all my heart. From the dark, you set me apart. Every word will lift you high. You're my joy, my reason why. Even when the world breaks down, still your mercy's all around. You're the reason I dance and sing. Forever, Lord, you are my King. I will sing with all my heart. From the dark, you set me apart. Every word They build on lies, but I walk in peace. In your justice, I find release. Your presence calms the fiercest way. You never fail, you always say. You're my strength when I can't stand. You hold me safe in your mighty hand. You're the shield of my soul. You restore, you make me whole. My heart trusts, and I rejoice. You lift me up with a gentle voice. Blessed be the Lord, my song. With him I know I belong. He's my shepherd, guiding me still. Forever I walk in his will. You're the shield of my soul. You restore, you make me whole. My heart trusts, and I rejoice. You lift me up with a gentle voice. You are my strength, my resting place. Forever covered in your grace. You spoke the stars into their place. The whole world rests beneath your grace. Your plans stand firm, they never in every heart. Your truth is lit. We sing a new song, full of light, with joy and rhythm through the night. You watch our people from above, guiding us with eyes of no army safe, no power can win, but you deliver from within. Your eyes are on the ones who fear. You keep our souls, you hold us near. Your plans stand firm, they never fail. I was sinking deep in clay, no firm ground beneath to stay. But I cried out and you came near. You pulled me up, removed my fear. You set my feet on solid stone. Now I know I'm not alone. You lifted me, gave me a song. Now I praise you all day long. You put a melody in my soul. You are my rescue. You made me whole. Many will see and choose to believe. They'll find the hope that I receive. Blessed is the one who trusts your hand and doesn't lean on prideful man. You set my feet on solid stone. Now I know I'm not alone. You lifted me, gave me a song. Now I praise you all day long. You put a melody in my soul. You are my rescue. You made me whole. Your plans for me are wide and deep. Too many wonders for me to keep. I'll shout your love in every place and never hide your truth and grace. You lifted me, gave me a song. Now I praise you all day long. You put a melody in my soul. You are my rescue. You made me whole. Forever faithful, ever true. All my praise belongs to you. The mighty one is called. speaks with justice, truth, and light. He doesn't need what we can give. He wants a heart that truly lives. I bring a grateful heart to you. Not empty words, but love that's true. I offer thanks, not just a show, and walk the path you want me to go. You own the hills, the stars above, but what you seek is faithful love. You call us not to just appear, but to live with reverent fear. He doesn't need what we can give. He wants a heart that truly lives. I bring a grateful heart to you. Not empty words, but love that's true. I offer thanks, not just a show, and walk the path you want me to go. Call on him in the day of pain. He'll rescue you and break the chain. But to the wicked, he makes it clear. Honor me and draw near. I bring a grateful heart to you. Not empty words, but love that's true. Love that's true. I offer thanks, not just a show, and walk the path you want me to go. With faithful steps I follow still. Your mercy leads, I do your will. In the shadow of your wings I hide, while the chaos rages on outside. You send your love down like the rain, lifting me above the pain. My heart is steady, I will sing.